Welcome to Saturday is Wrong with your host, the ultimate video game. Not to recollect the face is wrong. We talk about video games, pro wrestling and whatever the fuck we want to talk about with this co-host AJ Raider, Tex, Joe, Compton, Michael, Devious Dave Rose, MK3 Kratos. And the rose because it's Saturday is Raw. This means Raw. Saturday is Raw. If you want some, come get some pop because it's Saturday's Raw. Welcome to Saturday is Raw with your host, the ultimate video game. Not to recollect the face.
This is Devious Dave Rose, professional pariah and all-around asshole, and you are tuned in to the greatest, defending, undisputed video game collector on the planet. Casey is Raw.
It's Saturday night with Casey's Raw energy. We're ready for the fight. Agent Raiders and Tex rise to the call. MK3, Kratos and Joe, we're having a ball. From video games to wrestling, we cover it all. We're the kings of the screen under neon lights. Saturday Raw, igniting the night. With a crew so wild, we'll rise to the top. In the world of gaming, we'll never stop. In this chaos, we find our might. Michael's lost in the shadows, but we're alright. Discussing world news, no fear, no shame. With laughter and stories, doing the game. Join the madness as we break down the walls. We're the kings of the screen under neon lights. Saturday Raw, igniting the night. With a crew so wild, we'll rise to the top. In the world of gaming, we'll never stop. Join the madness as we break down the walls.
What up, guys? My name is Casey is Raw. Welcome to Saturday is Raw. Right now I'm by myself. We should have a few people here soon. Today we will be reacting to WWE's Saturday night's main event. Um, so I'm thinking what we could do. We'll check out. Uh, we'll predict the matches. I go to Wikipedia. Apparently, this is Saturday night's main event 39. So on Wikipedia, they numbered them in Roman numerals. So you got 5 matches, like the pay per view. Sure, it'd probably be. Whoa. Okay, I thought I just lost my page for a second, but we got, yeah, 5 matches like the normal pay per views for the WWE. So you got Selena Vega versus Chelsea Green for the United States title. If any belt's gonna change, it would, I think, because she just only recently won it. I think, you know what? Fuck it. Let's go for Chelsea Green to regain the United States belt. And then you got the steel cage match between Damian Priest and Drew McIntyre. So I'll probably choose for that. It would probably be Drew McIntyre over uh, Damian Priest. And then you got a tag team match between CM Punk and Sami Zayn versus Seth Rollins and Braun Breaker. I think Seth Rollins and Braun Breaker will win because they need the win right now. Uh, they saying this is the main event, so let's go to the one who match I thought was going to be the main event. Is John Cena versus R-Truth with non-title match. Apparently, this should have been a title match, but obviously Cena will win. There's no, like, there's some people thinking Cody's gonna come over here to help R-Truth. It's possible, but I think Cena wins. The only way I think R-Truth wins if Cody interrupts or does something. And then you got, for the world heavyweight title, you got Jey Uso versus Logan Paul. I think Jey Uso will retain. So that's my predictions for that. Let's go ahead and say hi to. I should have said hi to the people who were here first, but um, let's go say hi to Stanza saying Saturday night's gay event. We got Devious Dave Rose. And we got Federico saying hi. What's up, Federico? I'm gonna check out, see if the Rose he said, yeah, he'll be joining me, so I'm hoping he knows what time it starts because it's about to start in 6 minutes. So I'm actually gonna go. I'm on Peacock right now. So it's gonna be on NBC and on Peacock. So no uh Rose just yet, so yeah, I just put Peacock on, so we'll see how it goes. Um yeah, hopefully it'll be a good show. If anything, I kind of want to watch AEW's yeah, Double or Nothing. Thank you, Federico. Appreciate that. Um, I'm still getting over bronchitis, and I've been having a little bit of a cough. And now, allergies been kicking up for me the last couple days. So I just took big time, and I have cough drops just in case. But like I said earlier, I was kind of wanting to watch AEW, but I don't have the money to do that right now. So I was like, fuck it, we'll just watch Saturday night's main event, and then I think tomorrow, don't they have NXT Battleground? Let me check that out real quick. Let me bring back up Wikipedia. Um, let's put NXT Battleground. There it is. So yeah, it should be tomorrow. It says Sunday, May 25th. So let's check out the matches. Maybe we'll probably check this out tomorrow. A lot of these people I don't know, honestly. Uh, Obviously, the few people I do know is obviously you got Joe Hendry defending it. Damn it, his TNA title against Trick Williams, and you got Obi Femi versus Miles Bourne for the NXT title. So obviously, Joe Hendry will retain that belt because I don't see a that oh, double nothings tomorrow. I thought they do that on Saturdays too. Huh. Just wait. Well, between Saturday night's main event and eight double or nothing, obviously double or nothing will be better. But I figured I thought it was today. But then he told me get real, and then we got Edward Blake says Gacy is raw. You know how many times I hear people call me Gacy? Believe me, you're not in the minority for that. But that's funny. So show's starting in 2 minutes. But yeah, you got Battleground right here. You got Stephanie, was it Magar versus Jordan Grace for the NXT Women's Belt. I think Stephanie will probably retain. I don't know who that guy is, but Obi Femi is just a monster. I think Joe Hendry will definitely retain his TNA belt. It would be crazy if they put the TNA belt on Trick Williams, but I mean they got that working relationship, so it's possible. It's possible. Then I don't know who Chaden Stacks, where is it, Lorenzo? I know who Tony D'Angelo is, but then a lot of these people I do not know, so I cannot comment between these three matches, honestly. So, then Dave says, then stop being gay. But, let me, like, oh, he says he's on his way, so that's good. So, yeah, the show's about to start. Have Peacock going on, but yeah, I think maybe NXT Battleground probably be a good thing to do reaction to that tomorrow. I would love to do double or nothing, but like I said, I don't have the money to do that. But yeah, especially I have the Monday off. Yeah, we could probably do that. I don't think we're doing Less Than Serious tomorrow. We just did it last weekend. So while the show's about to start, I do have cool video down in the middle of editing. Me move this out of the way for a minute. Oh, the show's starting. Right, I do have a Sega 32X game that I just uh I'm in the middle of editing it. It's called Knuckles Chaotix. You don't see this game that often. I think the only time anyone ever plays it is only on the Sega 32X. I never seen Knuckles Chaotix anywhere else. So I'm in the middle of editing that. So that'd be something cool to put on for you guys. I'll probably have that ready for tomorrow. So, um, they're showing, where are they? Looks like they're in Florida. You got palm trees, the the coastline. Is that like Yingling Center? Where the hell is the Yingling Center at? You got the what is it, USF? Where the hell is that at? I'm getting sick of all these guys walking in just before the show starting. I hate it. I always bring this up. It looks like they're coming to the show late. I mean, I do show up at the bell. Oh, it says Tampa on the logo. Okay. Well, it did look like Florida, so yeah. I'm still thinking Chelsea Green will regain her belt. Here comes our truth. I still think the belt should be on the line because I think they probably the reason they're not doing that is probably make it less obvious that John Cena is going to win, even though it's pretty obvious he is going to win. It would definitely be a shocker if Jay Uso, talking about Jay Uso, he's walking into the arena with no belt. You figure he's the world heavyweight champion. He has no luggage and no belt. Where the fuck is his belt at? Bam says, yeah, I would love to. I would too. Avoid all those loser wrestling fans that stink. Oh, they have an awesome intro. We got D Rose. What's up, D Rose?
What's up, dork?
How's it going, dude?
Just putting main event on now, so I just finished making that whole. Whoa, hold on a minute.
What happened? Something happened.
I turned
Oh,
the wrong knob to turn my volume down.
then went all the way up.
No, I had the volume up, but I went to turn it down because I knew it was going to be loud, and I turned down I hit the wrong knob. I turned down my microphone volume instead of my. I turned down my mic instead of my PC speakers.
I'm hoping that they had the same entrance like they had. Oh, I love that. God, I love the intro video, and they do have the cool entrance uh, stage with the old tunnel. I love
Did
the
you give
neon light look.
Did you give Kratos the link or no?
No, I did. I sent it to his X account.
Okay.
If he's sitting asking, just go ahead and send it to him again.
I was gonna say, so far it's just me and you, huh?
Yeah. There's Jesse the Body Ventura. God, he's looking horrible.
So I was thinking after main event we could talk about the whole WrestleMania 42 situation.
Yes, I was actually thinking about that too. Isn't that wild that's happened?
What's that?
Isn't that wild that has happened?
Yeah, right. I never saw that coming.
No, but like, I'm shocked we hadn't heard at least where the new location. Honestly, there's the rumors of it showing back up in Las Vegas. I mean, it's possible, but I before the show starts, I'll make a couple comments, and we can, like you said, we can talk about that later on. But I thought maybe Saudi would probably where they're heading because I mean, dude, I mean, reportedly every time they go to Saudi for those shows, they get $50 million. So you figure, like, okay, why not just do it there? But they're having the Royal Rumble there, but the Royal Rumble has no dates just yet. We don't know if it's in January or in February.
Well, we know
So
that they moved Money in the Bank. We can talk about that later too.
yeah. Hey, let me ask you a question. Do you? I really think Pat McAfee and Michael Cole is probably the best uh, announcing team today. Not of all time, but today. Like I think they're better than the group who's in AEW, and I can't really say for TNA, but like for Monday Night Raw, they're probably the best uh, announcing team. Wouldn't you agree?
They're the best announced team that WWE has right now.
I mean,
Outside
there's
of JR and King,
oh,
outside of
definitely,
JR and Jerry Lawler, Michael Cole and Taz were a good duo too.
yeah. Well, I wasn't saying all the time. I'm talking about of right now. Like today's announcing uh teams out there. But right now you got Seth Rollins and Braun Breaker coming out. So I I predict that Seth Rollins and Braun Breaker will win. What are you thinking? Over CM Punk and Sami Zayn.
You really think they're gonna have CM Punk lose on main event?
Yeah, because this duo, because I wouldn't call these two together, even though there's two. Sorry about that. Two of them, I wouldn't call them a actual tag team. I think they're more of a duo. But
I don't know. I'm gonna go the opposite. I'm gonna go with Punk and Sammy.
I mean, it's not a bad choice. I mean, either or, this should be a good match. But I just thinking because they just built this duo that they need a win. Hey, that's cool. I love how they have the Saturday Night's main event logo in the ring too.
Yeah,
And the referee's wearing the old uh, blue shirt with a bow tie.
they have the curved walkway. I see.
Yeah. Uh, I can
That's
understand.
Lillian Garcia doing the ring announcement, by the way.
Oh, is she doing it?
Mm-hmm.
The one thing I would complain if they're gonna want to show those guys intro video, I wish they would just kept the neon light look for the tunnel look and have like a maybe a screen above it with their intro because when they come out it's just their intro video. Like I want that old school Saturday Night's main event look. Not like, oh, we got a new LED walkway stage.
They gotta make it look modernized, but reference how it used to look.
I still, you know what I'm talking about, though? I mean, wouldn't you want to have that cool looking retro look, though?
But yeah, but I'm telling you, they're not gonna do a full retro look.
Well, I mean, dude, look at turnbuckles. They have the block WWE logos on it. They should have went all the way through. They should put the WWE block logos on the ring mats too. On the ring skirts. But here comes CM Punk. Hopefully, our video is gonna be synced up. I mean, hopefully we don't have our normal problem where Peacock fucks with us and throws
Well,
us
that's been
complete.
happening to you lately more than me because I've been watching on my computer.
Mm, this is probably going to be. Well, I was going to say the best match of the night, but then you got Drew McIntyre and Damian Priest in the steel cage.
And John Cena and Archie's going at it.
Yeah. Oh, they're there to go. That you got CM Punk and Sami Zayn
The
ganging
bell
up
didn't
on.
ring yet
That is weird. Why hadn't the bell ring yet? I mean, they were all in the ring.
because they attacked each other before the referee could signal the bell to ring.
Hmm. Now the bell has officially rung. I like how they're doing this version. You really were back, like when they did it with the John Cena era, when they were brought it back the second time, where it just didn't look right, and I didn't like the logos that they made for that. I mean, this looks like an actual Saturday night's main event show.
Well, that didn't take long. Somebody went over the announce table.
That's a they got like a block that has a blue.
Do they really need to have that fucking prime bottle out there on every fucking wrestling show?
Oh, we just barely started the show and we're already at a fucking ad. What the fuck? We barely just started. Yeah, I mean, well, it's you're just gonna have to get used to it for a while, and because it's gonna be there until Logan Paul decides to leave or they kick him out. You know.
Yeah, but they don't need the prime bottle out there. They could advertise it in other ways. They don't need that ugly ass fucking prime bottle on that little fucking prime bottle stand there with all the bottles there.
Well, what's funny is one time when SmackDown came down here, and when the show was over, uh, they started to give away all the Prime that was on that uh, cart. Like they were just giving it away to people around the arena. Blamed the advertising on. Said, "Poon, oh, I can't say that." You wanted me to say the C word. I can't say that here. Oh gosh. I'm still gonna have coughing fits. I'm still yeah, yeah, you could say peacock, but but you can't say that. But I get it, it's kinda funny.
Why not? A cock is a chicken after all.
Yeah, but this other one, what he just said right here, he says blame the advertising on ooh, C word.
Why? Jim Cornette says it that way.
Oh. Oh, he's also gets sponsorships and or monetization. I don't.
I don't know how he gets sponsored the way he does ad reads, to be honest with you. He says some of the craziest shit. I'm surprised these fucking advertisers don't get offended by it.
You know, I don't listen to Jim Cornette that often, so I well, you know me, I'm a Solid Monsters cocksucker, so I listen to his podcast, and I've been watching JD more lately, but I'll listen to Jeff Jarrett's podcast and a bunch of Conrad Thompson's, but I need to listen to more Jim Cornette. What's up, Mikhail? How's it going, man?
What up, Mikel?
No. Well, yeah, the show's back. I know it's been back for a second, but we got
Got Sami Zayn being double teamed in the ring.
yeah, and
Fighting
not
back
in the,
now. Braun Breaker gets sent over the top rope.
yeah, you're a little before. I'm a little slow right now. It's probably because of the stupid ads. Here comes CM Punk has the hot tag.
I don't know. I can't see CM Punk losing. He's been losing a lot lately.
Well, I mean, well, he lost at WrestleMania, right? No. Yeah, well, I
Yeah,
mean,
he lost at Mania.
well, he didn't get pinned though. I think someone else got pinned.
Roman got pinned.
Yeah.
But CM Punk still didn't win, which means he lost. He just didn't
Well,
lose by decision.
yeah. I mean, it's not like
Oh, nice.
it's not
Bulldog
like
clothesline.
oh wow, that's crazy. That was a good move. That's a great double move right there.
And Punk going for the Macho Man elbow.
Yep, he doesn't do that often anymore.
That was a horrible elbow drop.
Well, he probably hadn't done it forever. I mean, gosh, I'm trying to remember what movie he hadn't done like since he was from Ring of Honor until it was in AEW. Was it the Pepsi Plunge? And CM Punk looks like he's going for GTS, but he walked too close to Braun Breaker for him to pull him back down.
If Rollins hits a pedigree,
I wonder why he keeps on doing that. You know, I mean, it's not even his. He used to use it as a finisher, but he
they
doesn't
did
use it.
when they had that the authority stable.
Yeah, but
Now he
now,
just uses it, and it's not even a finisher anymore.
yeah, and a lot of times why he started just using that is because they didn't like him using the stomp or the curb stomp at the time. Now
Yeah,
they're
now he
letting,
uses the stomp again, and he still does the pedigree.
yeah, he he Sami
That was another
Zayn.
springboard freaking moonsault outside the ring by Sami Zayn. And we got another commercial.
God damn. It's not even not that long either. What is that like? Less
It's only
than
a 2 hour show. What are we going to get? 25 minutes of, we're going to
a
get
show?
like 40 minutes of commercials?
Yeah. God damn. This is like.
We
Well,
didn't even get 5 minutes of wrestling yet. We got 2 ad breaks.
I mean, you gotta remember also this is on NBC as well, so it's not like just on uh
I mean, if you have
just on
Peacock
Talk.
Premium, you're getting. If you have Peacock Premium, you're not getting the NBC ads right now, but we don't, so we have these ads.
Yeah. So I'm wondering if we're getting more ads than the people who's watching NBC right now.
No, I don't think so because they have to. I think they have to keep the feed synced up for the most part.
That makes sense. But
I just
uh,
finished eating the delicious meatball sub. I don't know about you.
you know, I've been having that more often recently. I will go to the. I know it sounds horrible, but you know what? You know what I'm talking about. Gas station food's actually starting to be like they have their own kitchens and everything.
Gas
So,
station food is like cringy. That's
well,
like when you're desperate for something to eat kind of food.
I'm talking about like you got Sheets, you got Wawa food and Turkey Hill food that you actually have kitchens made them.
Right.
Like here at in Oklahoma, we got QT or Quick Trip, and they like have a full fledged kitchen, so you can go in, order your stuff, and then have a meatball sandwich, and that's
Yeah,
what
it's
I
like
would.
well, it's like Wawa. Yeah.
Yeah, so they have a good meatball sandwich, almost just as good or better than Subway's.
Nobody like. I mean, Subway rips you off, dude. For the prices they charge, you don't get what you should be getting. Especially what they show you on the freaking on the ads, how those sandwiches are like fucking so thick you can't even fucking open your mouth wide enough to fucking bite it.
Mm,
But then when you buy the actual thing, it's like half as big as what's advertised.
Edward Blake says, so this is competing against the NBA conference finals tonight? Yeah, I guess so. I
Oh
mean,
yeah, it's the Knicks versus who the fuck are they playing? Is it the Avalanche? The
I
Colorado
have
Avalanche, I think.
I have no idea. I don't watch basketball.
Me neither.
I mean, I have nothing against people. I'm like, if they like any type of sport, good for you. I mean, if I'm there, I usually would enjoy whatever sport it is being there. But it's kind of like if you're sitting at home watching baseball. Like, it's kind of hard to sit down and just watch baseball on TV. Like, I'm even having problems watching football on TV nowadays.
I don't have a problem watching sports on TV. I'll watch basketball once in a while, but not nearly enough to like keep up with it, like to know who's
Mm.
good. But one sport you cannot get me to watch is hockey or soccer. I cannot sit through either one of those sports.
I'm willing to watch hockey, but definitely not soccer. But when it came back, you have both CM Punk and Seth Rollins slugging each other. Edward Blake also says it's Oklahoma City versus Minnesota. The only freaking professional team we got in this fucking state is the Thunder.
Well, at least their state's got something.
Yeah, one team. And it's not even the sport I watch.
Hey, some states don't have any teams.
I mean, we're Oklahoma's more of a college football state, anyways.
Like
But
Alabama, I don't think Alabama has any professional sports teams outside of college.
yeah, I think you're right too. But Sami Zayn and Brown Breaker, Sami Zayn was pretty much uh, taking advantage of Brown Breaker for a second, but Seth stopped him in his track. But looks
Sami
like,
Zayn, he's gonna go for the haluva kick. It looks like.
yep. So,
Fucking
Ian,
Heyman, man.
oh, he
Throw him
trips
out.
on, trips
Throw him
Sami
out.
Zayn. You
There's
could,
Jeff
like, continues to argue. Why don't you start? Oh, who's that? I think that's JC.
Bronson Reed.
Oh, Bronson Reed's back? Yes.
Well, this is how they lose.
Yep. Oh, and super spear from Braun Breaker to Sami Zayn.
That is
Now,
so fucking cheesy.
I would love There's a dude with a Ward Life hoodie. Back in the day, I want that hoodie. Colorado Avalanche. They already want home. The Rose. That is cool. Oh, you know what this means? That Bronson Reed's probably joining their group. Yeah.
That's what it's looking like.
Yeah, they're teasing like they're about to do something, but that's all bullshit. Yep, called it. I'm okay with that.
Paul Heyman
But,
forming a new stable.
yep, honestly, you know, you knew they needed another person because, like I said, they're not a tag team, man. Like, I mean, do you think Seth Rollins is going to go for the World Tag Team belts? I
Oh,
mean,
the
I
best.
guess. Oh,
If
here
the
comes CM
stable
Punk.
wants all the belts, they'll go after all of them.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. If
Bronson Reed
anything,
is just squashing the shit out of Sami Zayn.
no, that's CM Punk right there.
Oh boy, what a fucking fat man splash! That's
Dude,
not a frog splash. That's a fat splash.
fat. Yeah. Dude, I want to watch. Have you seen the recent Dark Side of the Ring with Daphne?
No, I don't really watch Dark Side of the Ring. I've watched a few episodes, but
Daphne's episode is pretty good. It
she's
doesn't
still
get real.
alive, right?
No, she died a few years ago.
Really? I thought she was still alive.
No, she so-called self-deleted herself.
Oh,
God forbid you can't actually say the actual word without getting punished, you know?
yeah.
But no, it's sadly that yeah, she took her life. But but they showed the episode when Daphne got squashed by this big woman. I think they called her Rosie Lotta Love. This woman literally she was like 350 pounds. And she does that sit drop.
The
But it looks
bonsai drop.
well, yeah, but she does it right in the middle of the ring. But instead of like, hey, I'm gonna brace myself before it to come down, she literally just drops her.
That's the
Look,
that's the that's the that's the way that Yokozuna did it when he didn't do it in the corner. He did it in the middle of the ring too.
yeah, but he does it more safely.
For someone his
But
size, I was surprised he was able to.
yeah, but if you ever see the clip, what I'm talking about, oh my god, it's horrible. She looked like she jumped up and landed on her. It's horrible.
I'm surprised she didn't kill her doing that.
Well, I think she bruised her sternum and got concussion because the
Who
whiplash
the hell
from
is that ugly fucking clown in the sunglasses?
which one? The one to the right,
Both
or
of
the
them.
one? Well, you got the one in the middle. That's Piper Niven.
That's what I thought that was. Fucking ugly bitch.
I actually think she's still attractive to me.
Of course, you like big women, so
I like big women.
yeah.
I mean, I think Chelsea's not bad looking, but whoever that one is, I have no clue who that other woman is. But that was a quick match. Let's see if they already have the times for that because I don't even think. Do you think that was even 10 minutes?
With the ads, it probably was.
I'm gonna go back and see if.
What we got to see was probably about 6 minutes.
Oh yeah, we didn't see much. Oh, that was 13 minutes according to
Maybe with the entrances.
I
The
don't
match
know.
itself was maybe 10.
See, that's where I'd like to know if. Let me bring this up, back up. I'm wondering if this is with the entrance, like you said. Like, if that's true, that's stupid. That should be from bell to bell, and that's it. Not when the entrance
Hey,
starts.
look,
Like,
another ad.
oh yeah, are you shocked?
That's 3 in less than a half an hour. No, I'm sorry. That's 3 in a half an hour. It's 8:30.
Yeah.
I tell you what, Casey. I hope so. I hope other people are going to come on this show tonight, or it's going to be a short show.
Well, I mean, we can send out the link. I mean, a little bit more. We could talk a couple things. Right now, I mean, I I could send the link to Devious Dave Rose, but we would talk about AEW, and it would pretty much would derail us from talking what's happening on the show right now. I mean, I can bring him on later on. I just want us to react to what's happening.
I'm watching Double or Nothing tomorrow. That's for sure.
I would love to watch that, but I'll be watching NXT Battleground.
Is that on at the same time, or is that in the afternoon?
Yeah, yeah, that's. I think it's out on the same time.
Oh shit.
I mean, are you shocked? Everybody's freaking petty. They'll do anything. They'll put shows on the same night. Like you're hearing like where I guess rumors is that one they have a Saturday night's main event going against like the night before All In, and then supposedly you have Evolution 2 that is going to go compete against All In. Like, that is so petty the
You
WWE
hear
does.
about the new news for that Worlds Collide NXT show?
What?
TNA is part of the that show now.
That's awesome.
They're sending a few people, and the Nemeth brothers are going to
Hmm.
wrestle at that event. So Nick is going to wrestle in WWE again.
Yeah, for one day. For
Yeah, I
one
mean,
day.
I always wondered ever since he joined TNA, and once that partnership started, I always wondered when he was going to show up in a WWE ring again.
Well, he's probably happier. I mean, yeah, you're getting paid more as a WWE superstar, but TNA, you're not working as much, and you're getting
TNA just
paid.
put on a TNA just put on a free pay per view last night. I wanted to watch it, but I didn't watch it yet.
I think. Are you sure? I think that's an old pay per view they just showed on YouTube.
No, it was new because they did the countdown. They were doing a countdown live on the YouTube channel yesterday for Under Siege. But they
Oh,
were hosting it for free on TNA's digital platforms. They didn't have anyone pay for that one.
oh, that's cool.
Yeah, they gave a pay per view out for free yesterday.
That's awesome. You know, talking about TNA, and I was talking about Dark Side of the Ring. I think that would be a good episode of Dark Side of the Ring of the Dixie Carter years, from all the Carter bullshit that would happen, mainly from Dixie. I mean, all the wrestlers not getting paid, and
Yeah,
then
that was fucked up.
yeah, all the controversial stuff that they did. Even they screwed with Bruce Pritchard's. Like they would take his taxes out and then not take the taxes and give it to the government, and they were pocketing it. So the
Which is
government was
illegal.
yeah, and the government came after Bruce Pritchard, and they showed that TNA took it out of his pay. So it went. Then they went after TNA for that. Like that's pretty fucked up, man. Like the Carter family is millionaires, maybe almost probably close to a billionaire. But do all that just to screw with people, that's pretty fucked up.
And they got away with it.
Yeah. And I mean, Dixie still have what 5%, but she has no say what goes on anymore.
No. It's owned by Anthem still, I think.
Yeah. And honestly, they're doing way better as under that group, anyways. I mean,
They're doing
man.
better now than they were a few years ago, that's for sure.
Well, I'm talking about management wise. Obviously, you can't be as like they were in the early 2000s and all the way till their Spike TV deals. But that was a different time. But they probably would be in a way better place if they had Anthem as the owner, but with that Spike TV deal. That would have been, they
If
would
they had
be
a
in a.
TV deal now, they would give AEW a run for their money. Probably.
Well, I'm hearing that TNA is actually looking for a better TV deal.
That'd be cool if they got another one.
Yeah, I mean, right now they're having some momentum about their, especially their working deal with WWE and having NXT talent on their shows, and I mean, especially Joe Hendry.
Yep.
So, I mean,
We got Zelina Vega versus Chelsea Green for the Women's United States Championship.
I'm feeling if any belt is going to change tonight, it would be this one.
Yeah.
But I think most likely it'll be Selena Vega will retain, but I think I'm gonna go for Chelsea Green to regain the belt tonight.
I'm gonna stick with Zelina.
Hopefully this will be a good match. I mean, they're not the best two women wrestlers out there, but I mean, uh, last last time we did this watch along. Oh, sorry. I mean, was it Becky Lynch and God, I always have a hard time pronouncing it, but
Lyra Valkyria.
yeah, Valkyria.
That was during the Backlash watch along.
Yeah, like that was one of the best women matches in a long time.
So the next Saturday night's main event after this one's going to be July 12th.
Oh wow, so it'll be pretty soon again.
And there's a rumor going around that Goldberg's going to finally have his retirement match that night.
I'm still thinking they're probably gonna put that on Saudi because Goldberg likes money, and best uh, people who's gonna put out the more money will be the Saudis. I mean,
Yeah, but I don't think he'd want to retire in front of the Saudis. I think he'd want to retire in front of the U.S. crowd.
you know what's weird? They're showing Worlds Collide. They have the WWE logo and AAA, but they don't show NXT or even TNA up there. That's weird.
That's the same day as Money in the Bank, too, the June 7th.
That'd be a good night, dude.
That's in, that's in. Dude, if we do 2 watch-alongs, we're going to be live all day.
Yeah. I mean, if they have them separated, I'm willing to watch both.
They are going to have them separated. Worlds Collide is in the afternoon.
I'd watch both.
And then Money in the Bank is a few hours later.
While this match is happening, nothing really much is happening. Yet no one's really dominating each other, one over the other. Right now, Green got her like a chin lock right now.
Yep, and the classic rest hold.
Yep. But I want to
Lena
bring
fight
up
back. Oh, and a jawbreaker. Yeah, a kick to the head.
Oh, damn. You gotta be careful with those jawbreakers. I remember one time uh, hearing the story. I guess when Stone Cold was going. No, never mind. I was thinking of something completely different. Like when Undertaker mistakenly knocked out Stone Cold in SummerSlam back in '98, but that wasn't a jawbreaker.
And then a Vega with a running clothesline and another one.
Things are not bad. But the thing is, talking about women wrestling, the one thing, honestly, TNA evolved what the cruiserweights was with the X division.
Yeah.
But the one thing I would give praise to TNA is if they didn't their women's division, because if they didn't do their women's division, I still don't think we would have the women wrestling we have today in AEW or WWE right now. I think it would be still more of a bra and panties kind of thing going on. Or like,
I don't know.
oh, Selena Vega just botched the shit out of that 619.
I was gonna say I thought that's what that was supposed to be.
Hell
Piper Niven's pulling Zelina down while the other woman distracted the ref.
no. Is she trying to like low blow her? And like, I'm wondering, does that even affects the women at all
I'm
like
sure it
that?
does. A woman gets hit in the cooch, and it's not going to hurt as much as a man getting hit down there, but I'm sure it still hurts.
Ooh, nice.
Zelina Vega retains with a sunset flip powerbomb off the middle rope.
We could have had some wardrobe malfunction down there. I almost saw. I swear, I might sound like a pervert. I might have saw some lip. Oh, Chelsea got a bloody nose. Well, I'm 1-1 right now.
So am I.
Oh yeah, they gotta be careful. Like when she that sunset flip, it almost looks like we might have seen a private part slipping out right there.
That just means she needs a bigger wardrobe.
Or that could have been panties, but I'm like,
They're
you
not
figure,
saving this for the main event.
no,
What?
apparently, yeah, the world heavyweight title is the main event. Apparently,
I mean, I guess that makes sense, but this is John Cena. Come on, man.
well, this is not his last Saturday night's main event, obviously.
You think R-Truth is gonna win by some fuckery, and then he's gonna get a title shot at Money in the Bank?
Mm, I think first part of that question is possible. Second part, I would say no.
Maybe Cena gets himself disqualified or some shit.
Yeah, I think he'll get himself disqualified. There's rumors of Cody showing up tonight.
Oh yeah, I
That
forgot about that rumor. John Cena, Travis Scott, and whoever the fuck is supposed to face Cody. Cody, and I forgot who else. I think Jey Uso and somebody else at Money in the Bank. That just
well,
sounds so lame.
yeah. Talking about Money in the Bank, I'm not bringing up about what we're going to talk about later on, but let me throw this at you.
So
Why
I'm
don't
sick
we?
of seeing these fucking sex pills, fucking ads.
What?
I'm sick of seeing these fucking sex pill ads.
Oh.
Jesus Christ.
Let me throw this at you. Let's say we get rid of the Money in the Bank pay per view because they tried to make that a stadium event show, and obviously it didn't work out because uh, remember when Cody came back and they used him to promote Money in the Bank into a stadium, and then it was downgraded to arena, and they still hadn't put it in a stadium, right?
The only gimmick pay-per-view they should really keep is Elimination Chamber because that has WrestleMania
Oh,
implications.
I agree. That's what I
But
was
they should
thinking.
change the pay-per-view name back to No Way Out and keep the Elimination Chamber match. Like
I
how
like that.
Survivor Series now, Survivor Series kept its name, but it has War Games as its gimmick match. They should change the pay-per-view name back to No Way Out and keep the
I like.
Elimination Chamber as its gimmick match.
I agree. I like that
Because
suggestion.
they did away with all the other gimmick match pay-per-views. Hell in
Yeah.
a
Well,
Cell,
mm,
TLC. The only two gimmick match pay-per-views left are Money in the Bank and Elimination
elimination.
Chamber.
So,
So you
well,
change the Chamber's name back to No Way Out or something, or
mm,
something, or Roadblock. Well, not maybe not Roadblock, but something that relates to you know something that has like a name that relates to getting a shot at WrestleMania.
I still prefer No Way Out. I like that because that was the
I
show.
mean, if you're locked in a chamber, you got no way out, so it fits.
I like that. So
And
I was
then they
bring.
get rid of Money in the Bank and make that a signature WrestleMania gimmick match again, like
Yes,
how it used to be.
yes. That's what I wanted to bring up. I wanted to bring that back to WrestleMania, and you could split both men and women's on both
Yeah,
one on
the women get one night and the men's match gets the other night. That makes a lot of sense.
because I mean
Because
Money
you
in the
know, at
Bank.
the rate at the rate they're going, they're going to eventually make Money in the Bank 2 nights, and we don't need that.
No, I don't think that's happening because, like I said, they tried to do the stadium event version and that didn't work out, and they still hadn't reached it. And yeah, Money in the Bank is going to New Orleans, but that doesn't mean that's going to be in the Superdome. But I'm thinking it
I
just
can't believe they're moving it to the end of August. So what are they going to do in June?
eh, they'll probably find something or have. That's a good
Maybe they'll
point.
bring back King of the Ring next year. That'd be cool.
Yeah. Uh,
Triple H does like tournaments.
yeah. But yeah, that's why I brought that whole thing up. It's like I would love to see Money in the Bank return to WrestleMania because that was one of the things you were like, who's going to be at Money in the Bank and who's Undertaker going to take on for the streak, and you don't have neither of them no more. So you're like, okay, so you're wondering what matches. Like I still prefer. I just wish they just get rid of the Money in the
Hey, it's
Bank
Jimmy Hart.
pay. Yeah, Jimmy Hart. You know, it's funny. I was listening to. Oh, he's there too. He doesn't age that much, dude. He looks great for his age. And then one half of the Bushwhackers because the other one's dead. Whacker Luke. But yeah, I think that's what they should do. Just get rid of that pay per view.
The gimmick match pay-per-views were cute for a little while, but it watered down the actual match type.
Oh shit! They're showing some matches for
Yeah,
World Clay.
3 p.m. Chad Gable versus Del Vikingo. Well, that would be a
Yeah,
good match.
yeah. You know, it'd be funny if they. Well, if El Grande shows up, dude, that would be awesome. If this competes in the sixth corner ring.
So
That's
that means Worlds Collide will be at 3 p.m. and it'll end around 5:45, 6 p.m. And then an hour later, you have Money in the Bank.
yeah.
Oh boy, that's gonna be a big Saturday in 2 weeks.
Oh, my phone's going off. I'll be right back. Give me a second.
1, 2, 3, 8, 13, 20, 22, 26, 29, 30, 33, 35.
What?
You said give you a second, so I was counting in my
Oh,
head.
oh. I was like, what is he counting about?
Well, I'm predicting the obvious that John Cena's going to win. But I would
Yeah,
like to see R-Truth win this match somehow, some way, even if it's by disqualification.
I'm hoping this whole our truth thing doesn't end tonight, but I
Yeah, because it seems
probably
like they're building it up. So what's the point of like ending it quickly?
well
At
the
least
problem.
get at least one pay-per-view match out of it, you know?
Well, I mean, I think the pay per view match should be for the big names, but I do have a name I would like to see. I think it's very unlikely, but I think it's more. There's a chance. I mean, you have where Joe Hendry showed up in the Royal Rumble, and then at WrestleMania, and he's been calling out John Cena. So honestly, I would prefer to
If
see
they let John Cena
Joe.
face Joe Hendry, hopefully they give him more than a fucking 3-minute squash match.
Oh God, yeah. Oh, that's some major heat right there. If Cena wants some major heat, that's the way you go. But the problem is TNA is pretty much WWE's bitch right now.
Yeah, but
They're
I mean, the WWE's got to give TNA some fucking some fairness too. They can't just freaking job out TNA whenever they want their guys at a WWE show.
yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying right now. I would have been okay. Like, say if one, like when Joe Hendry was going to go for the NXT belt, I was like, why not? But now they, or it would be awesome if, like, say for maybe Joe Hendry go for the NXT. They have the NXT belt versus the TNA champion, and they don't have to have uh the belt on forever, on the same person forever. But that would be awesome for both of them. I mean, it's working great for NXT, and TNA is benefiting from it. But anytime TNA, I mean, there is some good thing. TNA's they have wins on NXT, but it's usually like you have the Hardys defeating Fraxium, and then honestly,
Yeah,
Joe.
they'll give the wins to the TNA guys that used to be in WWE, like the Hardy Boys.
Or Joe Hendry will retain the belt, but I mean, I think there's a chance Trick Williams could win it, but because he's been showing up on TNA.
Yeah, he was actually on their pay-per-view last night. Trick Williams.
Oh, was he?
Yeah,
So I'm like, they're working together. They have a working relationship. Utilize it. Don't make it so predictable. Like,
don't make it so one-sided. You know, I'm sure like TNA gives the WWE guys a good fucking showing, even though they don't really need it
yeah.
because there's not nearly as many eyes on TNA. But let the TNA guys get some fucking growth when they're on the WWE show.
Well, they are getting growth, but I would like to see them get a little bit more win. I did not like how Joe Hendry showed
A
up.
lot of people were fine with that WrestleMania match, and Randy Orton handpicked Joe Hendry. Joe Hendry seemed to be happy with how it went down, but I mean, I fucking wasn't. That was bullshit.
No,
I
he's the
wanted to
king.
see more than a 3-minute squash on WrestleMania, especially when that WrestleMania was already not doing well as it is.
Yeah, it was 4 minutes, but the problem is he's the TNA World Champion.
Yeah, you had their world champion get jobbed out in the middle of night two of
Yeah,
WrestleMania. I mean, it was great for the exposure, but they
yeah.
could have fucking gave the guy, a little more to do.
Like like 10 minutes, maybe
He
15.
had like what was it, like a 10-second flurry of offense when he hit Orton with like two moves and that was it.
Yeah,
And
but honestly, it's about the
then
moment
Orton
because
fucking left him laid out at the end of the match too after he had the job out.
I mean, it was really about that moment. I mean, I didn't think there was a chance that there was rumors, but there was more rumors about other people. I I didn't really think they would put Joe Hendry at WrestleMania. It was more obvious that he was going to be at the Royal Rumble. I guarantee you, if that Royal Rumble reaction didn't happen, he wouldn't have been at WrestleMania.
I'm just gonna let you know right now, Casey. After the John Cena match, I gotta feed. I'm gonna feed my animals, so I'm gonna take a BRB.
Okay. All right.
So, well, I'm not leaving now. I said after the John Cena match.
What's this? How many ads is this now? 4 or 5?
I lost count already. Probably
Yeah,
5.
that's what I'm thinking. I think this is number 5 in about an hour. And how? Oh, looks like I just lost the rose. So, evolution. The rose will probably be right back. So, evolution. Oh, they officially announced it. They're not calling it Evolution 2, it's just Evolution. Hold on. Alright, the rose is back.
I picked up my phone to see what time it was, and I freaking tapped my screen by accident to refresh the page on me.
Well, they just announced Evolution 2 for July 13th on Sunday. So, Evolution is competing against All In.
Well, I think AEW is going to win that one. If they lose to an all women's pay per view, that is sad for AEW.
Well, the only reason if they would lose is because how cheap the pay per view for uh to watch on Peacock.
Yeah.
Obviously, All In is going to be the better show. I mean, not saying women can't have good matches. I don't like. I think today was okay, but I mean, Backlash was pretty good. Oh, here comes John Cena.
He's coming out before our Truth, no less, too.
Oh, that's a great point. You
He comes
figure
out wearing the belt backwards. What a fucking goons.
everything is black. It's got to be the super heel. I was shocked that they didn't try to do like the spinner belt again, like a new version of that, because
I'm
he
glad
says
they didn't. I mean, that would have drawn some heat because people said that spinner belt looked like a toy, and a lot of people didn't like it.
I can totally understand the spinning part, but I think the spinner belt, the design look actually looks good. But I totally understand why people hate the spinning part because it's such a gimmick.
Why does he bring that out when it's saying the last time is now, when it's not his last match?
Well, that's because it's the farewell tour. Even though this is not his last.
Oh, he's going to
Uh,
talk?
oh, I gotta mute myself. I gotta hear this. What he's gonna say. So we'll be right back. Unless he's just. Is he gonna say anything or he just. No, he just cut the music. the final time, maybe where they're going to be at, but it's not going to be the final time. Him being on Saturday night's main event, and he throws the belt at the referee. Damn it! I was hoping for him to
Wait, is
have
our
a.
truth coming out to Cena's music?
Is it?
Yeah, he is.
Oh my gosh, it is. That's funny. Ron Cena. His
Ron
shirt.
Cena. He
Ron
even
Cena.
got himself a fucking rag. What does it say? Oh, it's another one of Cena's ones. The last time is now.
But did you see instead of John Cena on the in the posing, it's our truth
Yeah.
instead? That's awesome. That's funny. I just thought it was a
He's even wearing
sticker.
the jorts. He's got the armbands. He's got the shirt, the hat.
That's funny. I thought it's just a sticker just said Ron Cena. And then I noticed he's doing a Cena pose on there. Or the salute. Federico says skipping CCP Cena match.
Gimmick infringement. Another pre-match assault.
Yeah. Oh, here's Dukas. What do you want, Dukas? Hey, good boy. Oh, he's ripping the shirt off of our truth.
He took the cloth away too and threw it out of the ring.
You know, was that even a full size cloth that Cena had, or is that almost looked like a rag, like a smaller version of it?
You know what would have been funny is if Lillian Garcia would have announced him as Ron Cena tonight.
Yeah, Ron Cena. It would have been funny if he came out like a bootleg version of the rag, or like if
The heck did he? What did he pick up?
I don't know. That's a good point. I think those are
Oh, they're
earrings.
R-Truth's earrings.
I thought maybe they're like part of his grill for a second, but no, it's his earrings. Did Cena slicked his hair back?
Looks like R-Truth is going to get squashed.
Yep. He's trying to hide the bald spot. You see that?
Eh,
you figure he's rich enough that maybe he would do something about the bald spot instead of just try to cover it up. Like he could get hair plugs or anything. Like he could have like the best drug that would help grow it. Or if he needed something right now, he could probably get like spray paint. Oh, here comes the
and now
FU.
R-Truth is doing the Cena's moves.
The shoulder tackle. The shoulder tackle. And he's going for the five knuckle shuffle. You know what that really means, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm shocked that they never changed that name for what that they know what it means. Our troop going for the win. You know what's sad is our troop, even though he's the former NWA heavyweight, actually he's a two-time
You know what?
NWA.
Speaking of TNA, actually, I think it was either earlier today or last night. They
Yeah,
uploaded that match where R-Truth won the TNA NWA World Heavyweight Championship.
yeah, he's a two-time NWA world champion. But this match, you figure It's crazy that this match goes longer than the match between Joe Hendry and Randy Orton when Joe Hendry's the TNA World Heavyweight
Oh,
Champion, you
there goes
know?
Cena grabbing his belt.
I hope they change that belt soon. I'm sick of this variant of the belt. I mean, I like how they did with the world belt. Obviously, they had to put a giant WWE logo in the middle of it. Did Cena have a heart? Did Cena just did he stop because he has a heart, or did they felt like he was just got caught? Watch, he's gonna go for the low blow. Yep, he low blows R-Truth and hits him the FU. One,
Oh boy.
two, and three. You see?
All of that build up for this match for that.
Yep. You knew this match. You knew there was no like there could have been a way that maybe R-Truth won by disqualification.
Not only that, they should have made a match out of it, man. Give our truth the reason to face Cena at a pay per view. You know, Money in the Bank. We don't need that gay ass 6-man match.
He lays him out with the belt. You know, R-Truth is pretty old. I think he's in his 50s now.
Is he? I don't think so.
Yeah. Let me look it up. I think he's definitely what they call him the ageless wonder. Let me bring it up real quick. Actually, I'll open the second window so uh, I don't lose that one. Our truth. Let's see. Born in 872. He's 53. Let me bring this one up. Let me look at that. He's 53 years old.
That's crazy, dude.
I mean, some people don't. Some people age great. Some people don't, and he aged good. So let's see. Let's go to Saturday night's main event. Uh,
All right, Casey, I'll be right back. I'm gonna feed my animals real quick before the cage match starts.
all right. I'll see you. See you in a few. So the Selena Vega and Chelsea Green match was only 5 minutes. That it felt longer than that. So we'll see how long the Cena match was. Right now they're showing the promo package of Drew McIntyre versus Damian Priest in the steel cage match. So I think it could go either way. I think honestly, Drew McIntyre should win, but I'd be happy either way. I think it depends who. Well, Drew won at WrestleMania. I don't think they fought at Backlash. Oh, here comes the steel cage, but um, they'll probably have a commercial in the second. The steel cage comes down and you have flames shooting all over the ring. That's, I mean, it's cool there, but honestly, like, if you ever feel those flames, you can actually feel those flames from far away. Where What's crazy, when I was at WrestleMania 29 and when Undertaker came out and all those flames, we're we're super close to the stage, but it was a cold night at WrestleMania 29. But when those flames came out, you felt that heat from the flames. So I cannot imagine being front row how hot that would feel. Like anytime I was at a show that shot flames, you could feel it. Like you could feel the heat from it. You wouldn't think you would, but you actually do. Obviously, we got another ad, like I said, commercial ad. I think the reason why we're having so much is because it is on NBC, and NBC gotta get that commercial money. But we're probably, let's take a look. Let me bring this back up. Let's see, refresh. John Cena match versus R-Truth was 4 minutes and 25 seconds. I thought that was longer than the. I'm sure it was about the same amount of time between Randy Orton and Joe Hendry, but
It felt longer, but I guess not, huh?
no. I mean, honestly, this one you can tell right here. That's from Bell to Bell.
Mm.
Oh, we got Eddie Enos. What happened to Cody? Well, Cody hadn't been around since WrestleMania. I mean, guess he's taking some time off.
I mean, he deserves it. He was champion for a year.
Yeah, I mean, plus, I mean, these people, like, yeah, they're not wrestling as much as that they used to back in the 80s, 90s, and even ever since the pandemic, the house shows was a thing of the past. I mean, is it like their money isn't really coming from the house shows? I mean, they'll get the what they make from the gate, and then that's obviously from merch. And I don't know how much money they probably made some, but it would, there still need a reasons for house shows. It'd be good for people who needs some time to for reps and people who needs to work. But having over 300 house shows, that's just insane for them to do so many.
Ribbit.
What? Ribbit? You that sounded weird for a second. That did not even sound like you. But what's funny is that I was hearing that TKO apparently they can't figure out percentages. So they said they took from 300 house shows down to 200, and they're saying we cut 75%. It's like that doesn't. That's obviously not correct. Oh, you got both world champions staring off each other.
Oh yeah, he's isn't he facing Jey Uso tonight?
No, you have Cena and Jay Uso right there. Jay Uso's taking on um Logan Paul.
That's what I said. Logan Paul's facing Jey Uso tonight.
Oh, I thought you said that's who he's facing tonight. But yeah, Logan Paul. Yes. I need to go back and listen what Cena's saying to Jay Uso right now. You know, he's probably talking some mad trash to him. Probably calling him a subpar champion, probably. Even though the WWE title means more, the world belt looks 100 times better. I wish we would. I mean, honestly, the world heavyweight title is a nod to the big gold belt. I wish they would at least give us a variant of a modern day version of the of Wing Eagle, the Tonka. He's still looking pretty good for his age.
Yes, sir.
That's cool. They're bringing back some legends. I forgot that Jesse Ventura is signed for these shows for this year. God, this is just before he officially retired because I don't. I didn't think he really wrestled in the WWF. I I knew that he had an injury that caused him to retire. That's why he became a commentator. The governor, the governor. I'm an idiot. I meant the governor. I wonder how long Tatanka was over there. There's the steel cage. You know what? I was remembering God. I think it was Slow Monster. I totally agree with him. Because this is Saturday night's main event. It shouldn't be the steel cage like this one. It should have been Big Blue.
Or the black version of it.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, I'm okay with this version, but because the retro, it should have been the Big Blue barred cage, like the one back in the early '80s. That would be freaking awesome. But I'm going with Drew McIntyre over Damian Priest.
I'm going Damian Priest.
Dang, anytime I say one thing, minus the John Cena match, uh, you've been going against mine, but we've been even right now. I took a chance on Chelsea Green. I That was my underdog pick, and I thought maybe if any title was going to change, would have been that one. You ever been to a show when they had those flame pyros going off?
I've been to two WWE, Monday Night Raws.
You ever feel those flame pyros before?
I felt the heat, yes, off from Kane's.
Yeah. Like you can't imagine. Like if you watch TV, you wouldn't even figure you can feel that heat. Obviously, unless you figure in if you're in the front row, but you can feel that heat from quite a while. Like I was telling when you're gone, when I was at WrestleMania 29, when Undertaker was coming out, and when it was a cold night that night, and we're at MetLife Stadium, and when he came out and the flames shot out, we weren't that close to it to the stage, but you could feel the heat of those flames. What's up, tour capture? Here comes Damian Priest. I still think they need to change the Judgment Day name because they're not even the same crew anymore when they first built it. What the hell is he wearing? That is so stupid. It's like a knockoff version of the when Undertaker came out. He had wings and some weird looking mask. They do call him, I guess, the bisexual Undertaker.
I'm just working on my stream thumbnail for tonight while we're waiting for the match to start.
What are you doing tonight?
I'm gonna do a while we're doing the rest of the show. I'm just gonna play Forza.
I got a feeling. Oh, Drew McIntyre attacks him. Hold on, he officially got into the ring, and then Drew McIntyre hit him right out of the cage. Does that mean Damian Priest just won?
The bell never rang. It's another pre-match assault for the third time tonight.
Yep.
And now he brought 2 chairs in the ring.
Yeah. I just thought, hey, both guys were in the ring, like they were inside the cage, and then they knocked them out. Shouldn't that mean that Damian Priest just won? Oh, you're at work too, capture. All right. Don't work too hard.
Earn that cheddar, Tour Catcher.
That's right. Slap against the chest. He gave himself a rock bottom. Damian Priest, Damian Priest gave him a self rock bottom.
Or the flatliner.
Oh, that was the flatliner. It looks weird because it's like, hey, let me do the rock bottom on myself.
Let's see, who's going to be the first one to get thrown into the cage?
Well, I think Damian Priest just got thrown in the cage. Oh, Drew McIntyre eye gouging. Hey, it's legal. Ooh, big boot to the face.
No DQ. Oh, there he goes. Priest into the cage.
Well, they have these platforms on the cage, so I'm wondering if they're going to be diving off the steel cage tonight. If you look on top of the cage, you see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, there was one corner had a platform, yeah.
Well,
and another commercial.
Well, I think they all have them, but earlier I only saw one, but I think they all have them, but now they're having more of those platforms because you got to have them have a steady footing when they dive off of it. It's kind of like how the Hell in the Cell, now they have pre-cut out holes in the side of the Hell in the Cell so you could use them to climb up the steel cage.
Oh, if John Cena wanted to be a real heel, he would have stopped doing ad reads for car commercials.
Yeah, true, but the money, he's gonna want to still make that money even though he's a heel. I got a lawyer promotion. Lawyer commercial. And now I got a tree care ad now. God dang it. I wish I still have a lingering cough from my bronchitis. And now, like, the last couple days I was having an allergies attack. So, the last couple days I've been really feeling like shit. Like usually when I get bronchitis, I would have the cough for a while, especially if I talk a lot.
You're still getting over that bronchitis? God damn.
Yeah. Well, I still got a cough lingering, and I still get a little crud. I think I got some Mucinex. I should try that. But a lot of times I'll have the lingering cough for a while. Oh, bam! Spotted Duke who's in my lap. He says, "Oh, look, a rat."
That's the ugliest
Yeah.
rat I ever saw.
Huh?
I said that's the ugliest rat I've ever saw.
Oh, no. He's not ugly. He's a cutie boy.
The weasel.
The weasel boy. He is not ugly. Look at him. He's the cutest boy in the world. Look at him. I tell you one thing. If I wanted to, I could probably take him to be on film. That's how cute he looks. He's a cutie boy.
You say so, Casey.
I'm telling you, I think he could make me a millionaire.
Oh,
Oh, we got text in the chat. Casey stays sick thanks to that Fosse. What does that say? Ouchie, he took. Oh. He's talking about when I took the shot twice. You got both guys on the top rope, and Damian Priest falls off. Looks like Drew McIntyre was going to do something, but drop kick from Damian Priest goes for this. Was it South of Heaven choke slam? 1, 2, and Drew McIntyre kicks out. What's up, Tex? How's it going, man?
What's up, Texas?
Texas. I wish you were here last week because it was mainly me and Devious Day, but also Tex. We were judging criminals of what crime they did. It was funny because you had to choose pictures or text. It was like saying this guy was arrested for an assault or something like that, and you had to choose what crime with which criminal. And sometimes there was a weapon, like they would say chicken nuggets was an assaulting weapon. Drew McIntyre, he did something off the top rope, and
It was
then
a
he did it.
superplex and a claymore.
Yeah, for me, here comes the Claymore. And it goes for the pin. 1, 2, oh, kick out. Oh, Tex went to the horror convention.
He went to the whore convention? How many whores did he get?
Horror convention.
How many titties did he get in his face?
Well, have you been to any convention before?
Casey, we've talked about this.
I don't remember everything. I know I've been to too many games, like a few times in Pennsylvania. Oh, now they're slugging each other in the middle of Looked like Damian Priest like kicked him in the balls for a second.
Damian Priest. Oh, and a splash in the corner. Oh,
Oh, he went
what's the
for a
fix the
claymore.
pin?
Why would you go for a pin right there? Like, yeah, he missed the claymore, but that didn't mean he hurt himself.
South of Heaven by Drew McIntyre.
Yep, he stole his finisher.
Just so you know, Casey, I decided to be nice to you. I paused my stream for 2 seconds so that we'd be in sync.
Oh. It's just crazy how off it would be. Like, it's streaming off the same platform. It's
Yeah,
not
but
like,
I'm on a wired connection. You're not. My
well,
connection's faster.
no, true, good point. I still think it's the ads that
What happened to
fuck
the
it
other
up.
chair? Didn't you throw 2 chairs in the ring?
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
I only saw one.
Maybe the second one didn't make it in. I mean, there's possible to slip it right back out. There's a slots in the corner of the cage, but why would they do that, you know? God, I wish they still had those blue bar cage. We went to Texas Frightmare Weekend today. It was cool. Got to meet Texas Fire cast and no, not Texas Fire, Terrifier cast and some others. I thought I was reading that from afar, so I got closer.
Oh, there's the other chair. It's in the corner of the ring.
Oh, was it? Oh, shoot. That looked like it could hurt. What, did he just claymore a chair?
Yeah, pretty much. And
All
now
chair.
Priest is taking his shots to the back.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna spike the ring with the chair. Oh man, I haven't seen anyone do that with a chair in a while.
Yeah. Well, it was protected. He saved it. Oh, go for the South of Heaven choke slam again.
He should have did it on the chair.
Great point. He should have. That was a missed opportunity.
And he's not going for the pin, so he's gonna blow this match now. Watch.
Yep. Oh, looks like Damian Priest has a black eye. Oh,
Is he gonna jump off the top of the cage? Nope, he's got the other chair. Did he go for a concerto?
yep, exactly. Concerto.
Oh, he got it.
I'm shocked they still do that. Obviously, they're doing it safely because I guarantee if he did it where it really hurt,
It would have been a bad move because it would have been a shot to the head.
yeah, exactly.
Oh, they have the stipulation where you can leave the cage to win for once?
Yeah.
No, step down, you win the match.
Win the
There you
match
go.
and go attack him more. And
So
then
far,
I
I only
did.
got one wrong.
I got 2 wrong now for that one. I mean, I'm okay with that. I figured it could go either way, but I thought maybe Drew McIntyre
Did
would.
you hear Jesse Ventura?
What?
He goes, how do you win a cage match by going through the door? What kind of BS is that?
See, here's what's weird. They just relocked the door.
Wait, it looked like he did hit him in the head.
Oh, they leave a spot wedge. They wedge it where it looks like it hit him in the head. But after the match happened, they had the door relocked it. I guess now the cages went up. But, like, why would you relock it just.
He walks out the door. Give me a break. Jesse Ventura is not happy that he didn't go over the top of the cage.
Hold on, why would you do that? Like, I would walk out through the door and, like, yeah, you always see people, mainly the face usually goes over the top. And, like, why you have to do that? Like, when the door is right there. Like,
Oh, because
no,
in Jesse's day when he was wrestling, they didn't use the door.
well, back then it was. I don't remember if it was. I know they changed it up. Like,
Did those old cages even have doors?
I don't know. I think it did, but I could be wrong. That's a good question.
Like, I know the 90s version of the Big Blue and the black cage had a door. But I don't
Yeah,
remember if the old one from the 80s did or not.
I
I mean,
don't
obviously,
know.
I wasn't even born for those cage matches, so I wouldn't even know.
I wasn't watching them live then, but I would have to go back and look. See, now when you see Worlds Collide, they don't even put NXT. Now it's just WWE and AAA logos on it. And you said TNA's been officially announced on it?
Yeah, I saw something on Twitter earlier that I think Joe Hendry's going to be on the show, and Nick Nemeth and his brother.
Oh, I know Nick Nemeth was former AAA Mega Champion. So, I mean, that makes sense.
Oh, look, it's the sex pill ad again.
I
That's the
got.
fourth time I'm seeing this one tonight.
I think this is T-Mobile I'm looking at right now.
I mean, what are these ads trying to tell me something? I don't look at fucking erectile dysfunction pills.
They're like,
I mean, I haven't gotten any in a while, but I ain't limp either.
he's like, he needs the dick pill for.
Nah, hell no. The day I need one of those is the day I'd just rather have it chopped off.
Well, I mean, like the phones, they listen to you because a lot of times, I guess when you're on
Yeah, but I've never
social.
said anything about the pills or anything to get the ads all the time. And it's the only ad I get on YouTube 90% of the time, too, is the hidden one. Oh, and on
And
Peacock, I'm getting Row. Whatever happened to just plain old Viagra? Now you got Hims, Row, Blue Chew. What the fuck?
well, you gotta have competitors. I mean, you gotta make Viagra cheaper by having competitors.
Fuck that.
But right now, I'm just having all types of different ads. For me, I think I saw the dick pill once, probably, but I'm having normal commercials right now. But I'm thinking we're getting way more commercials than you would watch, than watch Raw on USA. This is like insane. Like inside 2 hours, we're having so many commercials. I mean, the show wasn't bad, but was it great? No. I I think they could have cut out one of the matches and made the matches a little longer. I mean, you have 5 matches. Actually, talk about that. Let's take a look. Let's update the Wikipedia. The steel cage match was over 12 minutes. So, you got 2 matches that are over 10 minutes, and you got 2 that one is just over 5 and one under 5. Mm, gosh. Well, yeah, eventually, yeah, we'll bring out. I'll probably put out the link again to the chat, see if. But we'll talk about how the whole WrestleMania 42 situation and how New Orleans is getting instead of WrestleMania is getting Money in the Bank. That money from Honda, Barry Windham, U.S. Express. That's cool. Now you have Jesse all walk all the way to the front of the arena to go to that podium. Yeah, that's the one thing I wish I enjoy doing these with you, but sometimes I would like to hear what they're really saying. Like I can barely hear what Jesse's saying at all. He's I
I swear to God, if Logan Paul wins tonight, I'm going to be very upset.
I seriously doubt he is, but uh if you want to shock people, I mean that would shock people. I don't see it happening. Especially let's say I think they're heading to Saudi very soon. So like we know that God Crown Jewel is in Australia this year, even though that's supposed to be a Saudi thing because they had that stupid belts in a vault in Saudi. But they'll have the fucking match, the show in Australia. But I don't see it happening. The reason, I just don't see it having. I mean, you could have two heels champions. It has happened before. But WWE likes to have one heel and one face champion or two face champions.
Well, Cena teased it before when he was talking to Jay. He said,
Yeah.
wouldn't it be something if when I leave WWE and I take this belt with me, if Logan Paul is the world champion, if a
Oh.
YouTuber, if a YouTuber is the world champion, he goes, I think that would ruin wrestling.
uh, let me ask you, which one would be worse? Jay, that Logan Paul winning the world title, uh, God, what's his fucking name? Who won the WCW belt?
David Arquette.
Yeah, David Arquette. Which one do you think would have been worse?
I think a YouTuber, honestly. At least
I
David
no,
Arquette was a movie star who starred
yeah,
in a
but
wrestling movie.
yeah, but I mean, yeah, David Arquette is now doing wrestling more nowadays. But I mean, back then he was just a fan. But
But he starred in a wrestling movie. He starred in Ready to Rumble, and then they made him the WCW champion for a little bit.
yeah, but I mean, at least with Logan Paul, I mean, yeah, he's
Logan
a.
Paul is a fucking loser. He has no business winning the world title.
I think that's the chances why they would do that, though. I mean, look the hatred you have against it. I mean, that would create some heat. What's up, AJ? What's up, dude? How's it going, man? You know, what sucks is that I was doing my Friday night gaming last night, and I had my interruption. Like, I wanted a long stream, but it kept on interrupting. I had three parts, and all three parts got copyrighted
For
last night
what?
for different parts of gameplay.
But what were you playing that got copyrighted?
Well, the one that gave me the most copyrights was the AVGN game on Switch.
Really?
Yeah, that gave me like 4 copyrights.
I wonder
Like,
why.
well, I mean, you have one of them was the AVGN music, but and then you had the game music from the game, the copyright apparently. I'm like, stupid. Like what? Like you knew people were going to stream that game. Why would they do that? Plus, it makes him look bad too. You know,
It
like
probably wasn't up to him though. I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's weird. I'm not blaming James Rolfe for it, but probably the people who uh he works with. You
I'm
know.
getting Wi-Fi commercials for Wi-Fi I already have. Are you believing this shit? No, it
There-
did remind me I have to pay my bill.
oh, that's one reason I can't afford tomorrow to watch TNA. I had to pay my cell phone bill tomorrow. So that's why. Plus, I ordered DoorDash earlier today. That cost me a few bucks right there, too. So I didn't want to go anywhere. I was having a lazy day because I have 3 days off this week. So I wanted today to be my lazy day and then do stuff I need to do the next 2 days. But I'm starting to thinking not to play as much Switch games because I'm getting more copyrights through Switch games than anything now.
Jesus
Like,
fucking Christ, Xfinity, your website is so slow.
what's that? That's the one thing that sucks with modern game. They have more of these, like, with cartridge games, you don't get much copyrights, but it's like when the CD era came in, yeah, they're using, some of them are using licensed game music, but it sucks because that's one, and then I'm playing a bunch of games through the Nintendo Switch, and I was getting hit by a bunch of copyrights, and I think one of them came off. I was doing Flight Simulator, and the intro music gave me copyright. And I try to remember what other one got me. Here comes Logan Paul. He has a vest that has built-in abs. Isn't that stupid? It's like I can understand if you have a nice body, but why you would had to have a vest with built-in abs in it? Like if you want to show off abs, at least have a skin tight shirt to show your abs. Like he better have some abs like that. Then I'll call him a liar. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. He has abs, but it's so stupid to have an ab built-in vest. That is so stupid. You know, it's funny. Someone took Photoshopped the world belt and they colored in where the black area was blue on the globe on the world belt. I'm like, I'm shocked they didn't do that after they did that for the Intercontinental belt. Because that Intercontinental title needed fixing because it didn't look good until they fixed it with coloring in the globe. Oh, chop. Punch to the jaw of Logan Paul a couple times. He whipped Jey Uso in the corner and then flipped over Logan Paul. Logan Paul kicked him, and now he's on middle rope and did a neck breaker. You there, Rose? Rose must be gone. No, Jey Uso. Oh, Logan Paul went over the top rope splash.
Hello.
I hear you now.
Of course, because it's a fucking commercial.
Yeah, in our commercial.
This is another one. This is like the 5th time I've seen this Xfinity Wi-Fi commercial tonight. You're advertising me something I already have. What's the point?
This has got to be like 8 commercials now.
I mean, I get it. Xfinity, well, Xfinity doesn't even own Peacock. I mean, I guess they do because it's NBC, and NBC is owned by Comcast.
I don't even have that. I'm having more local ads on my end. Like I got.
Now I have another John Cena fucking Honda ad.
Like I said, I'm getting more local ads where it says alert, plum, air, and heat in the air. Yeah, I'm getting a bunch of local ads on my end. Oh, ice cream. Oh.
Ice cream sounds good.
Mm-hmm. Sprint. I know you never had Brahms ice cream. Brahms is a tri-state ice cream chain that does sell like hamburgers and stuff like that. But
Tri-state where? New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania?
no, Oklahoma, probably Texas, Missouri, and something like that. But it's mainly in Oklahoma. But the Brahms ice cream, oh my God, their hot fudge sundae is like to die for. I used to when I would
I'm seeing the same ads over and over again. It's the sex pill ad, the Xfinity Wi-Fi ad, and the Target ad.
Maybe they're trying to tell you something. Like get better internet.
I have the best internet they offer.
Get dick pills.
I don't need those.
And
I do sometimes shop at Target.
Yeah, I've been getting some of the same ads. For some reason, we have Cinta, the group that supply safety stuff like well, not only that, they supply also uniforms, but I think they also do like medical equipment or first aid stuff. Jey Uso.
We never mentioned our picks for this match, but I'm going Jay.
Oh yeah, my bad. I choose Jay as well. You pretty much beat me this tonight, anyways. But yeah, I choose Jey Uso as well.
Okay, Casey, you can go 3-2. I can go 4-1, or I can go 3-2, and you can go 1-3, or 1-4.
Oh, He's going for a pin right there.
Oh no, we could both go 2 and 3. That's what I meant.
I had to go back and look at the Wikipedia. Let's see. I got that one right. That wrong.
You got the first
That
one right, and then I got the rest of them right.
I'm 2 and 2 right now, actually.
Yeah. So if I get this one wrong, I can go 3 and 2. You can go 2 and 3.
Yeah. You know, Logan Paul watches AEW because he straight up stole Heyman Page finisher.
Yeah. The buckshot lariat.
Yeah. And they make sure they don't say that for sure.
Yeah, they call it a springboard clothesline.
Well, pretty much that's what it is. Uh, I wish I was watching Double or Nothing. If I have the money, sure. But I'll probably be watching.
I'm gonna arc me idiot like I always do.
Yeah,
Did he just rip the turnbuckle pad off the apron? Yeah, he
yeah,
did.
yeah. In the middle one, he.
I said off the apron. I meant off the turnbuckle.
No, I know what you meant. That, probably what's gonna happen because Jey Uso does the spear, so he's gonna probably
Here comes the
spear.
buckshot.
Yep.
He called it a snapshot lariat.
Oh, what is that? A super kick? 1, 2. You probably tell Logan. I wonder if they even. I'm sure probably. I know Michael Cole watches a little bit of other wrestling, but you figure like, hey, don't do that move. That's someone else's move, or like that's his finisher and it's known for that. Oh, Rams and Ryan
I'm sure the WWE wrestlers secretly watch AEW.
Oh, I'm sure they do too.
Maybe not all of them, but I'm
One,
sure a good
two.
amount of them do.
Oh, I agree. Jey Uso just ran into that exposed turnbuckle with the referee looking. Wouldn't that be like in the match?
It's not a disqualification because it's part of the ring.
Isn't it though? I thought that was a disqualification.
No, as much as it probably should be, it's not. Splash! Uso splash.
Oh yeah.
John Cena just screwed Jimmy Uso. Don't tell me Logan Paul's gonna win the title. Don't fucking tell me this shit.
Oh, we got the sign again. It says we are awful people in the sign again, in the crowd again. We are awful people.
All right, where's Jimmy? All right, here's Cody.
Yep, here comes Cody Rhodes.
Cody's not having this shit.
Nope. You figure when Cena showed up, shouldn't Cody just came out and stopped that from beginning and let him attack them? Crossroads on Cena.
Spear. Oh, he's got the knucks. Jay, don't go up.
It looks like
Uso splash again. Thank God.
1, 2.
Oh, now he's going to
3.
talk.
See what Cody's going to say.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm gonna mute too so I can hear what he says.
Yeah, I will mute when he starts talking.
So I guess the rumor for Money in the Bank is true. It's going to be John Cena, Logan Paul, and Travis Scott
Oh
versus
God.
Jimmy Uso, Jay Uso, R Truth, and what's his name? Cody Rhodes.
Yeah. Yep.
Wow, that went off the air quick.
Oh yeah, they got.
Announced the match for Money in the Bank, and it just went black right off air.
Well, they got to because the NBC. Yeah, have.
They literally went to the last possible second with that show.
Yeah, exactly. They sure did, didn't they? Hold on. Give
So
me
yeah,
2 seconds.
literally Cody just made it official what I just said.
Yep.
Travis Scott, which nobody wants to see in this match. Travis Scott, John Cena, and Logan Paul versus Jey Uso, Cody Rhodes, and R Truth.
So, what are you thinking about the show? It was okay.
It was all right. I mean, it was main event. I mean, we know they're not like blockbuster events. It's just like an extra, 2 hour like SmackDown or Raw or some shit.
I think it
Oh,
was actually a little bit better than the previous one.
I don't really remember the previous one. It was definitely better than the first one, that's for sure.
Yeah. So I don't know, a 6.
Yeah, I'll go with that. That's fair.
Yeah, 6 out of 10. I mean,
That would have been a quick 4 out of 10 if Logan Paul would have won that match, though.
I don't know. I'd be intrigued to see what would happen. It looked like it was heading that direction, wasn't it? Like it looked like he was gonna win. I was like, and he had the knucks. I thought he was gonna hit him as he was gonna do splash,
Yeah,
but he didn't do that. But they probably got the cue say, hey, we need to wrap this shit up. We're about to go off.
yeah. So, we doing a double header in 2 weeks then, or no?
I'm down for that.
Oh boy, it's gonna be a long day of wrestling. I better have a lot of pizza.
That's not a bad idea. Having pizza that night. I'm down for that because I mean it'd be interesting. Obviously, I'm not going to know everyone from AAA and all those special moves. So, but it should be a good show. I'm interested. And
Yeah,
then
it's the first WWE crossover show that I can remember, anyways.
yeah, and what else show is it? Money in the Bank after that?
Yeah, literally
Oh.
like an hour or a little over an hour after Worlds Collide ends, we're gonna have Money in the Bank.
So now this is all over. We can talk about the
Well, before
WrestleMania.
we talk about that, you try to get a couple more people on this show. I gotta take a shit.
Okay. Well, let me throw this into the chat. See if we want people to come in. Uh, I like to always say I'm opening the call to you guys. If you guys say something stupid like bad, where I have to kick you out, I have to kick you out for said something stupid. So be mindful if you join the call. But like I wanted to try to get Kratos on here. I hadn't heard. He probably didn't know there was a show. I mean, I sent it to him earlier today. Let me take a look. I'm gonna go to X and see if uh he got my message. Oh, oh God. Yeah, I sent the message out. Yeah, he saw it. Or maybe his girlfriend saw it. I don't know. But I sent the link out, so God dang. Sorry, guys. Like I said, I'm still battling this cough, so I'm trying to not cough so much. That's why if you hear chewing and rustling, because I'm taking cough drops. And my dog had just sneezed. Are you getting cold too? Did I get you sick? She just sneezed. But if not, I think we still could have a good talk between me and the Rose. But it would definitely, I definitely wanted to talk to Rose and a few other people about this. I mean, AJ, I would like to get AJ's comment, but I know he's probably working, and I wouldn't mind getting Kratos and Steve Callan, but uh, they're guess they're not available. But that's okay. That's no big deal. But yeah, I thought tonight's show was okay. I mean, it was good for a 2 hour show. Like I said, I would thought it'd be interesting if Logan Paul would have won the world belt. It would be interesting what they're going to do. But now, Jay Uso will go against Gunther for the world heavyweight title. I think in a couple weeks. You figure he would want it the next day. The next Monday. Why wait for a couple weeks? Unless if it's not going to be on Money in the Bank. Honestly, Gunther going against Jey Uso again, I think, unless Gunther wins the world belt back, Gunther cannot afford another loss to Jey Uso right now. It would just hurt his credibility. What are you doing over there? Come here. Come here. Were you trying to look for food? There's no food over there. Oh, gosh. I hate having a nasty ass cold. So let me see if I can find some about WrestleMania 42 on here. Let's see what new. Let's go Google instead of fucking Yahoo. WrestleMania 42 news. Here we go. Let me bring this up now. It's no longer set for New Orleans. Let's see what this one says. Bleacher Report. Reading between the lines of rumors. Is reported to be in Vegas again. Yeah, I guess Bleacher Report think it's probably going to be in Las Vegas again. That's what they think. That's what they're pretty much saying from Bleacher Report, the rumors. Reading between the lines, rumored WrestleMania 42 location swapped to Las Vegas. And you know how it makes a lot of sense. I was listening to JD from New York, and it makes a lot of sense where they were saying that, I mean, it's actually very, Las Vegas is very good for WWE and WrestleMania because you can have your night after WrestleMania at Monday Night Raw there. You can have places where you can have your Hall of Fame, WWE World, and a bunch of other events. And I believe he said also there's a ton of hotels I'm like, that makes sense. Yeah, it's Las Vegas. They got hotels everywhere. So that makes sense. So Tour Capture says Saudi, if it's Vegas again. Well, I can see, and then there's the rumors of they want to make Las Vegas the regular home of WrestleMania, and not saying that like every year is going to be there, like maybe every few years they'll bring it back, but it makes a lot of sense if you really think about it, because one, I think flights to Las Vegas is actually cheaper than most anything. A lot of people goes to Las Vegas, and during that time frame, I mean, the weather would be not bad for it anyways. I mean, you go to up to the Jersey, New York, and Pennsylvania era during that time frame, the weather's going to be bad. So, I mean, Las Vegas makes a lot more sense. It just, but Saudi, I really thought that was it. I was talking to, I think, Mr. Pico, when he brought this up about the whole thing, and when I started hearing rumors about it, when the story broke, he's like, he thought he was hearing the rumors about London, and I thought either one or two places. I thought maybe Indianapolis, because we know they have that deal with Indianapolis, and the Saudi deal. Like, Saudi wants a WrestleMania, but both Sam Roberts and JD brings up a great point. The Royal Rumble for next year is in Saudi Arabia, but there's the thing is, they did not announce what day is WrestleMania is the Royal Rumble. So if the Saudi thing is, I think they'll probably, if anything, I don't think they'll get both the Royal Rumble and WrestleMania. I think that they'll upgrade theirs to WrestleMania, because there's still rumors of the Royal Rumble being a 2 nights. We didn't even get that yet announced or confirmed for Saudi Arabia. And honestly, yeah, we got SummerSlam getting the 2 nights treatment right now. But the next one should get it, should be the Royal Rumble. And after that, I don't really think any other pay-per-view should get the 2 night treatment. Definitely not Survivor Series. I mean, if you could not put the event in a stadium, I don't think it deserves a 2 nights show. That's what I think. That's why I don't think Money in the Bank will become a 2 night thing, because they can't even put it in the stadium. They tried, like I said earlier, when Cody tried to promote, or they had WWE had Cody promote Money in the Bank in a stadium. And I'm like, oh, they're trying to push it as a big event now. And then it was downgraded down to arena. So, and we still hadn't got that stadium version of Money in the Bank. So I don't see that happening. So I think the only other one's got to be the Royal Rumble. And then after that, I think that's it. Tour Capture saying, what about Survivor Series? It used to be a great event. Yeah, it used to be a great event. I mean, yes, Survivor Series with the War Games is a great thing. It extended the life of Survivor Series. Because I remember just before the 2010s, Vince McMahon wanted to kill off the Survivor Series pay-per-view until a bunch of people wanted to keep it, because on the pay-per-view list they had it taken off, and I think it was '09. It was off the list, and it was re-added later on, and it became too much of the same shit over and over and over, where they were having Raw versus SmackDown people. At least War Games was given the Survivor Series the shot in the arm it needed. So, but no, Survivor Series will not get the 2 nights event. Like I said,
Right now, it's not. No, thankfully.
no, I really think if anything can't get a stadium show, doesn't deserve a 2-night event. That's why SummerSlam is getting it, and I think that's why the Royal Rumble is going to get it eventually.
Royal Rumble's getting it next year. That was announced already.
Well, it's not getting a 2-night event. We don't know if that's true yet. They still hadn't announced the dates for it, or a day, or dates.
It's not. It was already announced.
We already looked at that before for the Royal Rumble. I'll look it up again because I'm pretty sure that is not true. Because we looked that up and they didn't announce it because they said it was going to be in Saudi Arabia. They probably said what month it was going to be, but they certainly didn't say what date. And they certainly didn't say it was going to be a 2-night event. I mean, if anything's going to be after SummerSlam to be a 2-night event, it should be the Royal Rumble. So, let me bring this up. I shared this one. This is the Royal Rumble
WWE.com says January 2026 in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, but if you go to Wikipedia, it says just January 2026.
Literally what I just said.
Yeah, but it didn't have the exact day or days. It didn't say it's going to be a 2-night event.
They pretty much announced it to me, but yeah, they didn't announce that yet. But they pretty much announced it. They pretty much said maybe next year it won't be because it'll be in Saudi Arabia, but the year after that it probably will be.
I think they should start it with this year coming up, because we're having 2-night SummerSlam this year. I mean, why not 2 nights Royal Rumble?
Because it's going to be in Saudi Arabia, and they probably don't want to. They probably don't want to hold. They probably don't want to hold the third biggest event in Saudi Arabia for 2 nights.
Well, WWE's all about money. I mean, that's why this whole thing with the WrestleMania 42 thing has happened. Like, this is all about money.
They said that some top TKO executives live in Las Vegas.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Did you hear about they're thinking about making it more of a home for WrestleMania in Las Vegas? Like, it could be like they're more often. Like,
Vegas will host WrestleMania when they don't have any other big event. Because Vegas wants to have one major event every year.
Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. Like I said earlier, like, I think it was JD or one of the podcasters I listened to made great points where, I mean, it's a great destination for not only WWE and for the people who tour it. Oh, we got Kratos here.
Yo, I'm sorry for joining so late. I did not watch Saturday night's main event, I was literally like neck deep in Destiny 2.
Well, you didn't really miss anything at all. I
Oh,
mean, like there was a close call of Logan Paul going to win the world belt, but he didn't. But
I just heard about that from my buddy who's watching highlights right now.
we want to talk about the whole WrestleMania 42 situation
Oh,
where.
man.
So
Greed is a powerful drug. That's all I'll say.
You know
I
what they
just
say? Money talks, bullshit walks.
I mean
Yep.
honestly, I mean they talked to New Orleans about changing it up. They having a future WrestleMania at a later date.
At a
But
later year too. On top of
yeah, yeah, they're gonna have Money in the Bank at New Orleans next year.
it. Yep.
And it's going to be the end of August.
Uh-huh. Fun fact: it's the day before my late grandmother's birthday next year.
Huh.
So I'm curious, what are they going to do in June next year now that they moved the Money in the Bank to the end of August?
I mean, it's in July this year. It was in July last year. It's in June this year. Can they get us? I'm with JD. Can they get a set schedule for this dang pay-per-view?
I'm okay with that. I mean, but actually, me and the Rose were talking about this, and I think the Rose saw where I was going with it
Mm-hmm.
because I made it like, why do we need a Money in the Bank pay per view? They, like I said earlier, they tried to put it in the stadium and they couldn't do that. And to me, there's no, if you can't have a stadium event for the show, then it doesn't earn a 2 night event, if you ask me. So I feel it'd be way better if they just take Money in the Bank and move it back to WrestleMania, and you could have the men and women's Money in the Bank
One
match
for each
on,
night. Yeah.
yeah, for each night, and it would make it. It would give a bunch of people who probably wouldn't have a match, or if they didn't have a story going on, it would at least give them something to do at WrestleMania.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And who says
Get
it
the
has?
obligatory ladder match out of the way as well that they always do at every
Yeah.
Mania.
And who's? Oh, I'll be right back.
Oh, someone's trying to break into Casey's house. So,
Probably
Curtis,
J-Man.
Casey and I, we're thinking of doing a double header in 2 weeks for WWE Worlds Collide and then Money in the Bank the same night.
Yeah, I think it'd be a good night.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my security system heard a noise.
Ah.
But I would like to see Money in the Bank at WrestleMania. But yeah, I would definitely be down to do the 2 nights show on in a couple weeks. I think that'd be a
What?
fun night.
Worlds Collide?
Yeah, Worlds Collide, and then you have Money in the Bank. That'd be a long show.
That'll be a long day. I'm probably going to want to kill myself by the end of it.
I mean, I know one of the I actually saw a match with one of the wrestlers in that 6-man tag with Legado.
Mm-hmm.
Psycho Clown actually fought Mike Santana at House of Glory just a year ago.
I was thinking we had to at least tell the people, like, hey, we're gonna do a double header.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta give us some room for, like, one, obviously go use the restroom. Two, like, both me and the Rose have pets, so we have to take care of them. And three,
I got 5 dogs myself. What's your?
oh, I didn't know. Well, I
I
didn't
got
know.
5 dogs, three
God damn,
three
5
puppy
dogs? That's
chihuahuas,
fucking crazy.
3 puppy chihuahuas, a black lab, and a Chihuahua Pomeranian mix.
Damn.
And that's the oldest.
Well, I didn't know you had any
He's
dogs.
on
You
the
never,
verge of death at this point because I've had him since '09.
unless they're outside dogs, you never say, "Hey, I gotta let my dog go outside" or something. So
They
I,
sleep and eat inside. They're more house dogs that use the restroom outside.
oh, but I'm just saying, like, I was just telling people we would have to have breaks for that, and then obviously
Are you planning on staying live the whole time from the start of the first show to the end of the second one?
we probably would have to take a break. I don't know.
Okay,
That's
screw
a
you,
good.
Bam. 1 dog and 4 rats. Screw you.
I don't know. That's a good question because I wouldn't mind going through the whole thing, but I mean, we got to eat and have drinks and you use the
Mhm.
little boys' room and but I don't know. We got at least we had to tell people we're gonna have to at least eat and use the restrooms and take care of our pets at random times. You know,
Mhm.
that's the one thing I hate eating anything. I don't mind drinking something on stream, but I don't even like having dealing with a cough drop. But
Dude, I had a meatball sub at the start of the stream tonight. You didn't even hear me eating, did you?
no, but you're not. You're also not on camera though, too. But
Well, I couldn't. Well, I can't be now because I don't have room on my desk for my freaking webcam anymore.
on before we move on, are you shirtless?
No.
Oh, I'm just curious. I just gotta make sure if you was wearing a shirt or not.
Jesus
Oh, and
Christ.
did you ever do a show with no pants on?
Dude, why are you asking this question?
I'm just curious. People do that. I mean, I don't. I'm
If
just
I do,
curious.
I have shorts on underneath.
Oh, I mean that it was
Actual
more
shorts.
toward. I was that was more towards the rose, but I mean that was could be towards you too. You
I
know.
got well, right now my air conditioning system isn't working. It's getting replaced on Tuesday morning.
Mm,
Damn.
And so right now I have a portable air conditioner, one of those that has an exhaust hose that you attach to a window kit so that it blows the hot air out the window.
Hmm.
And that freaking portable air conditioner makes my bedroom go from like 87 degrees down to 63 degrees in like 10 minutes.
I got Nanya says cringe. Eh, hey, the WWE show is done. We're just enjoying just hanging out, and we're going to talk a little bit more about the WrestleMania 42 and what we're predicting where it might go. Even though
Mhm.
there's the that's fine. No biggie. I don't.
I'm starting up my stream while we finish up this here show.
I mean,
But
personally, if it's gonna be in Vegas for a couple years, they better put on some banger shows for both nights.
The crowd
well,
was ass this year.
Hmm?
well. I mean the first night one sucked, asshole. Until the main event. Let's be
Until
Well,
the main
honest.
event, yeah.
neither night was very good, to be quite honest with you.
No, I
Night
thought
two was
night.
better than night one,
Main
but
the
neither night
main
was great.
show was better. The rest of the card was better than the main event of night two.
Exactly. It
The
was the
main
exact.
event of night two was a major letdown.
It was the exact opposite of each night. The
Mhm.
card for night one sucked until the main event, while night two the card was good or to great to the main event. So
Did
it
y'all
was that.
hear about the planned SummerSlam match?
No,
John Cena, Logan Paul, and Travis Scott.
no,
I thought
no.
that was for Money in the Bank.
Yeah,
I,
that's for
I heard
money.
SummerSlam. I heard
No, that's
SummerSlam.
for no, that's for Money in the Bank. They just announced it.
Oh, son of a bitch! Against the
Yeah,
Usos and
they made it
Cody.
official at the end of the show tonight, and then they immediately signed off.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch! I heard that was for SummerSlam. Whatever.
I'd rather have it happen at Money in Bank than SummerSlam. SummerSlam better be better than that. But
I mean, this is the same. These are the same people, minus one person who almost had Justin Bieber in a match at SummerSlam.
well, I want to bring up how what we're. I mean, obviously, the biggest rumors where it's gonna be is Las Vegas, and I think that's probably the number one place where it could be. I think the second one place where we know they have a future deal with Indianapolis.
Mm-hmm.
So I if and then there's the rumors of bringing it to London. I mean,
It better
there.
come to London at least once. Them fans
I
been
mean,
dying for an event like that.
they do send a bunch of the pay per views over to uh, different countries. I mean, shit, the Royal Rumble is in Saudi Arabia next year. It's literally says Riyadh and for the Royal Rumble. So, um,
Yep.
what I was thinking before, I remember watching JD from New York and Sam Roberts brought up. I totally forgot that Royal Rumble was announced for that. So I was like, oh, it's probably going to Saudi because they're gonna ask for. They're willing to give millions and millions and millions of dollars. I mean, they offer $50 million per show allegedly. That's what's rumored.
They got 5 million from Vegas for both nights just this year for site fees.
Yeah, so like think about it. Saudi does so much money for that. So, but I brought up like one, we know Saudi's having the Royal Rumble, but there's not official date. They just have the month and the year.
Mm-hmm.
That could even change. I mean, it could move. They could upgrade to WrestleMania, but I'm sure they'll probably keep the Royal Rumble, and I'll bet money that's going to be a 2-night event now in Saudi Arabia. And like I know the Road says he doesn't want to see it, but I think they would get a ton more money. They probably won't get 50 million for both shows. Probably 75 million for both.
Did y'all? I don't know if I brought this up. Did y'all hear about this rumor about like Logan Paul versus Mr. Beast in Mania? Did I talk about this before?
No, and I
No.
don't want to see that either.
Yeah, no, please no.
That was a rumored Mania main event.
Unless they're
I'm
boxing,
not
then that.
joking.
Unless they're boxing, that's one
This
thing.
was a wrestling main event for Mania.
I'm just saying I wouldn't want to watch that, but if they're boxing, then that's a different thing. But no, that would just be stupid.
Boxing or not, it's still trash. Still a trash idea.
I don't know. I mean, they're both big names. Obviously, Mr. Beast is the biggest YouTuber on the planet.
It'd be a wrestling match between two of the biggest YouTuber and the biggest controversial figure of YouTube.
Yeah, but
The richest name versus the one with the most lawsuits.
I was wondering what you guys thought about uh where you think WrestleMania is going to be, and what do you
Well, it's
think?
gonna be like if they're gonna do it like this, it ain't coming to St. Louis. That's for damn sure. We're too damn poor as it is, and we just had a tornado near downtown to begin with,
Oh
just a few
yeah,
weeks ago. Now you also have to remember, Money in the Bank being in August of next year is a problem for that area.
What in New? Are you talking about in New Orleans?
Yeah, hurricane season.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah,
if they get a storm off the Gulf of Mexico.
yeah,
Hurricane
but
season.
I mean, how? I mean, yeah, it is hurricane season, but what's the chances that was going to be during that show? You know?
Never know.
You
Oh
never
yeah,
know.
never know, but yeah. Then why promote anything?
They could
And
have a freaks. They almost had a storm during Mania in Tampa, right? Like overcast rain that they had to delay the show.
That was that was WrestleMania
37
37.
yeah, where Samoa Joe
was
looking
wearing a
sad in
damn
the front.
poncho.
Yeah. Well, it was eventually going to happen when you have an outdoor stadium for WrestleMania. It was I mean,
Hmm.
even for WrestleMania, it kind of back to WrestleMania 29 when it was in Jersey. It actually sprinkled that during the show, but I don't even think they mentioned that, but it did. It didn't
I
like
don't think they
full
did.
fledged rain, but it sprinkled.
You know, I heard that one match got cut from that card.
Yeah.
And then because decided to give Rock and Cena 2 allegedly wanted to go they wanted it to go allegedly 45 minutes and it only went
Uh,
20 to 25 because fucking Dwayne pulled a Kevin Nash and
honestly,
tore his ACL.
the match they promoted to do, yeah, I'd rather seen Cena versus The Rock over that, anyways.
I mean the it was a mixed tag match. Tons of
Yeah,
Funk versus Rhodes Scholars and Bella and a returning Bella twins.
yeah, fuck that shit. I'm sorry. Fuck that shit. I'd rather take more time for Cena and The Rock than that, even though it was okay match. I think it gets a.
It was still based on a lie because we thought everyone thought once in a lifetime Rock and Cena Mania 28, only for them to do it the following year with a title on the line this time.
Oh, come on. It was like, yeah, it was
Even
a
though Rock
lie,
had a
yeah.
3 year deal for Mania, it's still I heard firsthand from two guys who actually were there as well. They left the venue as soon as that match was coming on. As soon as
Hmm.
those two made their entrances, they were on their way out.
Well, I know when I was in WrestleMania for 38 in Dallas, uh,
Mm.
once both shows literally ended, we were both me and Melissa, we were already walking, like at the very end, like midway through the match, because we knew the show was about to end, and we wanted to get out of there as soon as possible so we can get out of the parking lot as soon. First night we got out pretty good. Second night
Yep.
not as good. It
Uh,
was it was took a little bit more time, but
yeah.
I didn't regret leaving a little early just to get out of there. Like I seen everything, but like I was on the move to get out of there.
Yeah.
But I
Give me
people
one second.
like I like to bring up how I was listening to Best Open about the whole WrestleMania 42 deal, and Bully Ray brings up a good point. The only people should be upset about it moving from New Orleans is obviously number one is the people who already paid for hotel stays and their flights for New Orleans. Those people have every right to be mad because you can get refunds from hotels, but unless you got your tickets insured from airplanes, a lot of times those are non refundable. You can probably have them exchange for another flight, but those people, number one, deserves to be mad, and two, the people in New Orleans uh, losing a WrestleMania. But what I heard, the people from WrestleCon who follows WrestleMania every year to make money, I heard they already signed a contract where they're going to have their show at or the convention at, and that pretty much fucks WrestleCon because now they're stuck in New Orleans when WrestleMania is going to be at another state or maybe in a different country at all. So
No, it's going to be in Vegas next year.
I think that's most likely the biggest, no, the most likely it's going to happen. No press conference? Mike said, yeah, apparently there was no press conference because I didn't change anything from, unless it's on YouTube. I still have my Peacock on from when it was from watching Saturday Night's Main Event. It's John Wick on right now. So, yeah, I didn't think about that. There is no press conference.
I don't think they did press conferences after Saturday Night's Main Event shows.
I thought maybe they could have. But I think they could have done that. But I could see either way, but it's no big deal. But honestly, I can see why Las Vegas still be the home for WrestleMania next year. I mean, they made the most money for WrestleMania again there, and because they gouged the shit out of the people for those tickets, and unless the people who paid very late that day, probably the people who walked up for that for those shows. And by the way, I love how both shows for WrestleMania, night one had less people than night two, but they were both sellouts, right? Somehow they put 2,000 more people in the stadium than the other night.
You said WrestleCon's going to be stuck in New Orleans. I don't think it will be because it's still early enough for them to be able to cancel WrestleCon because, it's 11 months away from now. They could cancel WrestleCon and move it back to Vegas again.
Well, I heard they signed the contract, but
yeah, and JD said something about that. He heard something about WWE had already signed the contract for Mania to be in Vegas, but yet they pulled it, or Mania to be in New Orleans, but yet they pulled it out. They pulled it. So if they already signed the contract for it to be in New Orleans, how did they get out of it?
Well, WWE has good lawyers. Plus, I wouldn't doubt when they do those deals, they're probably like WWE contracts. Like, we have the right to change, to get out the deal. And honestly, they talked to New Orleans because they made Money in the Bank in New Orleans next year, and they said they still are getting WrestleMania, just at a later date.
You also have to remember one thing. This is the first time this has ever happened. And Jonathan Coachman said it best. Vince never pulled out of a
Vince never pulled out of a lot of things, apparently.
He's never pulled out of a planned venue, especially for Mania.
Actually, that's not
especially
true.
11 months before it.
That's not true, actually. Someone brought up a good point. WrestleMania 7 was supposed to be in the Coliseum?
The Rose Bowl?
Yeah.
It was still in the same state. He never pulled up a different
but
state.
you also said the venue. That means the state,
You
area
also
they
have to
went.
remember they changed venues because they only sold 16,000 tickets, which would have meant the Rose Bowl Coliseum would have
Would have
been
been meant.
16% full
Yeah. Well,
for Mania 7.
they used the excuse of a bomb threat to move, but like you said, it's just interesting that they only sold about 16,000 tickets, and that's as many they could fill in the arena there. But
Well, they put the belt on a heel Sergeant Slaughter, who was the Iraqi defender at the time. And that was his gimmick. He was defending in Iraq, as if we didn't have enough problems in the country at the time with that freaking Desert Storm situation.
and actually, if you think about it, that is also that was not
This game
true
is loading
again
slow as shit today.
because before the pandemic, they announced like what 3 or 4 WrestleManias at once. Like they're like after WrestleMania in Tampa Bay, it was supposed to be like one in Los Angeles, and then they had the one in Texas, and then the one in like they hadn't announced the one in Philly, but they announced 3 of them for in advance. And then obviously the pandemic happened, where they're like Tampa Bay couldn't have their WrestleMania there, so they gave them a a rain check WrestleMania for the next year, and then they changed. Texas was moved up a year because that was supposed to be the LA WrestleMania, and they moved LA WrestleMania to WrestleMania 39, and Texas moved to 38 when they were supposed to be swapped. WrestleMania 39 was supposed to be in Dallas.
Yep.
So that's not fully true if you looked at the WrestleMania 7 situation and what happened during the pandemic. I mean, the pandemic changed a lot of things. Like, they wanted to honor their deal with the Tampa Bay area. I thought that could have been a different year because they damn near used the same logos for WrestleMania wherever. I guess it was 35 and 36.
36.
Yeah.
36 and 37, yeah.
Yeah,
Because
36 and 37.
they used the logos for WrestleMania Backlash, which was basically the WrestleMania logo on
Again,
in the form of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers logo with the
yeah.
pirate
So let me
one
ask you
cross.
guys this: if Mania ends up being in Vegas again, are they going to use the same exact logo with the freaking cards and everything and the poker chips?
They better not.
It'd probably be a different variant. I mean, yes, it'd be a different variant, though.
They bet if they do include a poker table.
What's
Just
up?
include a poker table. That's all I'll say.
What's up, WWE movie maker? What's up, man? What a way to bring Cody Rhodes in a tag team situation. Hey,
With Travis Scott in the fucking match. Who wants to see that dog shit? I don't.
Like I said best, I said it. I said it numerous times to my partner. Unless Travis Scott pulls a fast one on all of us and wrestles like Logan and wrestles to the abilities of Logan Paul, this is gonna be the modern. He's gonna be the modern day Dennis Rodman of wrestling if he doesn't.
well, I mean, hey, I mean,
And
do I
Dennis
want to
Rodman
see
only
him?
had one good match.
See, Dennis Rodman, I don't think people made a big deal because he was very controversial back then. Like, he was.
The last Dance Bash at the Beach match with him, Hogan. Even Hogan rolled his eyes over how over the moon over how apparently he was inebriated going into that match with Karl Malone and DDP from the Last Dance. He
Mm,
was so inebriated, Hulk Hogan rolled his eyes underneath behind his glasses apparently. because he rolled his eyes and his head as if, what the fuck, dude?
I'm sorry.
What's
I
your
cannot
interest?
trust. I cannot trust anything what Hogan says anymore
Hogan didn't
at
even
all.
say this. This was on pay per view. His actions were shown on pay per view. What
Ah,
he was
okay.
doing, it was shown on the pay per view. Dennis Rodman makes his entrance. Hogan just looks at him, leans in close, and just rolled, just groan like he had like a silent groan. Moved his head back as if he could smell whatever was on him. Dude was out of it.
Well, I mean, I don't want to see this.
This is from WCW's pay per view.
I mean, I'm more okay with Dennis Rodman than uh, God, whoever that guy is, because he was very controversial during the time frame. Uh, this rapper dude never heard of, and the
Have
only
you
time I
never
ever
heard of Travis Scott before, Casey?
well,
He was
okay,
just he was just a night.
I have heard of Travis Scott before because McDonald's had him as a deal before. Like you could get the Travis Scott deal.
I remember that. I actually remember that deal. Other than
Well,
that, Travis
Wasn't
Scott.
he was involved in that one concert that something happened and he kept on going because he didn't realize what was going on, right?
well, I mean, if he didn't realize what was going on, I mean, do you blame him? If he knew what was going on, then that's one thing.
Dude was like, dude is like Travis Scott is like a deer in headlights that just happens to be in a wrestling match. He's like a deer in headlights. Apparently, he doesn't know what the fuck to do most of the time. The one time he threw a potato, the one time he was actually hit Cody Rhodes to make it look real, he threw a legit potato, closed fist, and fucked up his eye.
No,
Yeah.
he busted his eardrum, right?
And he gave him a
How,
black eye as well.
how did you bust someone's eardrum with a punch to the eye? That's
Side
what
of
I
the
like.
head. Side of the head.
What? But I mean,
He would have to catch both in between.
You
uh,
know, they
Yes.
did that. They did all. You know, he damn near took out Cody Rhodes. What if he would have had a major injury and he couldn't make Mania because of something Travis Scott did, and they got this clown all over the freaking John Cena Cody Rhodes storyline right now.
Like I said, the guy is going to be, unless he pulls a fast one on all of us and shows how he's been quote unquote training, because he's actually training to be a wrestler for whatever debut match he has. Now we know it's the Money in the Bank. He's been training. And let's see how well that training has been. If he comes out and starts wowing us like Logan Paul did in his debut match, fine. I'll I'll change my mind on the idea of him being a bad wrestler. But
Or at least he has to come out to the quality. He at least has to come out to the quality of Bad Bunny. He was pretty good too.
Yeah, Bad Bunny is at this point the standard for celebrity wrestlers. He's the standard. Logan Paul is a part timer at this point.
oh yeah.
Bad Bunny still has his music career. He didn't throw away his music career for wrestling, despite being a fan.
He's more like trying to remember Gronk. He was signed to a contract, but he was more of a.
He got out of that shit real quick once he heard fucking Tom Brady decided to come out of retirement and took that deal with the Buccaneers for a couple of years, and then Gronk went over there for one season.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, we got Tatanka in the chat. Says I should have interfered tonight. Yeah.
Yeah, sure, Tatanka. Go back to obscurity.
Oh, don't say that about Tatanka.
He actually compared himself to Hulk Hogan when Ludwig Borga pinned him with one finger.
Well,
He
honestly,
compared himself to being Hulk Hogan, giving someone the rub, so to speak, as a new wrestler. I'm like, the fuck out of here.
well, at that time,
Because
the
Tom also said
Tonka,
that's a bad shit, insane thing to say.
well, the Tonka's undefeated run was a pretty big deal. I think he had like a year and a half undefeated
Undefeated,
streak.
yeah.
So
He did.
it was a big deal. So him losing to Ludwig Borga with one finger pin supposed to have been a big deal, but
And then the guy gets fired within a couple of months. So who really lost here? Not
but
Borga.
uh,
Tatanka lost his year and a half winning streak over a guy who eventually was fired by February.
well, you didn't know where you had to give. I mean, you didn't know where it was going to happen or what was going to happen because you got to try something out to see if it was going to work. Cena's heel turn's been worse than Goldberg's. Well, the problem is didn't have a chance to do a full fledged heel run in
Talking about a
WCW.
WCW.
Yeah,
Didn't he join the Billionaires Club
no,
when he
he
came back?
no,
He joined the New Blood, I think, right?
Oh, New Blood.
yeah, and then he hurt his hand
That was
by
before that though, wasn't it? Because he was punching out windows. He caught a real window in the process, and then he was out for surgery. That
I
was
thought
like I thought that was like before his heel turn because he came back and he turned heel at the pay per view.
I don't remember. It's been over 20 plus years now.
I've been watching wrestling bios. That's how I even know that.
It's
Yeah,
been
that's Rob. Yeah, I'm watching wrestling bios. Yep.
yeah, I like Wrestle Bios too.
Ludwig Borga was also still IC champ even after the reverse decision. He pinned Scott Hall twice in the same night in the same match. He was IC champ once. They restarted it. He was IC champ again. And then I guess they reversed the decision afterwards. But he's a two-time IC champion.
I was
For
just
what?
seeing who's live right now. We got of course got
Because it was at a house show.
Cronin. We got Cronin doing his monetize this now, but I'm looking. We got Wrestling Soup doing their show. Wrestling Soup was great. I wish they would do more live shows, but they're live right now. We got the Rose. I'm just seeing what's all live right now. I guess it would have been nice if I looked at well, I brought it up on the computer instead of looking it up on the Fire Stick. But I got my Fire Stick right here.
Does Ken go live anymore? I never really hear much from him anymore.
He was just live yesterday. 10 on 10, I believe.
Uh,
He was just live yesterday.
he still goes live, yeah, but
I don't think for Foul Mouth Nation as of late. I
mm,
don't think he's been live for that for a while. Because I'm
well,
still subbed.
I'm not gonna, I feel tired already. I don't know why, but I'm already a little sleepy.
Oh, Lord.
You're always sleepy, Casey.
Yeah, and I took a nap today too, so I woke up about
Bless
maybe
your road.
I think I woke up about 10 o'clock, maybe 8 or 10 o'clock. Stood up for a
I've
little
been
bit,
up
and
since,
then
what, 6? I've been up since
Fuck.
this morning.
I took a nap for a couple hours, maybe longer than a couple hours. I woke up and I was in had sweats. I was dreaming about something. I don't remember, but it was, I think I was
Got you
having
sweaty.
a night night dream. I mean, a nightmare. A night dream. You know, I'm getting tired. I'm starting to stutter different words.
Mhm.
A nightmare. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
getting a little tired.
All right.
So,
You
it
call
was,
it tonight for your
yeah,
stream.
yeah, let's call it a night. It was a good show. Watching it. I think if we, like I said, if the, the Rose wasn't here earlier watching the show with me, I don't think Saturday night's main event would have been as good or as fun.
Mm-hmm.
But I that's why I think it makes it a little bit more fun to watch it with you guys because we can talk about a bunch of stuff, we can interact and react to it, and it
Yep.
kind of extends the fun about it. Oh, we got the Rose and the Rose.
Why am I here twice? I shouldn't be.
I don't know, but you are in here twice.
That must be a
What's
shit yard glitch.
Yeah, because did you leave for a second and came back? Came
I
in.
had to refresh because my pill alarm went off. So when that happens, I
Uh,
lose my audio for the StreamYard. So I had to refresh.
That
yeah.
makes sense.
Well, there it goes. I could have put the two roses together, but now the other one's gone. But
Let's call this one a night.
what's funny is that uh, Alex and the Garbage Man, the channel, Dr. Nick, he keeps talking shit and he keeps mixing between you and Devious Dave Rose. He's like, that piece of shit, Rose. He's like, I'm pretty sure you meant Devious Dave Rose because why would you have a beef against the Rose?
I had never even talked to him. So
Yeah, so, well,
I mean, I think Rose is in the same camp as some of us. AEW has been the drizzling shits as of late.
well, honestly,
Just saying.
I feel like the stories, yes, the creative, yes, the matches, they produce great matches all the time.
The
When you,
story, though, is the problem.
yeah, exactly, the creative for them has been shit, and WWE hasn't been that great either. I mean, tonight actually was a good thing. Is that I just remembered that Bronson Reed joined uh, Seth Rollins and uh,
Braun
Braun
Braun,
Breaker.
Breaker.
yeah, Braun Breaker group now. So we knew there was going to be a third person, but when I saw Bronson Reed just standing there in the room, no ring with them, I was like, he's joining them, isn't he? It makes more sense. I'm like, why would Bronson do anything in that match, you know? But it's good to see Bronson Reed back because
Ye-
I missed having him on that show, watching him. But
Wasn't he out for an ankle injury from that tsunami and War Games
Yeah,
over a year
yes,
ago or something?
I think that's exactly when I think he took that dive, right?
Yeah, the dive off the top of the cage. Wasn't that in
Yeah,
November or
yeah,
was it?
yeah. It's back in
I'm surprised
November.
he's back after only 6 months.
Well,
It's only
it's
been
good.
6 months since that.
I guess a broken ankle doesn't take that long to heal.
Uh,
It can if you were a normal person. That takes a lot of rehab to do, especially
you had
that
to
takes a
wear
lot
a
of rehab
boot.
essentially.
You probably had to wear a boot and or a cast, and you had to
Hmm.
have crutches. I mean,
It's
I
like
just
Zoe Stark. She had a freak accident of an injury in her match on Raw.
That was just stupid what she did. She tried to connect a move from the other side of the ring when her opponent was too far away.
Yeah, and we can also agree to disagree. Kyrie was out of position for the move, more than
I
likely.
I wasn't really watching that part, or at least I wasn't
They
focusing
cut to
on
an
that.
immediate commercial break after she hurt herself. They cut to a commercial immediately, and she was unable to walk on that leg to the point where the trainer literally picked her ass up and carried her to the back, bridal style.
We're not talking about commercials. You're good thing you missed this because, dude, you could literally went to the bathroom. It's like, hey, it's a commercial. It's like I'm gonna go take a piss. The match would came back, and by the time you were done pissing and you come back, it's like, oh, the commercial's still going on, but it had been the second commercial because how
Wow.
many? Dude, there was at least 8 commercial breaks during a two
There was
hour
a
show.
lot. There was a commercial break like every 3 minutes, dude.
Yeah. It
Wasn't
was
it
It was
on
bad. There was a
NBC as
lot of
well?
ads tonight.
yeah. And they
Wasn't it
were
aired on NBC tonight as well?
yeah. And
There's your problem.
not only that, it wasn't just like, oh, this will be like a 2 minute ad or something. It was a full fledged
And then
commercial
I
spot.
kept getting the same 3 ads over and over again. I got an ad for Xfinity Wi-Fi, which I already have. I got a
Mhm.
Target ad, and I got an ad for dick pills.
You got an ad for Viagra?
One of their freaking variants, yeah, the fucking row ones.
Christ in heaven.
And on YouTube, I get the hymns one all the time. I'm like, why am I getting ads for dick pills? I'm not limp.
Yeah.
I don't even think Viagra even does ads anymore. I mean, that's like something like how when you become
They
so
still get
big.
ads for Viagra. It's called Cialis
Well,
and
that's
Blue
a
Chew.
that's a oh, I'm talking about the actual Viagra,
I
you know.
know. I'm just naming out different variants.
But that's like when you become such a big brand, you don't really need to promote anymore. Like you don't. The only time you ever see a Coca-Cola commercial, it's either one or two things. It's either
Super
Super
Bowl.
Bowl ad or it's during the Christmas season.
Uh-huh.
That's the only time you ever see a Coca-Cola ad.
And
Like,
always for the Super Bowl ones, they have Clydesdale horses.
yeah, same thing too. Like, people are going to continue to drink Budweiser.
And like
So,
and Reese's heads, you only really see them around the holidays, like Christmas, Easter,
yeah.
and
My
Halloween.
my favorite Super Bowl commercial, while we're on the topic of this, my favorite Super Bowl commercial was this guy in a class teaching Hispanics on how to ask in a certain accent how to get a Bud Light from someone, how to get them to pay for a Bud Light. And then he said to his class, then when someone asks you for a Bud Light, you say, and the whole class said in unison, me no speak English.
You know what beer? You know, even though I don't drink beer. You know,
I was
you
like,
know what beer commercial I really miss?
what?
What, the frogs?
Yeah, the Budweiser frogs.
I heard someone
Yeah.
got banned for making a meme out of that.
Bud,
Someone got banned,
why,
got blocked on like
Grr.
Twitter or something for a
Bud,
meme about those frogs.
why? I fucking love that commercial. I don't know why. I just love that commercial.
Well, I mean,
Someone actually turned the frog saying to butt fucker. Got banned and got blocked on Twitter over it. That was a meme that apparently got them blocked by the company. Whoever made that meme.
oh, gosh, and then you had the what's that commercial? That you had the variants of that
Mm-hmm.
frogs for like they were there forever. I mean, for years, for a long time, they would have a variant for every year,
Mm-hmm.
and it was great. They were great, and that's one thing I miss back in the day, like during the '90s, uh, NFL seasons, you would get that. Nowadays, even the Super Bowl ads are not even what they used to be. Like
You
they
ain't
used to be,
lying.
they used to be good. Now, like maybe
The
everyone
only ones
wants
that are
to.
good are the actual bigger name brands at this point. Other than that, it's just half movie commercials for upcoming movies. And
Well,
they all
because
say the problem is they all always say full trailer online now. I'm like, who the fuck cares? I want to see it now. You know?
what's up? Was a Bama boy? What's up, man? Cody's back. Yeah, it's good to see Cody's back. I mean, uh, like the Rose said, he deserved.
Less his sabbatical was less than Roman's at this point. And Roman's
Well,
been out.
yeah.
They've both been out since the same time.
Well, the thing is,
Cody's sabbatical
Roman.
is less than Roman's. Roman's
Well,
still going.
the Roman. I said the Roman like he's the Rock. The Roman now, but the Roman is a part-time wrestler now
Roman's
because
been a
he.
part-time wrestler for like the last 4 years.
Well, yeah, because WWE is like, hey, hey Roman, do you want to get paid more and work less? Like,
He's
yes.
looking at Hollywood. That's why he's looking towards Hollywood, like Cena did. Look
Well,
to
not
expand his
really.
draw in
Not
Hollywood.
the only movie I ever know that he was part of. Wasn't he part of like a Fast and the Furious movie? Was
That
No,
he
was
the
that?
Hobbs
Hobbs and Shaw, the
spin-off.
Fast and Furious
Yeah,
spinoff.
that. Yeah,
And he
that's what
didn't
it
even
was.
have lines for it. He had one appearance in the shed, and then he speared someone and did his ooh ah bullshit after the spear. I'm like,
Well, this is also during the
what was
time.
that? What was the point of the movie having him in the movie?
Well,
And
this is during the
also
time when he was having that blood cancer. What was it called? Or
leukemia. It
Leukemia.
was during his
yeah,
leukemia that when that came
yeah,
out.
and that was
He was
controversial
filming and
because
taking pills. He was taking a pill supposedly so he wouldn't lose his hair over it.
yeah, I mean, he lost body. I mean, he lost his muscle mass because when
He lost quite a bit of muscle mass before he went into remission.
yeah, but
That's probably why
I
he's part time is because they don't know if his leukemia will ever come back.
well,
Probably why he's
I
part
heard
time
after you
because
get
COVID
it.
was a thing.
Well, I hear once if you have it multiple times, it's most likely to return it again.
Well, he's already beat it twice.
Yeah, but
Yeah, he beat it twice, but he's also got a compromised immune system, which means he's more likely to get COVID faster than anyone, which is why even during his Royal Rumble match with KO, Paul Heyman offered him a mask to wear before he speared him over the barricade into the crowd.
well, you gotta also remember when uh he took
I know
off
the last man
WrestleMania,
standing.
even though he took off WrestleMania the pandemic or the COVID mania
Yep.
because even though there was no one in stadium minus the people who was working, I mean it was probably a smart thing to do too. Though even like I think a lot of the NXT people was getting COVID during that
Mm-hmm.
time, and same thing I think AEW, but a lot of the WWE people wasn't, while NXT people was. So
The problem with that, the plan was him and Goldberg at Mania 36 as well. And even Macaulay Culkin, of all people, canceled his Mania plans after Goldberg beat the Fiend in Saudi. Macaulay Culkin went to Twitter the day of that Super Showdown show, and announced on Twitter, I'm canceling my WrestleMania flight plan.
Well,
And
I still
he
think
apparently was a supposed consultant for creative. I'm like, since when?
yeah.
I heard that report. I'm like, since when? Vince doesn't listen to shit.
Bama Boy says, has anyone heard that Cody going heel? I know people want him to turn heel, but as rumors, no. I've not heard anything about that, and I don't see it happening.
Neither do
Uh,
I.
I
I
wouldn't be
mean,
surprised if it happens.
but I don't see it happening right now. But think about it. You see in like little things of Cena trying to snap out of his heel persona, but and then it snaps right back into his heel persona. So
Snapping into a Slim Jim.
imagine if they did the double switch, because imagine if Cena goes in as a heel but leaves as a face, and then Cody comes in as a face but leaves as a heel. Like that would be interesting.
You're
But
saying like a double turn, like Austin
yeah,
and Bret Hart
yeah,
did.
exactly, a double turn. But I think that'd be kind of cool, but I don't see Cody turning heel just right now, especially when he's the face of the WWE today. I mean, he's he's most likely the person who's gonna win the belt back from John Cena.
Mm-hmm.
But uh, if you guys want to talk to yourselves real quick, I gotta walk Weasel for a second. Unless you,
Personally, I hope CM Punk beats John Cena at SummerSlam.
Yeah.
yeah, I'm hoping CM Punk fighting at against John Cena too.
Oh dear. What did IGN give Arc Raiders as a score?
I'll be right back.
Hurry up.
So,
So Kratos, have you heard of the Switch to Switch the new Nintendo Direct rumors that came out today?
what happened?
New Nintendo Direct is going to be held, rumored to be held on June 12th, which is the week after the Switch 2 comes out.
Okay.
We have the Xbox showcase on June 8th. So I think I want to go live for that, to be honest with you.
Hmm. Okay.
I know you're more of an Xbox guy than anything else, so.
Yeah. Apparently, IGN has 11,000 dislikes on their Arc Raiders score review.
Arc Raiders? What is that?
Apparently, the new marathon killer for Bungie. It's some game that's actually out now. What the hell?
Oh, yeah, so what's this controversy Bungie's in right now with that marathon game? What's up with that?
Stolen art for one, and now it's just snowball. It's a snowball effect at this point where like former devs are saying they hope that Bungie gets consolidated into Sony. Coming from a former dev at Bungie.
Well, damn.
It's getting bad. Really bad. And I'm
I can't
watching.
believe how far Bungie has fallen, dude.
Uh,
They
I'm
they
watching.
invented Halo, then they went to Destiny, and now they're just like crumbling as a company.
Well, they went to Destiny after after they lost the IP for Halo, which is now why it's under what 343.
Right, but what I'm saying is like they're tarnishing their freaking legacy.
Yeah, I mean the people who work on Marathon are the same people who were the most difficult to work on with Destiny. So that's another problem. The people
But do
working
you
on
think
Marathon were the problem people for the Destiny squad of developers.
do you think there'll be a Destiny 3, or do you think Destiny
No,
is over
no,
with?
they already said Destiny 3 was shit canned for Marathon. Destiny
So
3 got canned for Marathon.
so in
It
other
was
words,
almost like they,
Destiny is over because there's no more expansions for it coming out, right?
there's expansions coming out July 15th, an entire year of expansions.
I
The
thought the
Educate
last one that
Edition.
came out. I thought the last one that came out was going to be the last one.
No,
Oh,
it's
that
just that's part of the 10-year build up to the story they've been trying to tell. Now they're moving on to a different story.
the Tonka brings up a great point. Wouldn't it be hilarious if main event Jey Uso lost the title on Saturday night's main event?
No, it would not have been funny. I would have been fucking annoyed.
I would have been Homer Simpson. I would have been Homer Simpson in that one clip where Flanders goes, "Dear Lord, that's the loudest profanity I've heard in a long time." Who remembers that clip?
You would have had two heel champions. One is an obnoxious douchebag, and the other one is just pretending to be a bad guy right now.
Mm-hmm. Here's another thing. Bungie is getting to the point where like they actually put their own greed over player like expectation. Like the Trials of Osiris armor sets, like armor glows. Fans wanted that as a purchasable thing in game for like Bright Dust, which is another currency in the game. Bungie said no because that would apparently quote, according to a former dev on a Destin video from IGN, it would quote hurt their Eververse sales. So they paywall, so they pretty much put an entire armor glow that's only obtainable through playing an activity that has the lowest player base PvP wise, and it's full of cheaters
Oh, well, there's
across the
one.
board.
Oh, cheaters going to be in any online gaming. Like it doesn't matter
Oh,
what.
go
There
ahead.
might dude. There's cheaters in Mario Kart. There's cheaters in Splatoon.
Well,
There's cheaters in Fortnite.
Well, with the new
there's a problem.
Nintendo
There's a
TOS, there's not
problem.
going to be any cheaters. Otherwise, a lot of people are going to have their consoles bricked.
I also just saw someone get banned over posting their character in a viral post on Destiny on Destiny 2 on Twitter. They got
Oh,
their entire account banned.
no, it's funny.
Want to know how?
We,
Who wants
what's
to hear
fun-
how?
Owen, what's funny is that I say something about cheating, and now I got texts that say Casey knows cheaters because he's the best one, and then Bam goes right behind him, says Casey knows a lot about cheating, and then Dave says Casey is a cheater, and he says save states are cheating.
No.
So, and then Bam comes right behind. Too bad that even when he cheats, he still loses.
But here's another problem with like the viral post I mentioned. Someone got banned for making their hunter look like a KKK member.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that's freaking stupid of them. Why the fuck did that person think that was a good idea?
He claimed it was meant to be a joke. I'm like, bullshit. We add the caption to as for your tweet going, be a part of the quote unquote clan spelled with a K. You kind of tend to know where he's leaning on that.
I think it could be a joke. I mean,
He
like,
still got banned over it because there was over
oh,
500,000 views on that freaking like post.
oh,
It was
talk,
like 430,000 when I last saw it. It was just from
talk,
yesterday.
talk about Ku Klux Klan. We got text.
Oh Jesus!
Shh, don't
What's
tell
that
nobody, Kate. What the fuck? You're supposed to keep that a secret. What the fuck?
Hey,
God damn it.
he blew your
You
cover
fucking,
immediately, Tex.
you fucking retard. There's a reason why I'm not on camera at the Pointy Hatwood show. Come on, guys. Jeez. My lord.
Well,
Gee.
I mean, I didn't tell them that you're the Grand Wizard of
Shut the...
Texas.
Jesus Christ. Casey. Oh,
Well, I was not.
hang on. Casey, I'll do it. Jim, we're going... Cancel plans. We're going to Casey's house. We're going to take him out tonight. He's done. Just head there. Go head to Oklahoma and smell the smelliest guy and take him out. It'll be Casey. Anyways, Casey, you're going to be home all night tonight, right? You're not going anywhere? You're good, right? You're good?
I might go out later. on.
No, you need to stay in. I got a feeling some friendly ghosts like Christmas past, present, and future are going to visit you tonight. So, make sure you're home.
Where's your bitch ass gonna go at this hour?
Yeah, bring a burning cross with them too.
Well,
No. It's a natural flashlight. It's not a torch. It's a natural flashlight.
that's
So,
true.
Yeah.
But no, I was thinking going to the bar and asking, checking out.
Casey,
women.
Casey, could you go to the bar? Yeah, okay.
Casey at a
Motherfucker,
bar.
play.
I've
Casey
been,
at a bar does not sound right.
I've been to a bar before a few times.
Was it a gay bar?
No,
Was it a titty bar?
I've been to a titty bar before.
Sure, probably man titties.
I would actually like to see Casey at a bar. Like,
Were you
Like,
the only one that had to pay to get in, Casey?
Well,
I would love to
Answer for that one, Rose.
bring Casey with me to the bar that I frequent, just to see how quickly he gets his ass whooped. I'd bet about 10 minutes, and somebody's taking a broomstick across his ass. Like there's something about Casey's personality that pisses people off, and I'm not sure what it is, but it's in there. So I don't know.
If you take him to a bar and he lasts 10 minutes, I guarantee he won't even last 2.
Casey be like, well, where's the Pac-Man machine? This isn't a bar, guys. Come on now. Whatever.
I mean,
Casey
yeah.
would be the one. Casey would be the one, like in that SpongeBob episode when he finally got into the fucking salty spittoon, and he got in there and he slipped on an ice cube and got injured.
Yeah. Well, see, technically, you have to see. Well, I don't know. Like, if I were to take Casey to a bar, I'd be like, all right, Casey, you do not say a word tonight. We're going to build you a new personality. Like, leave the wrestling shirts at home. If you show up in basketball shorts, I'm beating your ass. Put some real pants on like a grown man. You're going to be like Silent Bob, like Jay and Silent Bob, right? Give him like a mysterious factor kind of thing. Because the minute he says a word, he's getting hung from a flagpole. Like, that's not going to go. No. So,
well, it's not like I go out in public, like to like go to Walmart or something wearing basketball shorts. I just like when I'm home,
okay, people. Do you really want to compare yourself to people at Walmart? That's not a good measuring stick.
No, I'm just
Toothless
saying,
hillbillies show up in their 3-week-old pajamas to Walmart. Okay,
that's true. Well, no, I'm just saying, like if I'm gonna go out somewhere, I always wear jeans. Yeah, I'll be wearing
The
Now,
maybe.
fuck
I
wears
will
pants
say,
in the summertime?
I was doing a delivery to Walmart this week, and I saw one of the. I literally had to pull the truck over and park because I was laughing so hard. This woman was 400 pounds if she was 5 pounds. She might have had three teeth in her mouth, and she's one of them
Oh,
electric buggies, you know. She's
yeah,
halfway through the parking lot almost, and that electric buggy dies.
yeah.
There's cars stuck behind her. A fat woman caused a traffic jam in a Walmart parking lot because her fat ass couldn't move.
Hex, you could
It,
have made a
it was
YouTube short out
amazing.
of that, and you would have gotten a
I
million
probably
views.
could have, but like I was trying not to piss my pants from laughing so fucking hard. It was amazing. It was like, it was like if there's ever a white trash Olympics, I know who's going to win. I have my gold medalist. You know, but
See, I always
so.
feel bad. Like at least when my
Oh,
mom.
I didn't. I laughed like Jeff Foxworthy told the greatest joke of all time.
Um,
It was the funniest thing I ever saw. It was
well, I totally understand about that. Like when my mom would go Walmart, and like she's old, like she was in their 60s, and plus my mom had her knees done. Like she had both her knees replaced back in all the way in in 2001, and she would go Walmart and scooter. I totally understand that. And with my late wife, she had a back injury where she couldn't walk much, and I
uh,
always felt like I had to be right there. Like if someone was gonna judge her, like fuck off. Like my wife had an injury that was not even caused by herself, and like it was not her fault. So um,
uh,
I wanted to be there. So if someone say something, I want to get in their face. But when it's
No, but
something obvious, like you're overweight, like huge,
yeah,
like
no,
if
this
you
was
had,
like y'all remember Honey Boo Boo's mama on that show, right?
oh,
I can't
twice.
remember her name. Oh, like it was bad. Like, oh God, it was like
That fat slob.
when you
Was
I'm
used
it
to
surprised.
what? Was it Juan
I'm
Soto's
surprised.
mother?
I'm surprised. Like she probably had to tear down the circus tent to make pants. Is my guess. I
uh,
don't know, but
I don't think
like
even the circus would want her.
well,
I
no,
bet you
I
she got
can't.
turned
I,
down
I couldn't even tell you how many chins she had because I can't count that high. Like it was horrible. But whatever.
You
But
probably
you
couldn't
know,
see them all either, so you wouldn't have been able to count them all.
oh, dude, I had to pull over in the damn parking lot because I was laughing so fucking hard. Like
She
it was
probably
great.
had the. She probably speaking of SpongeBob, she probably had Mr. Krabs' 7 chins. And how big she was.
More chins than a Chinese fucking phone book, but whatever.
you see, like honestly, if you can't walk out through a doorway without going sideways, maybe
Oh
you
my
should.
God! Speaking of fat people, okay, so today we were at the Texas Frightmare, right? And of course, there's like cosplayers and stuff. People, do their thing, right?
Mm.
I saw the world's fattest Michael Myers, and I'm not even kidding.
Oh
So
my god!
y'all know what Michael Myers looks like, right? He's wearing the white
Yeah,
mask
Yep.
and the
Jump,
coveralls, whatever.
and
jumpsuit,
it's supposed to be
This
tall
jump,
too.
coverall,
this
jumpsuit, the mask.
this fat son of a bitch, he might have been 5'4" if he was jumping. He was so okay. He was wearing big boy overalls, like holy moly sized overall. He couldn't even zip it up halfway. Like
Oh,
it was bad, dude. And he was strutting around like he was prize dog dick on wedding day. I mean, it was something else. It was the worst Michael Myers I ever saw in my life.
Did you
Oh
try?
man,
Did
it
you
was
try to
bad.
offer? Did you try to offer this dude a hot dog while you were there, and then tried to poke him with a
No, I
skewer?
was too drunk. I was too drunk, and I was there. It was me, the missus, and a couple friend of ours. And I was okay. Since I'm making fun of other people, I have to tell one on me now. So we get to the con like 10 o'clock this morning. Big, busy part of Dallas. A part of Dallas I've very rarely ever been to. And there's parking garages everywhere. They're like every block has a parking garage. This is like downtown, like north downtown Dallas. And we get into the convention center where they have the con. And then I realized my lovely, better half of my fucking brain forgot the shit that we needed to bring in to get autographed. So I'm like, okay, I'll go out and get it. So I make the almost mile walk back to the car garage, right? Or the parking garage. I walk up 3 levels. I cannot find my truck. I don't have like a car alarm. I do not see the thing. I'm gone for 45 minutes. Still have not found my truck. They call me. Now, once again, may have been drinking a little bit. So it might have affected my judgment. They call me. They're like, where the hell are you? I'm like, I'm standing in the parking garage looking for my truck. And they go, did you go to X, Y, and Z, the certain one? I'm like, no. And then I feel as retarded as I've ever felt in my life.
I was going to say, damn, Tex, you were probably so drunk you walked right past it.
No, my truck wasn't even in that parking garage. I was the next block over. So I had to go down those 3 flights, go to the next parking garage. Took almost an hour of my day cussing like a sailor that just got his toes stepped on because I was a moron. But whatever.
Well, I would love to see a picture of that fat Michael Myers.
Oh, dude, he was fucking fantastic. He even had to like cut the back of the mask because do y'all have any Halloween masks? Not specifically like Michael Myers, but you know how like if it's a full-headed mask, there's like a slit in the back so you can slide it over your head.
Yeah. Yep.
This guy's head was so fat he had to cut the back of that mask almost to the top of the back of it just to get it over his belly. It was bad.
I would have told him, hey, follow me. Hey, dude, follow me. I got a nice little like barbecue over here.
I'm just thinking like,
if he was in the movie chasing you down, you would feel him coming.
Take that Michael Myers heavy breathing to the next level. You know what I'm saying? But yeah,
Mother barbecue sauce.
Was there any?
It was bad. Oh yeah, dude. There's always that's half the reason why I go to these horror cons, dude. The ass that walks around this place. Did y'all go see The Substance that came out this past year?
No.
I just saw
if you Google The Substance pink bikini, just Google that real quick, Casey. You'll get a picture of what I'm talking about. But there was this gal in the movie The Substance. It's a aerobics instructor that goes through a bunch of Cronenberg level body horror stuff. And there was a woman there. She had just enough of her private parts covered to be allowed into this con. It was like, I had to keep my sunglasses on because the missus was staring. Yeah, she was wearing that bikini. Like it was.
I can probably bring this up. It's not.
Oh yeah, no, you can show it. Yeah. Now, give it. The girl from the movie is Margaret Qualley is her name. She was nowhere near as hot as this woman is, but the cosplayer girl was more than qualified to be wearing what she was. So it's all good.
I love this one right here. I'm good to this one. You can wear The Substance swimsuit T-shirt.
Well, and The Substance it's a badass movie too. By the way, it was actually really good. But there was.
The Sinners review text?
I hated Sinners. I fucking hated that movie.
I actually enjoyed it. Then again, I was also with my mother who also enjoyed it too.
Well, then, okay, to be fair, most people liked it. I was in the minority on that, but I thought Sinners was it markets it's trying to be the black version of From Dusk Till Dawn, and it tricks you to that, oh, this is a horror film. No, it's not. This is another black movie that we're going to put 10 minutes of vampire stuff in so we can call it a horror film. It was if you want my full thoughts, just go watch the review that we did on it. It's over on Frank.
Okay.
But
I'll watch it later.
yeah, no, it's on there. But there were some cool cosplayers. There was a couple of Five Nights at Freddy's people in the costumes, like fully decked out, like the animatronics. They looked really good. There was this one girl was Ripley from Aliens, wearing the armor, the power suit that she wears in Aliens.
Mm-hmm.
That looked good. Of course, there was your standard, horror slashers, Michael, Jason, Freddy's, a bunch of those. There's always those.
I was at a Comic-Con and I took a little snippet of a picture with someone in a Vecna outfit, from Stranger Things. Vecna.
Yeah, Stranger Things, yeah.
Yeah, he was talking to some cosplayers dressed up like Ghostbusters. I'm like, this is the collaboration
there were,
I really want.
I saw a handful of Ghostbusters too that actually had the proton packs that lit up and everything else. It was pretty neat.
Yeah,
but,
this was a Springfield. This guy in the Vecna costume was conversing with the Ghostbusters couple. I'm like, let me just sneak a quick picture of this.
The coolest cosplay that I saw, this dude, he was wearing Mandalorian armor like Boba Fett or like the Mandalorian, but he had decorated it like he was Evil Knievel, that jumped the motorcycles and stuff. It was all red, white, blue with the stars. Like he was an Evil Knievel Mandalorian. That was the most creative cosplay that I did see. So that was pretty neat. I like that.
I'm trying to find. I've seen. Gosh, having the coughs. The last too many games I was in Philly. There was a cosplayer, a woman dressed up as. God, was a big helmet from Spaceballs.
Oh, yeah.
Helmet.
Is it Dark Helmet?
I can't remember his name right now, but yeah, I know
it was Dark Helmet.
The Dark Helmet, yeah, you're right. Yeah,
right. I was on
Tex. Did you
I didn't see no Spaceballs.
Did you see the new Final Destination movie, Tex, or no?
I love the new Final Destination. Jeremy and I just actually reviewed
I
that.
swear, a lot of people love that.
Oh,
I heard that Lilo and Stitch film. It's just. I actually heard the Lilo and Stitch live action film was not good because a lot of key characters.
I don't watch Disney. Like my kids are grown; they don't care. So I'm not going to be the weird guy that goes to a kids movie. I'm not going to do that. That's not for me. But no, yes, I did see Final Destination Bloodlines. That was a lot of fun. That was probably the most fun I've had at the movies this year, to be honest with you. I really enjoyed that one. But I love the series. It's what this movie does. It ties into the rest of them without you having to watch all of them. Like if you don't want to, which is a good thing. And
it's also Tony Todd's final film before his death.
Yes, God rest, Tony Todd, the main horror icon. Candyman to Night of the Living Dead, the Hatchet films. He's done so many small roles and bit parts in horror. It's stupid how good that's.
Most people forget. I don't know if you noticed, Tex. Did you know that Robert Englund was one of the people who was raking the leaves on the set of Halloween from the original in '78 before Nightmare on Elm Street? Was one
never
of the
heard that.
crew members raking leaves, making hat in a hat.
I would have to research that before I believe that because I've spent years watching Halloween documentaries and I've never heard anybody say that. I would research.
This was something I just recently found out, so you can look this up as well. Try to look.
Yeah, I would. That sounds like one of those things that somebody made up because, like I said, I've watched untold amount of documentaries about Halloween. I severely doubt that one, but Yeah, but no, Rose, the Final Destination Bloodlines. What this one does is, like I said, it sets up. I mean, they're making another one. This was not the end. Let's say if you want my full thoughts, just go watch the review. But it's more. It's this one is worth going to see on the big screen. Now the CG looks bad about half the time. I'll be honest with you, but
All right.
the movie's still awesome. So it's worth seeing.
And I've seen all the Final Destination films myself, including
I
the
love
one where that involved the racetrack scenes and all that.
that one's
I've
my
seen
favorite. The Final Destination, the fourth one. That one's my favorite one. But yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
I
But now
cannot locate that picture of Dark Helmet cosplayer. I'm trying to locate it and I cannot find it.
Oh dear.
But
That's
yeah,
a-
Well, either way, I got
it
work.
was pretty cool today. We had to wait in line forever. We didn't get out. I didn't. We got there at like 9:30, 10 o'clock. We got in at 10 because we had VIP tickets, and I didn't get home till like 8:30 tonight, something like that. So I mean, we was gone all day, but I got to meet Damien Leone, David Howard Thornton, and Lauren Lavera, the Terrifier people. Got their autographs and stuff. Got to talk to them. I think my favorite moment of the day, Kane Hodder, Jason for many of the films.
I got to
Jason,
meet him. I met him.
Jason fucking Voorhees.
I thought
It was his booth was right across from the concession stand where they're in the convention center. And we were over there waiting for food, and we see him get up, and he comes over. I guess like they had cooked his order and waved him over or something. I don't know. And I'm just standing there, like I said, I'm just bullshitting with everybody, whatever. And he gets up and he got to play the barbecue. I said, "It looks good, Jason. What you think?" He goes, "It's killer," and just walks off without even stopping. I was like, "That's the most badass thing I've seen in a long time. You rock, sir." It was pretty cool. So Jason
Sounds
gave
like
me
a
a
nice
smart ass
track.
line. So I
I
love
thought
it.
when you said that the best part of your day, I was like, was talking to me?
No,
Casey, you're the
that's
worst part of Texas Day.
See, no, anytime that I speak to Casey, I consider that my penance for the things I've done wrong throughout the day. And this is my charitable time. So
And then so
this is
you
like
Casey's punishment.
hey, God, really sorry for, blah, 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 but I'm going to go talk to the less fortunate for a while to make up for it.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
Oh, good. But no. So no, I didn't get to watch the wrestling. We were doing our horror nerd things, and it was fun. So
Well, you didn't miss much. It was a
from the way it sounded, y'all weren't too impressed. So I guess not.
it was okay. It was just 2 hours long, but the problem is during the show we at least had 8 commercial breaks for a 2-hour show.
8
Way
commercial
too
break.
many ads tonight.
Jeez.
Yeah.
It was aired on NBC, Tex. Yeah.
Oh, the network
Was it-
breaks. Yeah.
It was aired on
Yeah,
NBC
but
and Peacock. Yeah.
yeah, but 8 commercial breaks
Well,
during 2 hours.
okay, so a 30-minute television show is like 24 minutes long because they had 6 minutes of commercials. So quadruple that, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah,
it was really
Makes
bad
sense.
because
now
was
were they at least timed okay? Like it wasn't
No,
during
they were like
important stuff.
They were literally like every 3 to 5 minutes.
Yeah,
Jeez.
it was like the match would like the first match would literally just started and they're like, oh, we're going commercial. Well, like the match just started.
I hate when they do that. That's horrible.
Yeah. I mean,
Here recently,
Gotta get that revenue.
y'all probably won't know anything about this, but like on Saturdays, the NASCAR races, the Xfinity series,
Mhm.
they switched over to CW channel. and they have the worst and longest commercial breaks ever. It'll be like, oh, things are really heating up out here. Well, we'll be right back. And then it's like 5 minutes of nonsense commercials. And then, of course, they don't even do like a picture in picture so you can at least see what's going on in the corner or whatever.
Yeah.
And I hate when they do that in sports. Football's bad about that too. But yeah, that's all.
Oh, by
What,
the
the
way,
picture?
when they do picture in picture bullshit, I would at least half the screen would be actual the event instead of like, oh, here's the commercial, and then zoop.
Here's what they're doing on the sideline. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, no,
like,
when they do picture in picture, they have to give the predominant side to the commercial because that's what's being paid for.
oh
Now,
yeah,
the companies pay less to get when on Fox, like they'll do like a picture in picture during a NASCAR race on Sunday, and the commercial won't cost as much because you're basically not getting the full screen. Or
yeah,
most times it'll be like, oh, this is the Coke. Okay, like tomorrow's the Coke 600. It's a big NASCAR race. It'll be a Coca-Cola commercial, and
yeah.
it'll tie into whatever, something like that.
You know what's crazy? That's the second time we talked about Coca-Cola commercial because we were talking about how Viagra doesn't even promote itself no more. I was like, well, Coca-Cola doesn't really does commercial
Well,
unless it's
I'm not even
toothpaste.
sure Viagra is the most prominent dick pill around. I mean, you see blue chew shit
I am
everywhere
so
now.
sick of dick pills tonight. I don't even want to talk about it.
Did I hit a nerve with
Yes,
that one, Rose?
yes.
You're out there, folks?
You kind
Oh,
of
The
did.
only commercials I was getting throughout all the ad breaks during wrestling tonight was a
Oh,
Target commercial,
that's right.
Xfinity Wi-Fi that I already have, and a dick pill from Roe.
yeah,
Well,
Tex. It's
okay.
I must have saw that dick pill
All right,
commercial
then.
about 7 times tonight.
Tex.
Jesus.
Tex. It's like you're the dentist, and you're in his mouth, and you have the hook tool, right? And
Oh,
you're like,
yeah.
hey, and it's like, hey, what's that? And you hit the nerve, and like that's what you just
apparently,
did.
apparently, I struck gold with that one, not even realizing
I
it.
am so sick of dick pills. And then on YouTube, every time I
Okay.
get an ad break on there, I get the fucking Hims dick pill on YouTube every fucking day.
Now, okay. Since I'm not. Before I say this, I'm not accusing you of shortcomings. Let's say, let's keep this nice. But is this something you Google or talk about around your phone a lot? Like, is this
No,
maybe?
I don't know why I'm getting these ads, and I'm sick and tired of seeing them.
See, I brought up a different, like where you know how a lot of times you're on like Facebook and or on your phone, and you would say something to someone, and your phone
Right.
heard you, and then now you're having a bunch of ads on your
Or
Facebook.
actually, wait. Are you listening to that to them wrestling podcasts where every 5 minutes it's a blue chew ad?
I mean, I still watch JD, but he doesn't plug Blue Chew all that often anymore.
Well, oh no, not him. The
Conrad.
fat, yeah,
Yeah.
Conrad, the fat guy that does all them wrestling shows. Do you watch those
No,
a
I
lot?
don't listen. No, I don't listen to Conrad Thompson.
They say because they say blue chew like every 15 minutes, like on one of the. Well, I know they
Oh,
used to. I haven't watched him in forever, but
oh my God! I listened to the show, and then you'll be right.
Maybe it's from all the porn I watched recently. I don't fucking know.
Jesus Christ,
It's like
Herbert.
they're like, well, I
You
mean,
really had to go there, didn't you?
Hey, I can't help it that I like Japanese girls and they squeal when they orgasm.
Well, somebody's going to clip that out, so that we're gonna use
Someone's
that
definitely
at
gonna
some
clip
point.
that. Jesus Christ.
we need to get a timestamp and send that to Alex and the garbage man and have that a clip. Oh god.
Oh, that
Tatanka
was
says
good.
Tatanka says Tex favorite tobacco is Blue Chew.
No,
Damn, I
I
lost my
am
first race today.
I am pure blooded and all natural. There, good sir. No performance enhancing drugs are needed for me and mine.
Yeah,
So we're fine.
that does sound like chewing tobacco, though. I mean, that doesn't sound like a dick pill. That sounds
Actually,
like
believe it or not, I'm off of the tobacco. I went to the nicotine pouch days. They work pretty well. So I've been. Let's see. When's the last time I had stuff? Oh, it was. It's been some time now. A good handful of months. Like, I mean, whenever I was dipping, it was gold that I would dip, but it just got so expensive that it just wasn't worth it anymore. And these nicotine pouch things, it's nicotine's not bad for you. It's in
oh
hell, it's in
everything
fruit.
well
But
everything is going up. Like
Do they
oh,
do
dude,
they
it
make
was
weed? Do they make weed patches? I have to fucking glue a
oh,
fucking.
dude,
I
they
have
make
to glue a
weed
fucking
everything. I'm
pound of those
sure
things
that
with
they
my
have a
all over my
pouch.
neighbors.
I'm sure they got a pouch, but no, it was like the like for for a cheap can of Skull was getting close to like $8. I'm like, this is just no, this is too much. Like
oh
the price of it is out of hand. So
well
I did it since I was 12. I figured, you know what, I don't want to do this anymore. So I cut that out of my life. So it's
that
all good.
reminds me.
A pack of cigarettes in New York City is almost $30 a pack now.
Oh yeah, no, it's the
Oh,
taxes. Is ridiculous.
that's
It's too high.
insane.
It's yeah, it's ridiculous. For a pack of Marlboros down here, it's like $10 if it's cheap.
Oh
It's
wow.
ridiculous. So
You
yeah,
go to
it's
New York
way
City,
too.
you're gonna pay. You go to New York City for
Well,
like the freaking big brands. You're paying almost $30 a pack.
And
that's why I've got a couple friends of mine. Once a month, they drive to Oklahoma up there on Indian land. Their their tobacco's cheap. You can buy like a can of snuff or a pack of smokes for like $3. Like it is really, really cheap. So it is worth the drive to Oklahoma just to do that. So works out.
well, my late wife, she would have roll her own cigarettes for a while. Like she would get
So
a bag of tobacco and then roll her own cigarettes. And I was
yeah.
like, but
Yeah,
like,
Casey, I didn't know you dated a smoker.
Well,
oh,
I mean,
oh,
okay, like with me, like I said, I started dipping whenever I was 12 years old. I mean, I started dipping once I started riding boat. And I just, it got to the point where the cost of it was ridiculous. And I didn't like it as much anymore. And this is when these like just the nicotine patches were getting popular and they were readily available and they were like $2 a can. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to try these things. And I went to that. And I've saved a whole hell of a lot of money. So I'm good. so
I heard AEW eats Blue Chew before they go out to the ring. Oh, I'm
I'm
like,
sure the
that'd be
AEW doesn't have Blue Chew written in there, but
that'd
whatever.
be weird. I'm yeah. When I go out, like, I need to have a boner before go to the ring. Like, like,
Well, I used to love like Tony Schiavone's podcast with Conrad Thompson back in the day. Like before he got hired to AEW, he was
yeah,
dirty. He'd tell nasty jokes. He'd talk about how slutty women were, and he'd get blue with it. Once he got hired by AEW, he was like he stopped all that shit. Like it ruined it. I completely unsubscribed from any of his shows because he wouldn't tell the dirty jokes no more. He wouldn't whatever. Well, you ain't funny now. Whatever.
well, I think he was with MLW before that, and then they
I don't.
signed him for a appearance, and then he did such a good job that he wanted to be hired. Honestly, I don't know why WWE never. I mean, they had him for a little bit, but I don't know why they didn't have him like, yeah, you have JR and the King, but they did SmackDown together. But for a while, it was like, wasn't it King and the
Michael
Taz on?
Hayes.
Yeah,
Uh,
Michael Hay, Michael
well, I
Hayes.
take it back. Every once in a while, I'll get one of Eric Bischoff's podcasts like recommended to me on YouTube, and I'll listen to it.
Mm-hmm.
But the only ones that I'll listen to, if it's not about WCW, I don't care. I'm not paying attention. I y'all know me. That's my deal. But if it ain't WCW, it's garbage. So I,
I like some of the Bruce Pritchard one. Jeff Jarrett's episodes are good. Um, I would listen to Jeff Jarrett, especially when they talk about where he left WWF in '99, and then the
listen
last.
here,
Uh,
slut nuts.
and
I met Jeff Jarrett. I got his autograph.
then, you know what? He's not as like. I thought he would be a real dick, but when you listen to him, he's actually a good guy if you listen to him. But
Well, the problem is there's everybody and their dog has a wrestling podcast, and
oh
there's
yeah,
only so many stories. Like everybody, and this is my problem with that Dark Side of the Ring show. Number one, it's produced by those commies at Vice. Nobody should watch that show. But two, this is not new information. Anybody who's going to watch this show already knows these stories. So it's yeah, I don't know. It's why is it even being made? I mean, Vice is not a popular channel. Like they went
no,
bankrupt a long time ago. I don't see
You know what podcast I wish never stopped was the Steve Austin show. I used to listen to Stone Cold's podcast every week.
all
And
right.
they were just
See,
I
talking about
listened to a
fucking
few of
anything. He was funny.
them. I didn't listen to a whole lot. Whatever. I'm just
I like the dark side of the ring. The problem, I mean, yes, there's a lot of times there's information I already know, and they're not 100% accurate though either. Like I would definitely point at the plane ride from hell. That was riddled with problems because they at one point they're like, "Oh, Vince McMahon and Linda was on the plane," but they also let all this shit happen on the plane. You figure
right.
the person like who's the boss, you wouldn't think they would do all that crazy shit on the plane if the boss was on the airplane, right? Like, I mean,
Well,
it makes
it's. I think a lot of it's they're telling these stories for shock value. And, I mean, there's a myriad of reasons. It's just I don't know. I'm not a big enough wrestling fan to listen to these shows anymore. I'll listen to like Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s podcast. He's got two or three on his networks that I listen to regular. I've got uh I listen to more true crime than I do anything, probably. Then I've got a couple like supernatural. There's one I listen to. It's like cryptozoology stuff, like Bigfoot, chupacabras, and all of the aliens and whatever. All of the kind of weirder stuff. I just don't give a shit about the you know. I don't need to hear what Jeff Jarrett has to say about the 1994 SummerSlam. I don't care, you know.
ooh,
So
I got an idea. This could be a worth $1 million, a multi-million-dollar deal.
probably not, but I'll listen to it.
Text, we
If you
need.
thought of it, Casey, it's probably already been done.
No, I know it.
We've
Well,
probably already
this.
lost money if it's one of your ideas. Go ahead.
No, I know this hasn't been. This version hadn't been done because I mean,
Uh,
we need Tex to do a ghost hunting show, but when he goes into these buildings that are supposedly haunted,
I would love
obviously,
to do that actually. Like that's that one of my one of the things I wanted to do with my life was to become like a paranormal investigator, like professionally. I would love to do that, but unfortunately, you don't make much money doing that. That's the problem. So, it's that's one of those jobs where you kind of have to already have money, so you can do
Oh, yeah.
that.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
I think what you could do is, like, I mean, I don't think we really need money. We could do it as a very low budget. We could use our smartphone as cameras, and we go to
Well, no,
places.
I mean, like seriously, like not just filming going into a spooky abandoned building. I actually wanted to do like the paranormal investigator
Yeah,
exorcist schooling. I actually wanted to go study to learn this stuff. And, life didn't turn out that way. I guess I could always do it down the road, or whatever. But that was one of the things I've always wanted. I mean, I studied this stuff, whether it's, light or dark. I like the spiritual. I like the supernatural elements in life. It's just, to me, that stuff is fascinating. It's so much more fascinating than real life, like our plane of existence. So I dig that stuff.
well, what I was thinking, yeah, we get a cell phone for footage, and then we get some equipment. We rent some equipment where you do where,
So we're already thousands in the hole here. Is what you're
and then you have your guns. So, like, if you
saying.
think you smell, if you see a ghost,
Yeah, I'm
you
gonna
start
shoot the ghost. Is that what you're saying?
Shoot the
exactly.
goats.
You shoot
I'm
the
gonna
ghost.
sh- I'm gonna shoot the ghost with my 45. Right? I'm gonna be like,
Yeah,
hey,
that's right.
listen
And
here,
then
listen here, Casper. You better back off, or I'm gonna plug you full of holes, pal. Like, is that what you're telling me?
yeah, and then
Okay.
like when the bullets go right through the ghost and it goes into the wall, it's like, well, I mean, we're doing our
See, with
show.
my luck, somebody would be standing behind Casper the ghost, and them bullets would go in him, and then I go to prison. That would be my luck. So, we're gonna we're gonna have to pass on that. Now, there is one
Well, if it
wrestling
was
channel.
Casey, I'm sure nobody would mind.
Well, there is one wrestling channel. Well, it's a channel with wrestlers, but it ain't about wrestling. Uh,
I think the New
uh,
Day did it.
Scarlett Bordeaux and what's the Asian broad that got fired recently? Green hair.
Oh,
Uh,
Nazi Blackheart?
yeah,
yeah.
Shotzi Blackheart. They they have a paranormal channel that is amazing to watch. They actually, I mean, they take it seriously. They're actually paranormal investigators, and they go to these haunted places and they do like these long videos. They actually do some really good stuff. I'm subscribed to them. I watch them regularly. But plus, it's never a bad day when you get to stare at Scarlet Bordeaux for any reason. So that definitely
I,
helps.
I still think it's worth millions of dollars because, especially
Well, I'll tell
from
you what,
when you start.
I tell you what, Gage, you get the funding. Basically, okay, you're going to be the executive producer. So I just gave you a big fancy title. Okay, you're going to be the executive producer of this show. Spooky Time with Tex is what we'll call it. Okay, that's the name of
Exactly.
the show. Spooky Time with Tex, produced by Casey is wrong. Be right on the bottom of the screen, so you'll be happy. And but your job, you have to get financial backers, all of the camera equipment, any equipment that we're going to need,
And the
um,
permit.
the permits. You're going to take care of all this later. So if you do all of that stuff, I will star in your show. So
Like, I just can't wait to see, like, when you think thought you
yeah,
spotted the gray. It's like, and you start shooting.
But you gotta be careful, Tex. He'll hire Michael as the camera crew, and it'll be in 144p.
Oh,
well, no, this it must be professionally done. There are caveats. It can't just be like, okay, I've got a stick to fight the ghost off with and a broken iPhone to do this. No, must be modern, new technology that will be HD format. All of it. So if Casey gets it together, we'll talk. But I'm confident. more. I am sure Casey's lazy side 5 minutes in and be going, I'm just going to go to Dairy Queen. I'm just going to go to Sonic. I'm just going to go to McDonald's. And he's going to forget. And we don't have to worry about it. So we're good.
Well, it's just a bunch. It's just one of the ideas that's on the pile. I just figure it'd be a good idea because I think
You
it'd
remember
be
that pile of dung from the first Jurassic Park movie?
no.
Whenever Jeff Goldblum comes out, that's a massive pile of shit. Like, you don't remember that?
Oh yes, yeah. Sorry, yeah.
I imagine that's the pile that you're talking about. I kind of see how that.
That's a big
Oh,
pile of
good.
shit.
When
Yeah,
it comes
that's
to
what I'm
when
saying.
it comes to paranormal, though, I used to watch Omar Gosh TV. He would go to like a lot of haunted places and shit too, and
See,
do
that's one
fucking
thing
spirit.
I would
Go to
love
do. He would do
to.
spirit box sessions and get and
Oh,
do a
yeah.
lot of shit.
Well, I've been to a good bit of haunted locations down here, like, Texas area, even some in Louisiana. But I would love to go up to like the Northeast, from like Baltimore to Salem, all those abandoned asylums in like the Northeast up there.
Yeah, he
There's
does
some
a lot. Yeah,
really,
Omar does a lot of
yeah,
that shit. Yeah.
there's a lot. And the problem is, most of those places are either owned by the state or like private people that won't let you in them. So that's why they don't get access. But one of those deals.
We got a question from Tatanka. It's like, Tex,
Yes, sir.
if you had one night with Scarlet Padeaux, would you forfeit
Oh,
your clan membership for it?
my what? Forfeit
Your
my what?
clan membership?
Well, considering I may or may not be the Grand Wizard, I can do as I please. So, hey, I'm going to have my cake and eat it too. So it's fine. It's going to be good.
Technically, they're not going to say, "Hey, this is my
Seriously,
grand
if I'm the
wizard."
leader, the people below me, what are they going to do? They have to listen to me. So, fuck them. Fine.
What's up, Calvin?
See, like one night with Scarlet, my lord, like
Oh man.
Wouldn't you need your wife's permission first?
Oh, that's a good
there's
point.
some things that are worth losing people over, and I think that's one of them. So you know what? See, and for something like that, it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. Like I'd be like, "But honey, look at her," and she would probably be like, "Okay, you're fine. No, okay, I get it." But
She's like, I would understand.
hell, she might even join me. You never know. But if I'm lucky, right? But who knows?
Well, if I had a membership, I would definitely give it up.
You do have a
Well,
membership, Casey. You have a membership to the math club, remember?
he ain't a member of my club. I demand a but the standard of excellence for my club is much higher than that nonsense outfit that he runs with. But whatever. So
The Tonka says Casey would take Scarlet to Waterford and then home to the place of Contra.
no, Casey take her video game hunt is what Casey did. Yeah, hey, let's go.
Hey,
Let's go buy the 15th copy of Mario Kart. Like let's do something fun.
you
Whatever.
know what? Sometimes it is fun just driving around though. Like a lot of times me and Melissa or like we would even my wife half the time it was fun just driving around and having a blast with the person's company.
Okay,
And
but you've got one night with Scarlet Bordeaux. I'm not going to talk about news and the politics. You know what I'm saying? We're going to get down to business,
oh hell, oh
and
no,
and and I'm gonna fuck that broad till either I die or I'm out of juice. One of the two, whichever one comes first. All right. So it's
I
fine.
love. See, I remember was listening to. I guess it was Conrad saying that, how the wrestlers would say, "Oh, I would love to die in the ring," and then it's like, I mean, that's hero's
No,
dream
no.
to die?
I go with the standard. I want to die fat, rich, and in the arms of a beautiful younger woman. That is the correct answer to every one of those questions. So,
Well, he also said that like some guys like to go to die after having sex with a hot woman. And it was like,
hmm?
but just imagine that woman be probably scarred for life. I was like,
That's not my problem. I'm dead. I don't care.
That's not my problem. I'm dead.
She can
well,
go get therapy. I've moved on to another plane, and I get to tell my friends, "Hey, you're not going to believe how I got here. It's going to be amazing." So,
to me, it'd be like, I don't know, think about that. It's like, hey, you know what? I had sex with this woman. Like, I did kill her, but I
I
killed her.
banged her so hard, my heart flew out of my chest, literally landed on the ceiling. Is how hard we were doing. It was the bloodiest damn thing you ever saw.
Oh,
So,
for me, it's like, I'd be like, if I was on the coin, like, I was the one who, like, the person I was having sex died, and I was the survivor. It's like, you know how she died? I killed her by my
well,
dick.
now, okay, here's the question, Casey. You're having sex with a broad. She dies in
Yeah.
the middle of it. Do you finish?
Wait a minute. We've asked that question before.
Have we? I don't know if we have.
Yeah, it was a
Either
few
way,
months back. Yep,
either
I
way, I'm
remember
going to
this
ask
one.
it again. So, Casey, you're doing a broad. She dies halfway through. Literally halfway through. It's not like, oh, I'm about to finish. Halfway. Do you finish?
I think that's a turn off.
Now
Since
hold on. Wait a minute.
Oh,
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
puss.
Hold on. Wait a minute. What if it feels so good you don't realize she's dead?
There you go.
Then you
You
have
can
to
and see
finish.
Rose gets it because there's your right. You can always say, "Well, I didn't know we were in the moment." They can't prove
I
otherwise.
mean, if she's like doing nothing, that's kind of weird. Like,
No, that's
no,
not true. There are many women out there that lay there and do nothing. That is a standard for someone.
no, for me that's
Well,
not a
those are the
turn
kind of
on.
girls you don't want to fuck in the first place.
Right.
For me, that's hold on. For me, that's like if they're not showing no motion. It's like, am I doing a good? I'm like, am I doing something wrong here? Like, like usually,
See, this is just Casey's a lack of self confidence. This is what this is right here.
like,
Casey's just like, oh, I'm not doing it good. She's not right. See, but here's the thing: like, a real man finishes his job. Is all I'm saying. Just throwing
but
it out there.
for me, it's kind of like even now, like when like I have a lady friend over at the apartment, and I have Duke scratching and whining at the door. That's kind of hard to keep going when.
No, that's when you grab him by the back of the scruff, throw him in the fucking kennel, tell him to shut the hell up, and you go handle business. That's what you do there.
It's like I, he's separation anxiety. Like
Who gives a
don't want it.
shit?
I don't
Who
Life
want him.
gives a
sucks.
shit?
I don't want him in the room. But I'm like, what am I supposed to do? Put him in the
I
car
got
when
news
I'm.
for you. Okay, if I'll use a baseball term here. Whenever you get a chance to step up to the plate, you better hit a home run. And if your excuse is, "Oh, coach, I can't hit today because my leg hurts," you're a puss. Okay, just you know what I'm
Hold on.
saying.
If you can't like run around the bases or even like if you're you can't
That's like
do.
you're missing the entire point of the metaphor. Man the fuck up, grab Scruffy by the back of his neck, and say, "Hey, going to lay some pipe here. Shut the hell up and go do your business." You know what I mean?
We got devious Dave Rose. What's up, Dave?
What's up, Dave?
I was gonna jump in and say that you probably like the dog being in the same room, but you did say that you don't.
See, I was waiting
I-
if some. I was thinking that, but I'm like, I'm gonna wait to see if somebody else says that first. But,
Well, I could never
Dave went
stand
to
that,
save.
despite of the lamentations of the women saying, "No, "What's the problem?" It's like, "What's the problem?" No, ain't nobody watching me fuck. Could be, a dog, a person. It doesn't matter. Ain't nobody watching me
Right.
fuck. Oh, are these scratching
Right.
at the door? Well, we can fucking put them outside, and we won't even
Right.
hear them. Oh, he's gonna be
I'm
barking, bothering the
You tell
fucking
Fido,
neighbors.
okay,
I don't care.
you grab Fido, give him a bone, tell him to shut the hell up, handle business. This is how this works. Not hard.
Well, hold on.
And
It's
hey,
not
if
like
you got to deal with fucking a dog scratching at the door, fine. Put on loud music so you don't hear it. Put on the fucking
Right.
TV, whatever.
Have
It's
you
just
ever
like-
had sex to Motorhead, Casey? It is amazing. It motivates you the whole way through, dude. It is incredible.
no, but
Throw on Ace of Spades, grab the lady,
Yeah,
and say,
and
"You're
in the
about to get the
process,
ride of your life."
and in the
And
process, Tex, you'll be yelling the ass of spades instead of the ace of spades.
hey, whatever works. However you got to get there, my friend. Just saying, you handle business.
I had put stuff like on the TV while I was having sex just to cover up the noise, but it was never to enhance the moment, though. So
I can see Casey getting romantic, be like, "Hey, Melissa, I'm gonna go put some music on," and he strolls over to his boombox or his radio. Right? Then you hear do 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 do. He's just playing Mario music while he's doing it. That's all that Casey would do it too.
I don't know. I've been with a substantial amount of women that wanted music or the TV
Oh, yeah.
in the background.
Oh yeah, no,
Like personally, I don't give a fuck. If there's nothing playing, it's fucking lights are on. But it's like, no, I don't feel comfortable. All right, we'll fucking turn the lights off and we'll fucking play the TV. It's like, are you watching or are you fucking? Like, what,
now
whatever.
I will say, if the lady is taking care of your downstairs, if you know what I'm saying, it takes elevating. If you're able to watch your favorite movie or television show while she's taking care of you, that is a level of power that you have never reached in your life until you get there. That's all I'm
No, that
saying.
sounds mean to me. Because, again, I'm not there to fucking watch a movie. I'm there to fuck. So it's just
No,
like,
see, it's a thing of status. It's like eating the steak while you're getting a blowjob. That's king level stuff right there. But like you take care of mommy while I eat this. So that's living high on the hog.
that sounds quite homosexual. Why would you not be into, watching her look at you in the eyes? Why are you watching a fucking, a movie or some shit?
well,
Oh
one
goodness
time
gracious!
I
If it's
was-
not bad, I mean, let's just be honest. Some girls really give bad head. So if you want to be playing a video
this is
game,
true.
it's gonna take fucking 3 hours for her
There's
to fucking get you going.
there's nothing worse than a shitty blowjob from a whore that is lazy. That's
I've
horrible.
also experienced that.
Yeah. Well, if
But you know
any
what?
guy
I've
ever
got a
tells
question
you that
for
he
you.
hasn't, he's lying. That's just the way that it works.
Actually, I've got a
Whatever.
question for you. How is it possible that there are women out there with tongue studs that just give such
Oh, I love it.
shitty fucking blowjobs? Like, I mean,
Um,
it's supposed to enhance things if you know how to give a blowjob.
Well-
but why is it so many just fail?
because
Even with
most
that
of them are
enhanced-
shitty women to begin with, and they're just lazy cunts. That's my own.
Oh,
You've already got a game enhancer. It's like fucking taking steroids or fucking starting like a race a minute before the rest of them. Like, you've got the advantage. Why aren't you
It's
using
kind of like how some guys will say, "Oh, well, I date ugly girls because they do more stuff because the pretty ones don't have to." It's kind of something like that, if you know what I'm saying. They feel it's like I guess it's a level of entitlement. I guess you could consider it to a certain point, but I don't know.
What do you have to say, Casey?
well,
You
for
look
me,
like
a lot of
you're-
times
Holding something
I
back there.
I
Casey's specializes in those ugly girls that do more stuff.
No, but
Right.
like, is he holding back about the tongue stud and bad blowjobs?
Well, I've been with many women with a variety of different body piercings. I thoroughly enjoyed all of them, and it's like anything. Just because you have the tongue ring doesn't mean it's going to be a good blowjob. But if you use it right, it'll make your toes curl, and you'll be hearing Elvis. It's it's the next level here.
Yeah, but again, it's like starting a race with an advantage, and yet
Right.
those that fail
Yeah.
to perform even with that advantage, it's like one of
Well,
these
like I said,
guys
and-
decides to say he's a female and then go racing in the female league and shit. It's just like you got the advantage, kid, and you still lose against women. Like, that's sad.
It's like that line from that one episode of King of the Hill where Bobby has to wrestle. I think it's Connie in the episode, and all of the guys are out in the alley, and Dale's like, "Bobby, well, you're in a tight spot. If you fight her and you beat her, then you have the shame of beating a girl. But if she beats you, you better hope she breaks your neck quicker that way." So, one of those kind of.
That's funny right there. It's like you beat a girl.
If she beats you, it's one of
girl
those.
beats you. Yeah, like
Right.
I mean, honestly, the better solution is you beating the girl because, like,
Right. No, the
Like-
better solution is not being one of those weirdos that would even do that in the first place. But here we are.
No, well, they should never have allowed intersex, wrestling. I remember in
I
my
agree.
there was a girl that joined the wrestling team, and nobody really wanted to deal with her and stuff.
Well, years ago, whenever my youngest was playing basketball in middle school, a team came into town that had a boy on their team, and my child's team refused to play. They weren't going with that idiot shit. They said, "Fuck
Good.
off."
Good.
They just refused to, whatever. They the second coach, whatever his job was, he went and locked the visitors' locker room just to make sure the boy wasn't getting in the girls' locker room. Some people take that shit seriously, some don't, but it's the world we live
I never did a sport for the school. I played baseball for 11 years, but never for the school. It was always the little league version. But
in. Love playing baseball.
What? Hold on. What did you play? Umpire?
Casey was the pitcher's mound. They just stood on it.
I'm not gonna lie, I was an outfielder for most of the time, but the last couple seasons.
Oh, you were the kid out there picking dandelions is what you were doing. You weren't playing no baseball.
Yeah, not gonna lie.
Casey was the kid in the outfield who was so oblivious. When the game was over and everyone left, he would still be standing there wondering if the game was over yet.
Just like with
Casey-
his video gaming, he would strike out a T-ball.
But for the
Oh,
last
man.
Speaking of
What?
Casey's video games, Casey, I have not forgotten what you did a couple of weeks ago. You fraud motherfucker, you.
what?
Uh-oh.
You played that instead of playing a legitimate copy of Sonic the Hedgehog on your stream, you felt the need to play a bootleg copy, a burned bootleg copy on a system that it was never made for.
I'm glad that
Okay.
you call that shit out because again,
Are you surprised, Rose? I
he
mean,
does
is water
he-
not wet?
He'll say it's
Oh.
well, technically. Yeah, you're getting out on a technicality, but it's this is the crime that's happening.
Hold on.
Right.
I straight up said it was a burned copy of a game that was not for the system. I
You're just
didn't say
wanting your crime. Basically, you know that you're not playing it right. It's
And
like
the
man,
reason
I
I
played
knew-
Mario Brothers on like this, retro freak console. It's like, but dude, you got a Nintendo. Why don't you play it on that fucking system?
And the reason I knew it, Dave, is because I was watching a stream and I heard an echo in the audio. I'm like, Casey, your audio's echoing. and I thought like maybe he had the TV up a little loud, so I thought maybe his OBS was catching his mic, and the Elgato's picking up the audio like it's supposed to. So I thought it was echoing that way. And that's when he came out and said no. He goes, I think it was the game, the way it was burned. I'm like, what are you talking about? And then he's like, I'm playing a bootleg Sonic the Hedgehog on Sega CD. I'm like, you motherfucker.
Well, because I mean, and
Yeah, but
plus,
See,
I mean,
now I'm gonna have
Sonic
to
the
do a new
Hedgehog is playable
intro.
on practically every game console in existence, except for the
See,
one he was playing it on.
I filmed a intro for Casey's channel at his request. I'm gonna have to redo that. I named you the king of the retro video game. You're the cheater of the retro video game. I'm gonna
I
have to
want to know
redo that.
now. Ever since I found that out, I want to
I'm
know
gonna
how
have to
much of
take
his
that
collection now is actually legit.
Tex, you need to make a second one, dude.
I'm gonna have to recant my statement and publicly vindicate myself for this chicanery that's happened here. This is nonsense.
Well, I mean, it's not like I was having an advantage. It was just I was doing a Sega CD stream, and I was
I hope my image was not attached to that falsehood, sir. I hope it was not.
no, we're all tainted. I've done an intro for him too. We're all tainted by his crimes.
I feel used. I feel like I feel vile now. It's horrible.
Well, I mean, it's not like I was cheating on the game, and I didn't have an advanced help with that. I mean, like, yes, okay, when I use the Retro Freak, yes, I use
You're the
Sega.
Martin McGuire of video games. You're corking the bat here. All right.
No, that's Sammy Sosa.
No,
They both did it.
They
also,
both
both
did it, first of all. And so did Ken Griffey Jr. while we're at it.
Tex,
So did Palmero. So did Conseco. What's up, man?
I was gonna say that he was complaining the other day on one of his premieres and stuff about not being able to play a game and stuff. I'm like, dude, you're playing a game. You already know what it is. How about maybe spend 5 minutes on Google just to learn about it? Maybe have a map set up, ready to go. And he was like, well, that's a good idea. It's like, the genius. Like, you've been doing this for a long time. I thought you would have clued in and decided to do that. Like,
They've been making.
it's like playing Goonies and not having the fucking
They were
map.
producing strategy guides back in the 90s and the early 2000s whenever I was playing video games.
But then
You're also talking about a guy.
It's like,
You're also talking about a guy
the
who
map.
earlier tonight admitted that tomorrow night when AEW and WWE go head to head with their pay-per-views, he's picking NXT.
Yeah,
Okay,
thank you for bringing that up. Thank you for bringing that up. I don't know if hold on. So NXT's got a pay-per-view tomorrow or WWE?
Yeah.
NXT is going head to head with Double or Nothing tomorrow night.
And that's like, again, Casey, how could you choose NXT over that? Because you said that live on air, so you're on record. You were also confused. You thought AEW was tonight, but then you're saying, "Oh, well, I can't watch it because I don't have, I'm not going to pay for it." Do you really need? I mean, can you really say that? Knowing me, do you really need a link? Like, do you need me to help you out there, buddy?
I offered to give him links last time. He goes, "I don't do that. I got caught once." I'm like, "How do you get? How have you
The
gotten
internet?
caught?"
There's as they say in Jurassic Park, life finds a way. It's not hard on the internet.
And in fact, Casey, you can actually stream that. Anybody can stream it on your Discord. You can literally have somebody showing their screen, and you can watch the match, and everyone that's there
have a group watch party on your Discord there.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I could say the person that used to do it, but I'm not gonna rat him out because that'd be an asshole move.
Okay, whatever. But do you want a link? I can get one to you. I can get 3 to you. Like, really? Come on.
There you go.
I mean,
and Rose can help you. Like,
okay, maybe. I don't want to get in trouble.
Oh, no,
you have resources.
Get in trouble.
Doing that.
Get in trouble. Is anyone else getting in trouble? No. And also, the more important egregious crime is the fact you chose NXT over AEW. Really?
Oh,
Hangman Page and fucking Osprey tomorrow.
Oh,
Oh, and
Yeah.
they're going to Toronto in September,
There
and
you go.
it's going to be on a Saturday night. It's going to be all out, and I'm thinking, fuck yeah, I'm gonna be down there. I'm gonna do it. So
Hell
tickets
yeah.
go on
There you
sale
go.
the
Hit
28th
it
of
up.
May, and
Okay.
I'm gonna film from there, Casey,
Mm,
and you'll see how awesome it is.
I got a
You should wear a
question.
T-shirt that says WWE sucks or something.
In fact, I might have a sign that said Casey is, I don't know, something shit, crap, but something against Casey.
Casey is fraud.
Casey is
Fraud.
fraud.
It's
Not a
cheater.
bad suggestion.
I'd say Casey is cheater.
Well, we'll get something, and
What?
maybe I can even meet with some of the wrestlers and get them to shit talk you on a video.
And then
There
you
you go.
can, and then you have to make him use it as an intro.
Well, I got a question. How are you gonna feel when Evolution 2 beats All in
That is
July?
not happening, Casey.
Are you being purposely retarded, or
Yeah.
practicing for a role in the play? Because like let's be honest. Obviously I'm biased for AW. I've always been honest, but also if you look logically, you remove all emotion, it is the better product. So are you saying this in jest, or do you actually believe the shit that's coming out of your mouth?
I think the
No,
play.
he's just saying it to be cantankerous. What he's doing.
Dangerous.
Honestly, I think the views
Pain
will
in the
probably
ass.
be.
Cantankerous, I guess it's another term. Sorry. Pain in
Honestly,
the ass.
honestly, the better show will be All In. But I think because how cheap, I mean how like the AEW's pay per view is expensive, so I see all Evolution 2 winning because of Peacock prices. But I think
Hold
oh
on. Winning how? More viewers, more
that
money
more viewers. That's the only thing I would
for
say. But
NXT on a Sunday.
no, tomorrow.
Tomorrow Sunday.
Well,
Yeah.
there is one thing that you'll
I'm
have.
talking
Well,
about Evolution
there's
2.
two things that you need to keep in mind here. One, Memorial Day. People
Oh yeah, that's
aren't going
right.
to be
You guys
home
have a holiday. Yeah.
doing holiday things, and NASCAR's having the Coke 600, one of the biggest races of the year. There's a lot of crossover between the wrestling and the NASCAR fan base.
Yeah.
That's going to take a chunk of audience too.
Well, I mean, I think both shows will be good. I'm
Oh
definitely
my
interested
god.
to watch Double or Nothing because Will
I love
Ospreay.
I love Casey trying to walk this back now. That's great.
He's I don't even he's stumbling. I can't see anything that he's doing right now because well, they're both going to be good shows. It's just like forget about NXT because it's literal, entry level developmental. Meanwhile, you have the build up to All in Texas, which is going to fucking break records there. It's sold out basically.
Hey, at least somebody will be winning in Texas Ranger Stadium this year.
Oof.
Hey, Rose, you can go fuck yourself.
But hey, it's a cool venue. It's a cool venue and stuff.
I'll tell you right now, me and the Rose are about to fight. Is what he's about to. He's trying to
God
throw
dang.
hands on here.
Coming in muffled. What's going
Yeah.
What the hell did you just say, Tex?
Yeah, you sound like you just went underwater.
Is that better?
Yeah,
Yeah.
much
Yeah.
better.
No, I said the Rose is over here trying to throw hands, and me and him about to fight, talking about the 23-3 World Series champion Texas Rangers, pal. I got
Hey,
news for you.
hey. You're also talking about a team that just got swept by the Yankees last week.
You got payback coming. Y'all got lucky on them three. We don't forget, all right? That's all I'm saying. So keep watching. Just say. When's the last time y'all won World Series? What was that? 20? No, that's been a while, hasn't it, huh, Rose? It's been a long time, right?
Yeah, it's been 15 years.
Oh wow! So is that? Yeah. Oh, we have one. So yeah. So you have no room to say anything. So you shut the hell up, sir. So,
Also,
Hey, I
Banner.
only said this year because they're failing
not.
this year, unfortunately. And
Yeah, we suck.
we know Bruce Bochy's a damn good coach.
I'm pretty sure the Rangers sold their soul to win that World Series. That's why we suck right now. That's the theory I'm working under.
Let's
But,
move down to
we'll see what
baseball
happens.
now.
Well,
Yes.
Rose. Anyways, back to Casey.
I just had to throw shade because we mentioned Ranger Stadium.
Fuck you, Rose. Anyways, Casey, continue your nonsense about AEW
Oh.
and NXT.
I thought we were talking about baseball. I mean,
No, we're
thought
talking. I want to hear
thought-
you back. I want to hear you back talk your nonsense and try to get out of this hole.
Well, I mean, I think both shows are going to be good. I
Oh,
mean,
come on.
I think
Casey's-
You've seen the recent
Casey's
botches
doing
on
the participation
NXT?
trophy round. That's what he's doing.
There's so many fucking people that are highlighting the botches on NXT. It's nuts, and as well as TNA, where they can't. The women can't even put somebody through a fucking table. They can't even break it.
I saw that
Now-
clip, yeah.
Okay. I know nothing about either of these, so I can be fair and unbiased. Which one has the hotter women that look slutty? Because that's the one I'm rooting for.
I'd say
I'd say
NXT.
I may have to do some Google and research to determine the winner of this. But whoever has the hottest, sluttiest looking women with the most cleavage showing will be the winner for my.
Most cleavage. I don't know. AEW, in my opinion, has the best women wrestlers, but also like they're really
Well,
fun.
okay, but I
Like some of them.
I'm
are
asking you.
really
I could give a crap about the wrestling. I don't care about that. I want to see it all out. That's what I'm here.
Then that'd be
A different
NXT for you. That'd be NXT for you.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't follow. Second rate.
Well, like I said, I'll open my Google machine and I will determine that.
Honestly, I didn't even
dog.
know NXT was having a show tomorrow night until Casey mentioned it.
Well,
Now, I will say, is that not okay? Who planned to do the show first on Memorial Day Sunday?
oh, that's AEW.
AEW always does Double or Nothing on Memorial Day Sunday.
Yep.
So this is a reactionary response.
Yeah.
Yes, actually, just like Worlds Collide with AAA and WWE in Mexico, it's a response to CMLL and AEW hooking up for was it Grand Slam? Is that what they're calling it?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Was it
so
or no?
basically-
Wasn't it Forbidden Door when they did that
No,
last year?
No.
No, this is
There's
more
one. There's one in the next few months in Mexico. I think it's Grand Slam, and it's kind of similar to what they did with Australia, where it's just like it's going to be just a regular TV show, but it's
Oh
sort
yeah,
of,
so it's going to be another Grand Slam then. Yeah.
but it's a build that feels like a pay-per-view. Plus, it's in a new place, and there's people that like they already sold out. Literally, they've sold out the fucking Mexican arena, and those are large. So it's going to be a good show and shit, and it's going to be aired in America too, just like it's going to be aired in Mexico. So they're going to be reaching a very big audience. And WWE
Are they
just
going to have it in the
look
same
on
arena where they filmed The Bride and the Burrow? They're going to be in the same arena since it's in Mexico.
I
That's
can't
just
remember.
like WWE scheduling Evolution 2, the all women's PLE to go up against All In July.
This has actually been basically since the beginning of this year in January. It's been evident that WWE has actually been doing exactly that. AEW books a day, and WWE decides, let's just do it in the same city and stuff on the same day. And it's happened so often that it's not a coincidence. You can see exactly what they are trying to do. Plus, with
they're
recent acquisition of AAA, it's evident that TKO is trying to basically corner the market on several different industries. Go ahead, Tex.
Well, it's obviously.
Well, now
everything's petty. That's why
I'm trying to
they're
think.
doing it.
It's
And by the way,
pretty.
that's not me
Let the
backtracking.
Texan talk.
It's fair to assume that TKO has if it's a battle of the billionaires, to use the 90s term, TKO's got the bigger pocketbook than the Khan do, right?
I don't know.
The Cogs have the
Um,
football team. They have the soccer team. They have a couple other adventures going on.
They're
I
both
really, to
billion.
be quite honest, I don't know. But then again, the motivation is not the same. Tony is really just interested in the wrestling and keeping it that way. But you've got TKO, which is trying to merge things.
They're doing exactly what Vince McMahon did. They're doing the exact
Not
thing.
not
Yeah.
entirely. We're talking about a fucking corporation now that's willing to compromise WrestleMania over money, and because the top
Well, of course.
executives for TKO live in
These are
Vegas.
soulless businessmen that money is the only thing that matters. They don't
they'll-
care about the
they will
product.
compromise the
It's
product, but that's the thing. That's why they
Yeah.
want to have. They were having the WWE stuff with the UFC stuff in the same areas, and again, they're basically
Right.
trying to build it into one big cohesive brand, but it's not going to work that way because they're all so different. But it's just because I guess it's physical sport that they decide, okay, we'll put it under the TKO umbrella and just try to make it work. But it's
This
so
is why-
Well,
Wasn't it Tony Khan a couple of years ago too who moved his pay-per-views from Saturdays to Sundays to not get in the way of WWE because Vince started doing them on Saturdays when
Yeah.
he was doing them on
No.
Saturdays?
No, that's the thing though. I preferred Saturdays myself and stuff. He started with Sundays, but there were some on Saturdays. It really would depend because very often he was trying to adjust for whatever was going to be on TV. So if there was playoffs or something like that, he would move it, or like a big fight or something, he'd move it. But there was times where for months on end it would be on a Sunday, and again, I always prefer Saturday because Sunday, I work the next day. So just like I've
Right.
always preferred pay-per-views on Saturday nights. But there was a
Well-
long time where AEW was having them on Sundays, and they've switched over multiple times. And Tony's been, realistic about this. Just like, okay, we've got competition with these sports. We'll just have it another day.
Well,
Now,
I'm
once
looking
again,
at-
another novice question because I don't watch either product, but the AEW that I have seen, that was more of wrestling, chain wrestling kind of thing, whereas WWE's storytelling kind of wrestling. Is it not? And now is NXT more of the WWE storytelling style or the AEW style?
well, I'd
Oh,
say
come on.
NXT
It's not a difficult question.
It's more like NXT because you
No,
gotta remember.
NXT is like
No,
NXT.
what
No,
is
you have-
NXT? Is NXT following the AEW model where it's like flippy dippy, 650 into five
You do.
guys, and
Oh yeah.
or
No,
is
no,
it
no, no,
like
no.
a Monday Night Raw?
Oh, yeah.
Is it WWE style or is it AEW style? What does
NXT is
NXT do?
WWE style because NXT is training for their main roster.
Exactly. How hard
Okay,
is that for you to
thank
say, Casey?
That's all I needed to know. Thank you.
No, but we all have to answer for Casey because he's still being like tongue tied. What's going on, Casey?
Those two brain cells he had were rubbing together and got stuck. Is what happened.
No, he's enamored with Shad Khan's mustache. It looks like he's just got that on the screen, and
Well,
Casey, I'm gonna need a handshake
Buildup.
from you. Make sure you're not doing nothing bad.
no,
Like,
No.
we're gonna need a handshake.
I can't. Nope. No. Well, I was looking at how much
Casey's jerking it to A-Rab now. It's just getting bad, y'all.
Well, I was looking at his net worth. Google says his net worth is $13 billion, while
Well, go ahead.
TKO is 31 billion, but that
TKO also has UFC and WWE together,
Well, yeah.
and The
and
Rock.
and
The Khans have all their other.
He's
big
worth
time.
billions.
This is very important, but they hold a lot of debt. When they merged these companies, they acquired a lot of debt. UFC has a lot of debt.
That's true.
WWE has a ton of debt. So yeah, they might have market valuations, but
Well,
they
to
also
be
have
fair,
massive amounts
if
of
they
debt.
own the Jacksonville Jaguars, it's not like they've got a prize pony over there themselves. That's
No,
not a
but
good
they've got
organization.
but they've
Uh,
got marketing and merchandise. The same thing with Fulham Football Club there in England. They own it. It's not the most successful one, but it's a added revenue stream.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of. I would say I know this sounds like I'm backtracking, but it
Casey, you
feels
just need
like.
to stop talking tonight.
well,
You'll stay. You'll be in less trouble that way.
how likely is it that we see another like Vince buys WCW? Is there how likely is a scenario of TKO acquiring AEW with the next?
Not a chance.
No,
Not a
no.
chance.
You don't think so? Okay.
Not
Not
a
anytime.
chance.
Let's say not anytime soon.
I
It's
think they'll buy
no,
TNA
no,
before they
no.
buy before they buy AEW.
Not a chance. Tony, it's his baby, and his philosophy is it's gonna remain separate because it's an alternative. It's providing wrestling fans with wrestling, so you don't have to watch the big one because AEW is there and it's growing. So people can again get mad that they exist, but it is the alternative that all these people, including myself, cried for ages ago because we only had WWE and it was shit.
Well, we also had TNA, but
No, at one point, but then it just look. Come
oh
on,
yeah,
TNA's it's a
Now,
heartbreaking
here's my
tale,
next question:
and it doesn't really compare.
does Dave work for AEW, and how big is his paycheck every week? That's
I
my next
wish I did work for AEW, but again, here's the thing though. Like you were talking about earlier, the flippity dippity shit. I
Right.
love. There's basically
Okay.
but that's the thing. AW features a lot of different varieties of pro wrestling. North American style pro wrestling, Japanese style hard style, lucha libre, and then you've got the sort of amalgam and merging of all those, where you've got somebody like Will Ospreay who can do technical, high flying, and all this sort of thing. And multiple other people that do something similar. So it's this hybrid and stuff. You see a variety of different wrestling styles and different cadences and speeds to matches. And again, you see some amazing athletic moves. That to me is exciting. Not fucking 40 minutes, going back and forth in a ring on a promo, and then you don't get no fighting. And even when they do the fighting, it's got to be kid friendly, so you don't have any high flying acts in WWE. You don't have anything that really gets you excited about the potential that these athletes can really accomplish.
Well, hell, Dave, tonight when they did the fighting, we didn't even get to see most of it.
Well, and
I didn't watch,
like
so
I said,
I wouldn't know.
I
It
don't
was
watch
I had
either
an
of
amazing
these.
It was
fucking steak dinner
ridiculous.
tonight, boys. Oh, it was so fucking good.
The only time I watch any wrestling would be like a WrestleMania or a big. Pretty much that's it. I might catch like a SummerSlam if it's whatever, but other than that, I don't really care. So I like the competition. I don't care about AEW. I don't care about WWE, to be real with you. But I don't want anybody to have a monopoly on anything, because that's when shit dies. And I mean, we're seeing that with so many sports, so many different things. I mean, from movies to Hollywood to sports. If one company has control of all of it, it sucks, because then you stop trying. You don't have to compete anymore. So, competition's healthy in all things, whether I like it or not. But it's one of those deals.
well, I think this comment was shot at Dave Rose and say that's great. How does that bring in new viewers?
What? Hold on. What are you referring to? About sorry, that's great. How does it bring in new viewers? What is he referring to? I mean, like,
Probably,
how,
probably
yeah,
the speech
hold
that
on,
you
okay.
just gave a minute ago.
Okay, well, you tune into a show. Oh, it's wrestling. holy shit, that guy just did a hurricanrana off the top ropes and fucking nailed that guy, and it looked great. There's that. There's the fact that AEW is now again tightening their ship. They had on Dynamite, this past Dynamite was one of their best, and they had some promos from Hangman Adam Page and Will Ospreay. That first segment at the beginning of the show got the show at a high level from the get-go. Amazing fucking promo. It was praised by everyone, and it was just visceral and real. And again, this is how you bring eyes to the product from the casual point of view. Again, I don't care if I'm there watching it with only 7 people. I'm there to watch the flippy dippy shit, if you want to call it that. I'm saying that derisively because that's how the critics say it, but I want professional wrestling. That's what I like to see. I don't give a fuck how big the crowd is. I don't care about the fucking sound effect, the pyro. I want to see fucking athleticism. But I'm not the one that Tony is trying to target. He's trying to target a bigger audience. So what is he doing? He is doing the more promos and stuff. They had the female Jamie Hayter versus Mercedes Moné setting up for the pay-per-view tomorrow. They had this great fucking segment in the ring, and that's what attracts people. Is again, you have that promo aspect where people who like WWE like that stuff, and if AEW has it, there's a bigger chance that people will watch, tune in, and stay watching.
Well, I think this is another shot from Bam. He says the cruiserweight division will never become or never be mainstream, regardless how much you want to say how great AEW is.
I don't know which cruiserweight is he talking about. I don't know of any cruiserweight division in AEW.
I'm assuming when he says that the smaller people, I mean, obviously AEW.
No. Then he says smaller people. If he's gonna say cruiserweight, that defines to a title. There's no such title, so what the fuck's he talking about?
But I mean,
you're gonna tell me that somebody like fucking Mike Bailey, Speedball, can't fucking move, can't fucking do a convincing show and take fucking damage? Again, if what people want, and look, I will say it's fucking wrong. Do people forget how long I worked with Joe Cronin and did Raw reviews, watching it and taking notes and shit, to the point where I just gave up? I was like, this product is just so much trash. I can't watch it no more, and I'm not going to waste my time getting angry. Why am I the bad guy for fucking identifying a product that fucking I didn't like? I'm not going to force myself, as I did actually for years, to watch a product that I don't like. And when I try to tune in to give it a shot, it just proves me correct. Why am I going to do that? If people want to do that themselves, that's on them. You can't bitch about fucking it being bad. If you keep tuning in, you have alternatives, TNA, AEW, fucking New Japan, whatever. But you have alternatives. This is the 2025. You have the internet. You can watch shit from around the world. There's fucking Ugandans. Isn't there fucking wrestling and fucking dirt? And they've got a wrestling channel on YouTube. You can watch that. So, again, it's just insane to think that people are going to criticize AEW, but ignore WWE.
Yep. I watch AEW every week, and I only watch enough WWE to know what's going on.
But also, how many shows does WWE have now? AEW, so they have Raw, SmackDown, Speed.
If you want to, I don't even count Speed because it's on fucking Twitter.
Exactly.
There's a lot of shows.
They got Raw, SmackDown, NXT, Evolve, and LFG now.
Yeah, that's quite a few shows.
6 shows. Is it 6 or 5? Raw, SmackDown, NXT. Yeah, 5 shows.
Do they need that many? I mean,
no, that's too much. I mean, I don't watch SmackDown because I don't have cable no more. It's not worth watching SmackDown for $80. So
they average about 1.4 million viewers a week there, Bam. That's TNT and with Max. Okay, so relax with the Cox wax. Please continue.
Well, honestly,
I keep hearing though that AEW is not even prominently featured on Max. Like it's hard to find it on there.
I've
no, I wouldn't.
not heard
I
that
wouldn't
at all.
say. I wouldn't say it's hard to find. Um, I wouldn't doubt if it's depends on Max if what you're watching all the time because I don't have a problem finding it on Max.
Because
From
I
what
know,
I
like when I turn on Netflix on a Monday, boom,
Mhm.
Raw is right there in your face, and I'm hearing like on
on
Wednesdays
Wednesday,
on Max, like I'm hearing from people that AEW is hard to
Yeah,
find on the
I
platform.
don't know. I mean, from what I've seen, the numbers, it's like usually rated in the top 3 of live sporting events in total on HBO Max,
and let's not
like
lie.
throughout the entire week, unless there's some sort
Cable.
of playoff game or some shit like that.
You gotta remember, cable is not the same it was.
No,
Even
again, that's why the numbers are so skewed. People can say numbers and this and that and stuff, but it really doesn't mean anything at all, especially when companies are willing to pay for, partnerships and stuff.
yeah.
So it doesn't matter if, like, somebody, again, look at TNA. They are getting money from other sources, including WWE, and, their product really isn't, on the same level as AEW or WWE, but they've got some money coming in that allows them to continue to run shows.
They
Well,
just
like
gave away a free pay-per-view last night too.
Gave away?
Yeah, it was on. They had a countdown on YouTube, and it said on there. The title said "Countdown to TNA Under Siege, live and free on all TNA digital platforms."
That might
well,
be a desperate attempt to garner more views. Their pay-per-views really haven't done that well. They booked places that they couldn't truly fill.
they don't do as many pay-per-views like they used to.
What are you
I
telling
mean,
me? WWE fans are telling me online that fucking TNA is the number 2 promotion.
nah, that's insane.
It's true
TNA
though.
went from
People are
having a
saying that.
partnership with AEW to having a partnership with WWE.
I mean,
No.
TNA used to be number 2, but when they lost their spot on Spike,
Yeah,
that
that definitely affected things.
oh yeah, and
I
yeah, I
really
guess
wanted to see TNA do well. They were at one point, they were, especially around the deleted
they were good.
Broken Matt Hardy,
Yeah.
like they were desperate. So it seemed, I equated to like WWE. It's like they were desperate with WCW fucking destroying them. So they told the talent, okay, do whatever. Like just go nuts. It's all on you. And TNA did the same thing, and you had such fucking great stories. And it really, Eli Drake, for example,
It was working. It just didn't have a lot of eyes on it.
Yeah, and like
but
that's
the people that were tuning in, and you had wrestlers that watched the final deletion and shit. They were going nuts on fucking social media. They're like, there's something here. This is like rejuvenating things. And Matt Hardy, we have to credit the guy for
Oh,
because
yeah.
he really did a lot with that.
oh, it wasn't the same.
And then he tried to
when
bring it
he
to
left.
WWE, and Vince killed it.
Well,
That was sad. And then they brought it to AEW where they could have fucking revived it, and it went from broken to just normal Matt Hardy. And I was like, no, this is a waste. I don't know if it was Matt deciding that or, Tony Khan or whatever, but like I wanted to see a return of, broken Matt Hardy and really that sort of supernatural aspect of things.
I think WWE did
They
so
did
much
have that
damage.
sort of.
I think they damaged it so much. He felt like there was no saving it at that point.
Yeah, but then what happens is as soon as their contract ends with AEW, they go back to WWE. Then they fucking, from there they go to TNA. So they're still with the WWE family, basically.
No, they went straight to TNA. They did one. They did a couple shows on NXT. When they left
WWE.
AEW,
Yes,
they
WWE.
went to they went to T. No, they went to TNA. They went
No, they
straight.
they went back to WWE.
I was pretty sure they went straight to TNA.
It happened multiple times.
Hold on. I thought you were talking about when they left from AEW because then they went to TNA. I mean, I know they flip flop from WWE and TNA all the time, but I thought when their contract ended, they went to TNA.
Didn't they do something with WWE prior to that? Don't try to
No.
gaslight me. If I find out that you are trying to do that, I'm gonna fucking go down there to Oklahoma and hurt you.
What would I try to
Well, let me know when
gaslight?
you go. I'll meet you there. We'll take care of what we need to.
Would I try to gaslight you?
It sounds like it.
I think Casey's smart enough to get. Casey, define gaslight. Do you know what that term?
Yeah, it's pretty much where you're trying to tell them one thing and like you're pretty much lying, but you're pretty much creating a narrative that it's one thing when it's another, and you're a lying piece of shit when you're doing that. And I could do that if I wanted to, but no, I wasn't gaslighting him. I
I
just thought,
I guess
Oh.
if you're gonna consider that a simplistic way of describing it, I guess we'll accept that. Judges,
You're. That's not the correct answer, but it's not technically wrong. It's like
simplistic
I can
mind
give
mode
you
sort
an
of
incomplete. I can give you an incomplete. I can't give you either way. It's fine.
No, but
I think
again,
It's-
no, hold on. No, this is an issue I've got. But retards in our society are basically they're awarded for being retarded. This is a simple fact.
This is true.
Nobody
We
is
need to.
being stupid, and in this sort of
Yeah.
case, Casey, we're gonna have to give it to him. He's sort
Well-
of right. And again, if you're
Well-
gonna simplify the answer to the point where it's like single digit IQ, okay, then it passes that smell test. But nobody of us here is
Okay, I'll say this.
accordingly.
Casey ho hummed his way through to somewhat of an answer, and I guess we have to accept it because whatever. Either way,
Hold on.
here's my question. Obviously, the viewership, and I'm not talking specifically a company. I'm talking about all of wrestling as a whole. Viewership's been down for a long time.
Oh yeah.
It's
Mhm.
this is not the 90s anymore where it's I have to get home to watch Nitro
Yeah.
or Raw. Those days are gone. 10 million
yeah.
people a night are not watching this.
Nope.
And we also live in a time where it's not just cable TV. You have streaming services.
Mhm.
15 different ways to watch something.
Pirate
In this
stream too. Like, you
well,
watch it through
that's what I'm
Pirate.
saying. There's 1,000 ways to watch that. Do y'all see a rise as a whole?
No.
Like, because I'm reading through the comments. You're talking about AEW 700,000. They were a million. What's it going to take for wrestling to be a prominent source of entertainment?
I mean, honestly, it will. I mean, there's a reason. I mean, WWE was losing viewerships then.
Oh,
They
that's
really
true.
had no.
That's not
They
answering the
peaked. They
question.
peaked. Well, they peaked. Like you said.
Okay.
Well, really, they peaked in
But I'm not
2001.
asking how they lost it. I'm asking how does wrestling become a prominent source of, oh my God, AEW is on. I have to get
Okay.
home to watch it. How did they get there?
I've got the answer, but Casey,
Go
what
ahead.
you can blabber about.
Well, May, the only thing I can think of is go head to head competition again.
The
Eric
The
Bischoff
question
tried that with TNA. It didn't go.
was very simple. I'm surprised. Well, actually, I'm not surprised why you can't answer it.
It's not a hard question. Yeah.
It's not. It's a fucking very simple question. First of all, you revive kayfabe. Okay, you make it real.
Okay.
And the thing is, though, when you have now shows that WWE is doing where they're like behind the whatever, and they're
I can't
literally
believe that
teaching-
fucking show on
that's
Netflix that they're gonna do that behind the scenes or behind the writers' room or whatever
Yeah.
it's gonna be called. Like
they're
that's so
literally going to have
fucking
cameras
dumb.
in the writers' room explaining, okay, well, we want to see Roman Reigns do this. Oh, well, he did that last month. So who are we going to? They're literally fucking. They're raping kayfabe. They're on fucking camera. They're bending kayfabe over and fucking sticking it in their asshole. Like,
And
that's
it's
what
gonna
they're doing.
stream on Netflix. I think that's something Netflix wanted. I would think, for whatever reason.
Granted, I'll have to be devil's advocate with this one. Devil's
It wasn't
advocate
done.
is that AEW did the same thing with Rhodes to Cody Rhodes spinoff.
No, that was I mean, they included part of that, but that was more like kind of like what they did with the Miz had with that TV show. That's what that was.
And the Bella Twins and their fucking reality show. Like, look, no, you cannot compare one with the other, Casey. For the fact that they had a reality show, you cannot compare that with fucking let's film behind the scenes in the writer's room where we tell people how fake wrestling is and how we're planning to make a very shitty buildup for this year's WrestleMania. Okay? Kayfabe, that you guys were asking the question. Well, the answer is basically, first of all, rebuild kayfabe. It's fucking real. It's goddamn fucking real.
So if rebuilding, which I agree with rebuilding kayfabe, to me, there's two things that first off need to go. Number one are all of these wrestling podcasts where they peel back the curtain, and they either need to get off of social media or start using it as a storytelling method, and not be great match last night, John Cena or whoever they're fighting that week, and taking pictures with them because you can't have kayfabe be real. Yep. If Conrad Thompson is over there telling tales about school, you know
absolutely,
what I mean?
I totally agree with that. But you don't have people from AEW doing that.
The problem
I wouldn't. I don't know. I'm using the examples that I know, but I'm sure they both do it on both sides.
Again, you raise a point, and again, with the question was a blanket question: how do you fix wrestling?
Right.
And absolutely, regardless of the promotion, you fix kayfabe. You made a great point. You don't take photos together. You keep it fucking real. And it makes perfect sense.
Well, I mean, you can't be fighting on Friday night then going to dinner on Saturday. Like, that's not how things work.
Or later on that night. It's like,
I mean, I was a kid and I can remember my dad talking about the Von Erichs and the Freebirds having a blood feud. That is burned into my memory. You never saw them together in Dallas. You never saw them hanging out at the same strip club. If they saw each other, they had to fight. It's just one of those things. So, sounds like we just need to go back in time to make things prominent again, basically.
Well, AEW does have people that keep it real. Eddie Kingston, for one, will keep it fucking real.
Well, the problem is, I don't see us ever doing that. I mean, let's say if this behind the scenes thing does very good, it's just gonna get worse. They'll find another way to ruin it. They'll find it like.
Okay, well,
but showing what goes on in the writers' room is probably the worst thing they could possibly do to wrestling.
Hold on. So follow the logic. Follow the logic. They watch the fucking reality show. Oh, we're gonna make Cena the champion. Blah blah blah. And then they watch it on pay-per-view. It's just like, yeah, I watched that on that show, and it told me Cena was going to be the champion. I have no surprise here, and I paid money for this pay-per-view where, he became the champion. So I saw the the magic dispelled in the background. I saw how they put the story together, and now I'm watching a very disappointing presentation with no surprises. That's what it's going to lead to there, Casey.
Oh, that's
Well, and
fine.
the answer to the question I was asked a minute ago of, oh, what do you do with the person that's spoiling it? You run them out of the business like they used to do. If you have
Yeah.
somebody talking out of school, you take them out back and beat them with a hose. I mean, it's not that hard. It's it go by mafia rules. No snitches. It's kind of how you're gonna have to do it. Now, I will say, I
Beating with
think
the
this
hose,
is.
you're making me homesick.
I do think this is what I have proposed. I do believe is I don't think you can put the toothpaste back in the tube. I think we've came too far for kayfabe to ever be established.
No, I
But
disagree.
I don't know.
Bread and circuses it will always work for the masses, and it'll always be accepted by the masses. So again, people,
That
and
is true.
we did see again the change from like rock and wrestling 80s, where it's just like this is real as fuck and like this is crazy, to the 90s, where it's just like holy shit, these guys are badasses. And then
Right.
it, up and down, up and down, up and down. I do believe that we will get back to the point where there's going to be an audience that's hungry for something like this. Um, and because it hasn't died at all, shows that there's a continual hunger for it. But there's certain epochs where sometimes there's a higher demand, and sometimes there just doesn't appear to be that demand. But again, with AEW, for example, when they first decided to make a show, well, even before then, before AEW started, the Young Bucks basically said, let's see if and they worked with Tony Khan, just like, let's do a pay-per-view and put the tickets on sale. The tickets sold out in like 3 minutes.
Wow.
Like, and that was like the cue for Tony Khan to say, we got something here. And that's how AEW started. But just like in 3 minutes, all your tickets got sold, and I can't remember where it was, but it's just like, that's amazing. They filled this entire place out, well known, and people were just so desperate for an alternative.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
and like I said, I am all for alternatives because, like I said, nobody needs the market share on anything, on any kind of entertainment, because then you can make it suck. I mean, just look at how many studios Disney owns in the movie world, and
Yeah.
there's your answer why everything is garbage. I saw a statistic recently, like 75% of the movies that are put out today are either put out by Disney or a studio that they possess.
Yep.
And you wonder why you're getting garbage. It's the same thing. So even if I may not like the competition, I want my competition to be there. So there's some, like Dave was saying, with an alternative of some
Good point.
kind,
That's a good
just
point.
so there's something else out
False competition is not competition. So it could be different movie studios, but if they're under the same yoke as Disney and they're DEI pushing bullshit,
there. Right.
then you're going to get the same message in whatever studio you're watching from.
Right.
So
If the same board of directors is pushing their narrative, it doesn't matter if it's what the name of the studio or the wrestling company is. It's going to be the same thing. So, like I said, AEW has got its own style. It's obviously they have their hardcore fan base. Which let's take this back a minute here. Did ECW not have diehards? Did WCW not have them? I'm a WCW diehard. Everybody has their own brand. This is the way tribalism is a thing, and it's never going away. Whether it's whether if a WWE fan is arguing with an AEW guy, of course Dave's going to take AEW's side. That's his shit. If he didn't take their side, I would chastise him for not, taking up for his boys. But I don't think the question of which one's better. I don't think that's the right question. I think the right question to say is which one do you prefer, honestly, because to me it sounds like two completely different things here.
Well, if we're talking about if the product gets better, or are we talking about the viewership? Because I don't think the viewership is ever going to go up
From
again.
the way it sounds, the viewership is crap on both sides. I think both people lose that argument.
Yeah, but okay, but that's the thing though. If you go to a movie theater and you're the only one in there watching it, does it make the movie bad? If you go to
No,
an indie
That's
wrestling show
true.
and there's just 7 other people in the audience, meanwhile you're watching Kevin Steen, who again years down the road will be fucking a main eventer. Are you gonna be like, oh, there's nobody here watching? I guess this show is shit. Rather than watching this show, watching these amazing people and think, holy shit, this is fucking good. The crowd doesn't define the value and quality of what I'm clearly watching at the front fucking row in an indie show where these guys will eventually become big.
I went to a lot of indie shows. I had a fucking blast
Oh
every time I
yeah,
went to one.
No,
I've been.
absolutely. But
Yeah.
does that change the fact because it's an indie venue that it's not good quality?
well,
That
No.
there's only seven.
and that's why I say you. The question should not be asked of which company is better. It's which one do you prefer, because it's two different styles of something that they both do.
That is where the
That's-
mature discussion is supposed to go to, because normally
Right.
people do tribal, but the
Right.
WWE marks won't admit that because, again, I've always said you've got WWE and they're fucking professionals and the best at sports entertainment. They got the pyro, they got the fucking the production value, they got the fucking promos, they've got the fucking vignettes, all that stuff. It's their forte. They do it better than anyone else does. But that's
You got-
sports entertainment. You got fucking professional wrestling, which AEW does better than anybody else because they're focused on professional wrestling. Do the promos need sometimes sprucing up? Yeah. But again, what I saw in this past Dynamite shows me that AEW is basically caught up with that. And again, they're doing really well on what WWE does also very well, which is promos and stuff. Again, I don't care about that shit. Honestly, the show could be literally a match and then it's over and I'm fine. I don't need talking. I don't need nothing commercial. No, just fucking, I want to see 2 people fight. That's it. And
I get that.
I'm not just the only person in the prospective audience. Tony Khan is trying to attract other people. What do other people like? They watch WWE. They like the promos. Well, AEW is also going to do promos. So, but WWE does them better.
What's up, Tiff?
I'm
How's
capable
it
of
going? I just
Well,
saying hi.
and that's basically the point I was making. It's just the tribalism to me well, in this case is dumb, and you're never going to convince the other side that your team is better. That's an argument that's never going to win, no matter what side you're arguing from. So you might as well just shut the fuck up and move on. Like, that's retarded to even start with, the people that want to ask that, because, like me, I love B movies. I like the movies, the nasty, gory, the monsters, the kill. I like that shit. I know that shit's not for everybody. I don't expect whenever Halloween 16 comes out that it's going to make $1.5 billion, because it's not. That's never going to happen. It'll make between 300 and 500, 600 million, whatever it is. And that's going to be good for that, because they only spent $30 million to make that movie. And of course, I'm just throwing out numbers here, but you get my point. It's, we need different options. If WWE was the only option, people would only watch WrestleMania. That's the only time I watch. Other than that, I could give a crap.
But
It's
Tech,
just,
explain to me why you think, because I already have the answer, but why you think that people are getting so emotionally defensive when it comes to just the mere existence of AEW and how they perceive that it threatens the monopoly that we've had to endure for decades.
well, number one, TKO WWE should never feel threatened by anybody, because they're never going to go away. they'll be here whenever our grandkids are watching wrestling. That company's never going to die. But secondly, it goes back to the tribalism. It's the same thing of my team needs to be better than yours, which is what I was talking about a minute ago. It's never going to change. Just like whenever Rose and I were just going off baseball about a minute ago, because his Yankees swept my Rangers this week. It's one team versus another. It's never going to change. It's never going to stop. As long as these two wrestling companies are wrestling, even if it's different kinds of wrestling, it's always going to be compared because they're doing something similar, which is wrestling, whether you call it sports entertainment or whatever, jumping on your head with a baseball bat, whatever you want to call it, doesn't matter. So it's just traveling. My thing has to be better than yours. I have to be number one. It's stupid. Just enjoy what you fucking like and shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that's the way I try to see it. Like, if you like
Yeah.
something I don't like, fine, that's cool. I don't shit on you.
Well,
you don't shit on me.
but
You
that's
don't
the
like
thing,
something.
though.
If
I
I like
think
something you
that
don't
more-
like, fine. I don't care.
I did reviews and shit for ages about this stuff, and I find it hilarious that I'm viewed as the villain for wanting an alternative. I was over the moon when Lucha Underground came out. It's like, oh, thankfully something different, and I loved it. And AEW is really producing a good product, and WWE fans clearly feel threatened. They don't want to admit that this product is better at wrestling or that they even can compare, but they're just throwing shade on a product that they were asking for 10 years ago, 5 years ago.
Just imagine if Marvel movies, if Marvel and Star Wars were the only movies that anybody could ever watch, I'd kill myself.
Yeah,
I'd be miserable.
You took the words right out of my mouth. I would not want to see
if all I could ever watch was corporate approved DEI still bullshit of Disney, I'm gonna suck starter shotgun.
My list. There's no point.
Right.
I think
Why?
Ghost, sorry, I was going to say, I think Ghost is right. I think the normies that watches wrestling is very small. Like, I think it's a group
I
of the
agree.
same. I think a group of the same people are watching both. And honestly, I was trying to bring this up earlier.
No, that's wrong. No, I'm
I
telling
think-
you the truth. They've got people like actually got a big view bump when they were airing right after they scheduled it so that they would go right after the NBA playoffs and stuff. So they sort of carried on a lot of viewers, and I actually saw their numbers jump up a lot and viewership increase.
Well, I was
Well,
going
of
to
course,
say
if you got something hot like a championship series in sports, you put your thing right after that because you're going to get bleed over from that. You'd be stupid not to.
Smart, and that actually increased their viewership, and they increased fans. So
well,
Casey is sort of questioning that.
no, I'm not questioning it. I'm just saying that.
I mean, Casey, you've watched the Super Bowl, right? Like you've watched the post-game show where on the bottom third of the screen it's tune in to the new NCIS Idaho or whatever the show is.
Yes, I know.
Not only do they have that lower third on the screen, but every time somebody talks to somebody, they mention, make sure to stay tuned to NCIS Idaho right after our broadcast. That's TV.
I wasn't saying anything about being a bad guy or being I was just saying that I think why the viewership on both companies going down is because cable is dying. Like there's so many.
That goes back to what I proposed earlier.
No,
There's too many ways to watch TV.
Streaming services. How can
There's too many ways to watch it. They'll never get that number back.
Exactly. That's what I was trying to say. Is like there's too many ways to watch both WWE.
If there's too many ways, that increases the number of ways that people can watch it, which in theory would increase the number of viewers. How does that decrease the number of viewers?
No, I'm talking about
okay. Hang on, Casey. I can explain it. in technicality, more eyes may see it, but in the ways that they count numbers, it's going to be less because you can't tabulate, okay, how many people viewed this on Twitter? How many people watched YouTube clips? How many people watched it on Max or Netflix or TNT, whatever it may be.
Exactly. So
Now, if you can tabulate all that together and say, okay, because at that point you can't call it views, you have to call it like some other kind of term and tabulate clicks and YouTube views to TV time watch.
Yeah.
You're going to have to come up with a new viewership system.
interactions. That's what
Right,
it is.
interactions. There you go. That works just fine.
But I mean, I don't wish anything harm against AEW. I said, like, if I want, if I was able to choose one or the other between AEW or NXT tomorrow, I would love to watch Double or Nothing. But the reason,
No, that's wrong because you said earlier that you'd rather watch NXT.
no, I didn't say.
NXT.
No, I was saying that the reason I didn't want it because I didn't have the
See,
money to pay.
I can see Casey doing that two-step over there trying to get out of it.
No, you sounded
well.
very much. No, you sounded very much like you would rather watch NXT. You were trying to even defend them earlier, like, well, you know, NXT.
But to defend Casey for a minute, though, if he wants to watch NXT, God bless him. He has every right to. If Casey thinks that NXT is better, that's his opinion, and it's just as valid as Dave when he says that AEW is better. It's what you prefer. It's not better. It's what you prefer.
It's in the proof is in the pudding and in the details. If in fact Casey wants to watch that, yet claim that he likes wrestling, he needs an equivalent of a scarlet letter, maybe tattooed onto his forehead or branded.
Oh, I was fixing to say. I know how to do tattoos. I'm willing to do this service.
Because again, if you're going to say you like professional wrestling, you can't say with a straight face you like WWE, because there ain't no wrestling going on there. Period.
That's not true.
That's not true. It is true. It is true.
Because I mean, you had people like that came from obviously from different companies or promotions, but like you had people like Pentagon who came from AEW, like and then obviously Ray Phoenix as well.
Okay, so hold on. Both of those guys, by the way, really pushed in AEW. How many movesets did they have to remove from their repertoire so that they could actually wrestle the PG version that WWE wants them to wrestle? Do you really want to go into this here about wrestling?
I'm sure they
I can't contribute to that conversation. That's all I know.
If you want to enjoy sports entertainment with Penta's fucking intro where he's just walking in with the Cero Miedo and all that sort of thing, okay, but that's sports entertainment. That's not wrestling. And you're not going to see the same sort of tenacity from Pentagon that you saw in AEW in WWE. It's a simple fact.
No, I agree with that because I mean, honestly, WWE. I mean, both companies don't want to see their wrestlers get hurt, but WWE's like, well, you can't do this. WWE, they're like, well, we don't want you to do this move because it's going to get you hurt. While AEW is like,
while their watches are fucking hurting. Nyla Jax, sure, is it Nia Jax? Got that chair to the face recently, and there's two other girls that try to put a girl through a table, and that didn't work.
Twice.
A lot of watching. Yes, I'm glad you remember that. There, you have. And what really doesn't make sense to me is Jade Cargill. She was a TNT champ for a long time, or was it the TBS champ? Sorry, for a long time. She looked great, and her matches seem to be okay. And meanwhile, she goes to WWE and she looks like shit. like she's really not a good wrestler. I mean, AEW really did some magic there because they made her look good.
Ghost says we need Trump on Raw weekly, and they'll revive the wrestling. That would be
Elon,
interesting.
Elon comes in and starts fucking firing people. It'd be great.
That'd be fucking funny with Elon coming in. You're
I'm
fired.
down.
No, and he's got his Doge crew. It'll be like fucking
Yeah.
NWO, or like just people masked
Bring in
up.
the Doge guys.
you
Do
know.
a Doge T-shirt, but in the NWO font. I would
Yeah.
wear that.
Yeah,
that would be
hilarious.
cool. That would be cool. I'd be down.
I love how Dave's saying I was trying to gaslight him earlier,
You were trying to gaslight me.
and then he's been gaslighting me for a
How?
while.
Explain to me.
Yes, he's been trying to make me look like the bad guy. You're like,
Hold on, no,
No, you're not.
not
no.
trying to gaslight you. Gaslighting you, okay, because you gave the wrong definition earlier, is to basically to try to convince you that the reality that you're experiencing is false. That's
exactly.
basically the best definition.
I mean,
Okay, but
Yeah,
Casey, whenever he defines it and you define it, there's about 55 lists. Well, actually, whenever he defines it. That's the
well, I mean, honestly, Dave.
there you go. There's a few more. See, there you go. There's a few more.
Also, I think it's very gutsy of you tonight, Casey, to wear a T-shirt with your face on it. That
This one?
yeah, the one you're wearing right now.
Casey has to put his face on his shirt so he knows which one are his, and they're not
Oh.
No, that's the anti-Casey T-shirt. I like it. I should get one.
the Casey Busters. There you
Oh
go.
my god, that would be awesome.
Well,
Like
that's what he wears on Sunday nights when he goes to the clan meeting.
That would be awesome to have a T-shirt.
You know,
me,
Casey's
I'm
clan would be the most autistic bunch of dumb fucks you ever saw in your goddamn life.
I need
Oh.
a T-shirt where I'm doing that pose.
They'd be trying to light the cross on fire and catch their pants first, and they'd run around. Oh my God, put me out, put me out. Yeah, that'd be great. I love it.
But I've been trying to. Was I talking little shit with AEW earlier? Yeah, when I was saying that Evolution 2 was going to beat it. But obviously, beat All In. The only reason I said that is because I think the viewership will be higher on Evolution
Okay, but
2.
see,
No, it's not.
here's the problem with that. NXT is free with Peacock, right?
Well, same thing with.
Yes or no?
No, just yes or no.
Well, yes.
There you go.
Okay.
Hold on. That's why I said-
AEW pay-per-view, is that free with anything, or do you buy it by itself?
You got to buy it, even on Amazon Prime.
Okay, well then, just from that alone, just from viewership, the NXT will win. But that doesn't
that's
dictate which one. That doesn't dictate which one is a better show. You know what I mean?
Hold on. You two are gaslighting me because I'm trying to say that same thing where
Casey heard that word. No, he's never going to
Yeah,
stop.
exactly. That's what I'm thinking. You heard it. Let's just over-abuse it now. You get a gaslighting, you get a gaslighting. I'm Oprah.
But next I'm gonna start stealing Wolfpacking because Bullfrog.
Oh, that's great.
You had to mention that fucking guy, didn't you?
But the reason I was just saying, the only reason I say Evolution 2 will have more viewership is because of Peacock. But I think,
And I agree with that. I do think that will be correct, but that's not apples to apples measurement. You can't say.
Oh, I
Okay.
agree.
How much is the AEW show?
Was it $50 or $60?
It depends
Oh,
where
yeah.
you get it from. There's again, YouTube offers it. You've got all these other platforms that are offering it. Triller apparently is no longer going to be carrying that sort of thing, but there's other platforms that do, and their prices do vary. So,
Well,
I thought I thought they're
I
pretty
know
much.
Peacock is like $9.99, $10 a month. Like there's different platform you can pay. If it doesn't matter what AEW sends it through, if it is anything above that, you can't compare equally and
Oh,
say
definitely.
this one beat that one. You can't do that.
Oh, yeah. I didn't say Evolution 2 or even NXT product was going to be better than AEW's pay per view product because the wrestling product is going to be better on AEW.
But you're
You guys,
choosing to watch. But you're choosing to watch what's going to be not as good simply because it's cheaper.
Yeah.
yes.
And
No.
like
Watch
Dave's
the
AEW.
that I give you.
I don't like the flippy dippy 360 into a 540, do a tilt a whirl, and then clap your hands and do the hokey pokey. I don't like that kind of wrestling. That doesn't interest me. If that's what Dave likes, God bless him for it. That's why it's there.
There's other styles of wrestling there, not just the flippy dippy.
Oh no, I'm sure. I mean,
You got
I
big American.
commended Tony Khan to no end whenever he did what he did for Sting on his way out the door. I thought that was perfect. I thought that was amazing. The man got the cool entrance. He brought his sons out.
Yeah.
Did the whole thing.
Not only that,
That
but
was
his
incredible.
There's no
Sting's
greater
entire
tribute.
tenure in AEW, he was undefeated.
Guys,
Right.
there has never been a greater tribute to the sport of professional wrestling or to an icon. Bruno Sammartino never got this, but something like that, a run in AEW, undefeated. Sting is undefeated in AEW, and then he retires that way. Tony Khan's a special person.
And he got to
Well,
go
that-
out a champion,
oh,
technically.
good.
But if you really think about it, Sting, without, I'm sure he probably asked for all those wins. He probably did.
No.
Whether he did or he didn't, that doesn't matter.
How fucking dare you try to gaslight me now? Like, oh, he probably. Excuse me? Are you fucking biased like I am for AEW? No, you're not. So I read the shit where Sting
Apparently, gaslight's word of the night
wanted
here
to
in the
fucking
playhouse,
lose.
y'all. Waka
he
waka.
didn't want the titles. And Tony's like, no, you are going to win those titles whether you like it or not. And everyone in the back, they do not have a bad thing to say about Sting. None of them.
Well, you can't. Sting
Oh,
is
you saying a 60-year-old man can win all those matches?
Casey.
Yeah.
Casey,
Did you
goddamn it,
see
you're
some of his
gaslighting me right
moves?
now. You
Do you
stop that
think he's
gaslighting,
moved
Casey.
for a 60-year-old? Yeah, he does deserve that because he showed he can take the fucking bumps.
So you're
He
saying
did
Sting
crazier
went-
shit. He did crazier shit in AEW than some of the stuff he did in WCW.
Yes.
Sting has contributed more to wrestling than 90% of people could ever even think about doing. He has been here since the Jim Crockett days through WCW, good and bad. He had his horrible run in WWE, which that company should be chastised for what they did to the poor man whenever he went there.
And what Vince did to him at WrestleMania 31.
Oh, it was. I was so pissed.
Insult.
I was so pissed when I saw that. I turned it off after
That was a
I didn't
fucking
even-
atrocity, dude.
I was pissed. Just for what Sting has done, he deserved to get that exit, leave undefeated, whatever.
But to be
He earned
squashed
that.
by Triple H, that was fucking.
Oh, that was horrible. That was that.
And again, if they
That was-
wanted something, if they really wanted a squash,
Oh,
should have put him against the Undertaker.
Well,
That's
I
the
was-
match
yeah.
that everyone wanted to see from the beginning.
See,
hold on.
if that was
Well,
Sting
I
versus
did-
Undertaker,
Whoa,
and Sting loses,
time.
if it's Sting
What?
versus Undertaker and Sting loses, I can accept that because it's Undertaker at WrestleMania.
Yeah.
I can deal with that.
See, even Tiff says that Sting has creative control, bro.
Yeah, but when it came to the titles, this was admitted by both Darby Allin, Sting, and TK, that when Sting said, I don't want to win the titles, TK said, no, you're winning the titles. Done. That's it.
Okay, but
So, well,
at this point, a star of his stature that doesn't Hulk Hogan set creative control the day he set foot in WCW.
Yep.
That became the standard at that
TNA.
point.
And TNA.
and
What
TNA and everywhere else he went. Scott Hall, Kevin Nash had it. Every big star that has went these places has the big guy gets creative control because otherwise they don't come there. That's why you get them. So that's a moot point.
I can't do that, brother.
Yeah,
thing
that
is-
doesn't work for me, brother. There you go.
That's
That's
the line. It doesn't work,
right.
for you, brother.
Oh,
Yeah, that
I
doesn't
wanna
work for
bring-
me, brother. Yeah.
See, I want to bring this up. Sting is actually not only like I was saying that he had creative control, he had to have all his wins in AEW. I mean, if you think about it, he kind of tried. He's a big piece of shit because of that, and not only that, he goes into WWE and loses to Triple H, and he knows if he would lose to Triple H, it's going to make Triple H looks like an asshole. So that's why he lost to Triple H at that
No.
WrestleMania.
No,
Yes,
no, and again, he could have easily
disagree.
not chosen to take that fight, but he did. So you're wrong. How dare you call him a piece of shit? Did you hear this, Jack?
From what I've seen,
he
no,
called-
yeah, no. Casey's. I'm now the Saw game that I've been planning for Casey. It just got 10 times more deadly than
Can I help?
after that little comment.
Can I
Oh yeah,
help?
100%. Oh yeah, no, yeah. You're totally in. Casey will pay for his sins. Those will not be forgotten. You do not speak of the most holy.
So
When
does
it
that
comes
mean that
to
he's going to
this-
be chained to a wall with a donut an inch from his mouth and he can never eat?
Oh, Casey's going to plead for death when I'm done. He has no idea what's coming. But staying in WWE by them being okay, why would the NWO come out and help him? Oh, they were in WCW together. This makes sense. Just bring those guys out, even though they fought for 18
And it wasn't
months.
even like Wolfpack NWO.
Right.
Yeah,
It wasn't even it was black and white Hollywood. So even if you're going with storytelling, even
Yeah,
that did not make sense.
Yeah.
yeah, because Black and White should have started attacking Sting.
Sting went quiet for 18 months, standing in the rafters, staring at Hulk Hogan.
Yep.
Why is Hulk Hogan now going to come out here
He-
to help him?
But again, it was the Wolfpack was the alternative to the Hollywood.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
and that's where Sting chose to take up his business.
Right. Now, if that was Kevin Nash, Conan, now you couldn't have been like Luger because he was in a wheelchair. But if it was, could you imagine? Take that same moment. You hear that awesome Wolfpack thing, and Kevin Nash comes out in the red and black and hands him the bat. That place pops even bigger. That
Yeah.
would have been great.
No, but see,
That could have been awesome.
H wasn't going to allow that. That was a Triple H
No,
moment.
of course not.
That the whole idea
That was the final nail in WCW's column.
that was a
That's what that was.
humiliation ritual against WCW to say this is the final nail in the coffin. We beat the one that held out on us for the longest time, and we want to, again, make it look like WWE was the winner of all these wars. And it's very duplicitous of you, Casey, to speak so ill of Sting.
ought to wash your mouth out with fucking with lye soap for that
Well,
shit.
I mean, think about it. Not only that, he's a lazy big piece of shit because
See,
look at
this
that.
is see Casey's gaslighting me right now by saying what he's saying. This is what
See,
Casey.
because-
The text those are some
Well,
major fight
I'm
words.
just wondering if these are the words that he wants on his tombstone, because literally, it's
No, Casey ain't getting no tombstone. He's getting the Osama bin Laden death. We're just gonna throw him in the ocean somewhere, and he's gonna be forgotten about. That's what we're doing, Casey. Allegedly, yeah.
See, the reason that I said he's a lazy piece of shit now, that's a good point because he worked 18 months without wrestling. So that means he used his creative control in WCW. Not
No,
wrestling.
see what that was called was creative storytelling that actually
What?
worked.
you talk about not wrestling and not call upon WWE and all these people that they have that just stand by the sidelines and laugh and do promos but never wrestle, because there's quite a few of those there, Casey. Shall we talk about those?
for 18 months, for a year and a half, the guy didn't wrestle, and
Yeah, that
he
sounds
And
like a
guess what?
typical fucking year for WWE to me. But
And guess what? The storytelling, and not just within that 18 months. Sting, he may not have had matches, but you saw him just about every week coming down from the rafters, attacking somebody in the
that's
NWO,
true too.
furthering the story.
True too.
oh, by
You
the
got Sting within that 18 months. He would appear here. It was Dusty. What did Dusty Rhodes say? He's not in the wrestling business. He's in the movie business. That's what that story was. Dusty Rhodes' hands were all over that story. You can't see it, you're blind.
oh, by the way, I want to bring up one other thing. Not only he didn't
You better not
bother
be
the rest,
gaslighting me or I'm going to be pissed, Casey. Don't you do
Your
not
mouth is
only,
getting you in a lot of trouble tonight.
not only he didn't bother to wrestle for 18 months, he didn't say anything for 18 months. So,
it. And guess what?
like,
The less he spoke, the more fans clamored for him, the more T-shirts and
I
face masks they bought because it worked.
Yep.
I wish, hold on, I wish I could do that for a year and a half at work. Like, show up,
I
not
wish
do
you'd be
my,
quiet for 18 months too. That'd make my life much easier.
show up to my job and not do
Mostly
my job
secondary.
for a year and a half and still have a job. But,
Please,
like,
don't threaten me with a good time. You can shut up anytime you want. That's fine.
But
It's
Casey,
all good.
your arguments on this are very gracious. It's maybe you're trying to be funny and stuff, but
Yeah.
I
Dude,
think he's
dude.
the ultimate heel. I mean,
Okay,
he
but
does
no.
okay, so let's take a look at Sting's work with AEW and then compare it to, say, Hulk Hogan. Again, same era, obviously.
great American Hogan who doesn't ever lie at all.
The point is that
Hey,
one of them
I like Hulk Hogan.
is still capable of wrestling, has produced great, segments and shows and runs, and was given a proper send off, and he accepts that and has retired. Meanwhile, the other one doesn't want to let go, doesn't wrestle very well, and especially at his age, and it's a guy that obviously people don't have that much respect for in the industry.
You're talking about Sting, right?
No, Hogan. I was comparing Sting to Hogan. Are you?
I thought, hold on, I thought the second person you were talking about was Sting.
No, the second person I was talking about was Hogan. There's okay.
Oh,
Do
I
have to-
love when Casey thinks that he's clever, but nobody else believes it.
was everyone else following here? Did I fuck up? Did you
No,
guys?
I got exactly what you were saying. Casey's
Okay.
I
just being a
thought, I thought you were talking about
Yeah, so
Sting.
he's trying to gaslight me.
Crazy, man.
Like, I thought Sting.
oh,
See,
that's great.
hold on. If you think about Hogan, is not only he's out there promoting, he made his own beer, and now he's going to be building a whole new professional
Accomplishments
Greco.
outside the ring is not what we're discussing. We're talking about the fact that Sting, that you're criticizing, oh, well, he was wrestling and blah, 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 at 60, blah, 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 gave one of the greatest runs in AEW, got properly awarded for it by winning the championship title and then basically retiring. That was never done with WWE. Their form of acknowledgement was having him lose against Triple H in a squash match, and then having Hollywood fucking NWO come in that had, again, no story connection to the whole situation.
Oh, hold on. I know Sting is a liar too, because if you really think,
Wait, Hulk Hogan's not alive.
no, Hogan
Okay.
never lied. Hold on,
Okay.
Hogan never lied.
Hogan
to
don't
his
know
wife.
his head from his asshole anymore.
Excuse me, it's my bronchitis. No, that's
But,
I think that
retardation.
I think when Casey got that second Fauci ouchie, that burned his brain up. Now he's completely retarded.
No, he never had one. So
That is true.
But hold on.
It's like it's like setting a fire in an already empty dumpster, basically.
In fact, I would have thought that the Clotty Shotty would have made him smarter.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. Like I
Yeah.
was trying to bring up how we know Sting is a liar. I remember when he got inducted to
You
the
remember?
WWE Hall. Yeah, I remember when he was inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame that he has officially retired. That he's not on a from wrestling. So obviously he can't, he went behind against his word, right? So he's not only a liar, he's not. He's a lazy and he's a piece of shit too.
Oh, Jesus, Casey. Come on now. You're slandering a legend.
I'm just
He's trying to be edgy now, and
Yeah.
it's more coming out cringe.
He,
There.
he's kind of like whenever he's like when a kid first learns how to cuss but he doesn't know how to do it, and he just says fucking goddamn for no reason. He's kind of what Casey's right.
okay. Maybe I don't really think this way. I just thought it would be funny that tried to make him look like the bad guy.
Hey,
See,
chat.
now what
put
you
a
was
poll.
doing,
If
what you
Casey's
was
being
doing
funny
was
tonight, put a 1 in the chat.
what you was doing was all those idiots do on Twitter is trying to stir up social engagement, even though we know what you're doing. It's
Yeah.
the exact. Well, you know, some
Yeah.
people have a word for that. What is that? Oh, troll. That's what that is. I think there's a word for that.
Well, you know, look at it at Casey. He does look like he sort of resides underneath a bridge. So
I can see that. You know,
Well, we need tolls. If we don't get any tolls, we don't get no roll.
I can totally imagine his first day of work as a troll. He's like, he stumbles over telling the person they owed a toll on there, and they just look at him and like, okay, whatever, and they just ride off, and he's like, fucked up.
Casey be under the bridge, struggling to get on top. Just put it in the bucket over there. I'll get there. I'll get there in a minute. Don't worry. Just drop it off and go. You couldn't even get
The
up.
problem is,
Do you need change? That's what he would say.
in today's age with everything being automated, like now, like when I get tolls, I'll just get their information and just scan it and like
They should be like, just PayPal me the toll. Just Venmo
PayPal
me. It'll be
me.
fine.
Come on, man. You can't even win at a fucking Game Boy DS. You think you're going to be able to use a fucking cash machine? Come on.
Well, I actually have one of those squares you plug into. I have one of those so they could tap and just go. And it's like, hold on, you're
Lucky for
Of
you.
course, hang on, no, wait. Of course,
Thank
the Jew adjacent guy has a cash machine for his phone. Tell me you're Jewish without telling me you're Jewish. Okay, thank you very much.
So, I mean, if I'm gonna be like I'm not gonna be under the bridge. I'm gonna be on top of the bridge to get the tolls, though. Like, I mean,
That's how you get run over, Casey.
Well, I mean,
You know what? You're onto something. Keep going.
Well, at the end of the night, then I'll go on the bridge because you gotta,
He's got to
go
sleep
on-
somewhere, right?
Yeah, you gotta sleep.
Good as any.
Yeah. I mean, this is just a green screen right here, people. Like, I'm able to.
Yeah. All of
Hey,
those fake belts behind him aren't really real. They're just fake.
Yeah, all those badly stacked rings behind him, that's totally fake. He would never be so, disgusting.
Which that makes it so worse. Even let's say you did green screen. Why would you put the real belts behind you then? You put the green screen fake belt on your fake. Oh my.
Well, I mean,
My
if you're
God.
gonna green screen, at least you can't show something too outrageous because
Oh.
Well, you know what? That big green belt is outrageous because it's such a bad fake, and
So he does.
bigger crimes paid for
And
it.
Casey
Casey-
knows it, and it's still part of his collection, just like those bootleg video games he's got.
That's true.
The
Bootleg.
bootleg video game, bootleg belt, bootleg. What is real about you, Casey? Like,
My
help
name's
me out
not
here.
Casey. My name's not Casey either.
My God, you're a liar too. Gee.
I'm just a lie. I'm sorry. I'm just everything about me is a lie. I'm sorry.
Oh, we knew that a long
I'm
time
glad
ago.
at least you finally admit it. That way it took this long, but I guess we got there.
Yeah, it's kind of hard
Uh,
when you got me against my back against the wall or against the
we got him
wall.
painted into a corner. He couldn't go nowhere.
Don't worry,
I mean,
Casey. Euthanasia is legal up here in Canada, so come on over.
Or what is it? They've always cinder block therapy. Isn't that your deal or whatever?
Oh yeah, it's a
So,
personal speciality of mine.
yeah, there you go.
It's very effective,
See,
and it's a
I,
one-time
I
treatment.
I prefer wood chipper just because of the gore, but cinder blocks work.
No, again that is a preferred, resolution of therapy, and that should be reserved for special people. But again, if
Or
you're in a rush and your budget is sort of constrained, again, a cinder block is what, a couple of bucks, and yeah, you're good to go.
I also like the witch method, just setting motherfucker on fire, watching it burn. I enjoy that
On a
too.
steak?
Oh,
But
hold on. I got someone at my door. Is that that's not your buddies, is it?
I don't know what you're talking about, Casey. I haven't sent anybody to your house. I don't know what you're
You
talking
a pizza.
about.
Go get.
Casey, if you got somebody at your door at this hour, you're in trouble.
The tiny hats finally got him. Casey's about to be disappeared.
Well, you said earlier you thought you were muted. You said you're gonna send people over here.
You can't prove that. There's no evidence of that. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I'm not answering that door then.
More lies. You're like Joe Cronin now. Like, oh, somebody's coming to attack me. Like, just shut up.
Casey, just go look in the peephole and see what color they are. That way you know if they're going to cause you harm or not. It's kind of easy to tell these days.
Hold on, I got my
It's
doorbell.
probably your drunk black neighbor, and she wants to get down with a big.
She wants to
fluffy
make a
crack
swirl. You know what I'm saying?
So we're like,
Oh,
I don't care about you, but I want you to deal with me.
If we hear Ebony
Those
and Ivory start to play, I'm turning this motherfucker off. You know that.
it's a white dude. I don't have to worry.
No.
I don't have to worry.
Oh, that's technically
White
not
people
true.
can be more dangerous than black people.
Make sure it's not one of the crackhead variety.
You're wrong,
Because
Leroy.
those
Okay.
those are no better than the blacks. Those might even be a little bit more dangerous. But
Yeah, that would be funny. I kind of is like I'm still waiting for J-Man to take me out. like
What?
he had attacked me since I moved out from my mom's house into the
J
apartment.
Man. Oh
Yeah, J-Man. Yeah, so
yeah.
Probably because
like
you don't know where you are anymore.
I don't know. I bet we can arrange for him to swing back through that god awful state that Casey lives in to give
I
him a
know.
second dose.
What do you mean a second dose of like fifth or sixth dose?
No, whatever number it is, you obviously need another help. So it's fine.
Yeah, he hasn't beaten enough sense in you yet.
I still
I mean,
actually that motherfucker still owes me a Hogan poster that he ripped off my door. Ripped it right in half. He first just ripped it a little bit, and then he decided to came back to completely rip
but
it.
wasn't that thing already ripped though?
Well, not before he did it beforehand. It was ripped from him,
Oh.
and then I was able to salvage it.
Well, if you can find him on whatever highway he's traveling on or cruise ship, you can ask him for help.
Yeah, God forbid he anytime you talk to him, it's like I'm on the way to my next cruise, I'm like, didn't you just get off one? And like, yeah, but I'm about to turn around.
Hey,
to go on another.
don't be jealous. That's his life. That's a hell of a life to live, bro. I mean, if I could live it, I'd be down. But
I'm hoping
you
he
know what I mean?
gets. Honestly, I'm hoping he's gonna get one of those that iceberg is gonna hit and go
Oh,
down.
You want J Man to be on Titanic too? Huh? Is that what
Yeah,
you're hoping for?
exactly. I
Oh,
want
okay.
him on Titanic too.
Titanic
Are
2. This time
you
more
an,
personal.
you're an insurance beneficiary?
Why you
He
say
doesn't
that?
insure anything, Dave. You know this already. He
No,
ain't got no
no.
goddamn insurance.
Well, the bigger question is why does Casey not know the meaning of that word?
I
Um,
don't,
but, uh,
no, I mean what? No, I said why do I need that?
no, but I said insurance beneficiary, and you don't know the meaning of that word.
I know what it means.
Watch out, Dave. Dave, don't gaslight Casey. He doesn't like that. All right, he'll call it out. You gotta watch out. Don't do that now. Watch out
I do have a
Because he gets confused easy doesn't mean I'm trying to, gaslight.
I do have a
now.
beneficiary who would get my shit. So
And we're gonna find that
Are
person
we are we seriously
and
going to believe that when you don't even have a
convince them.
fucking video game collection insured? Yeah, I bet you don't even have those fucking belts insured.
he's got to get rid of all the fucking bootlegs first.
Yeah, but who's gonna insure a bunch of Chinaman made knockoff shit? Like, who's gonna do
Excuse
that?
me, my friend, but I did work in the insurance industry for a bit, and I do know that
Okay, well there you go.
the programs that will insure whatever any fucking fat nerd like Casey wants to insure. These are
Well,
big
there you go.
items. These are big ticket items that have required insurance companies to accept the fact that people want to
Well,
pay.
you
for
need to call your local State Farm or Geico agent, Casey, and be like, "Hey, I got this India-made piece of shit. I want to put $1,000 on."
so
Dude,
I got
give me $50 million. I will create a $3 billion business for you by insuring
There
the
you go.
collections of nerds. I promise you that. It is a fucking solid business plan, and I can promise you fucking dividends out the ass. I just need the startup money.
Yeah.
well, I still don't think that it will do as well as my idea I brought up earlier where texts go on ghost
No,
hunting.
I'm fully down for your ghost hunting adventure. Like I said, executive producer, give me a camera crew with good HD equipment, set me up a television show. I'll do it.
I heard
Just
you're flapping.
do
I
your
heard
job.
talking about the fucking ghosts and shit like that. And okay, fine, that's a little amateur, for me and stuff. And with a few electronic, devices, you could just like blow ghosts away. But would you
Oh, I
be
know.
willing to go on
No,
a
no, we're
skinwalker
we're gonna shoot these
with
Dude,
me?
I've done that.
Right.
Dude, I went big hunt and chupacabra hunting in South Texas before. I've done this shit already. I'm down.
See, the thing is, ghosts are corporeal, and
Well,
again,
okay.
they're just like,
Just
oh,
know when
fine.
I'm using the term ghost, I don't mean ghost. I mean spirit, whether that be demonic or
Mates.
demonic. There's different.
Okay, well, the demonic and stuff, again, you've got the physical connection to the world with skinwalkers.
Of course.
A lot of them there in Texas, and I'm thinking maybe we should go fucking IR goggles and go shoot the fuck out of them.
Because see, if you want to go down the skinwalker route, not only are you opening that, but you're opening bloodsucker route with chupacabra. You can also go rougarou in Louisiana to all kinds of any other kind of dog man creature.
Yep.
That's a whole big cryptid world that you can go into that you can legitimately argue are cousins or of a certain bloodline within that. So,
but they
very
exist
interesting.
and they bleed,
Yes.
which means they can die. To quote Schwarzenegger. So
there's a reason why every society going back to as far as we can has written about these things. They didn't just make that shit up. So
I still want to know whether or not the Jersey Devil is real.
it is.
Because I don't live too far away from it.
It's another cryptid.
Well, I'm aware of what it is. I've just never seen it before, and I hope to
Whether
never
it's
see it.
Yeah, but
whether it's something like Momo or like a stone cape out of Florida or like a typical traditional Bigfoot out of the Pacific Northwest, there is all kinds of things. There's all kinds of creatures out there. I mean, just
what
look at
about
the chupacabra. The Puerto Rican chupacabra is a lizard type looking thing, where here it's a canine creature. The world of the cryptozoology stuff is fascinating. If you've never looked into it, you're missing out. It's awesome.
Well, t- maybe we'll send Tex out for Bigfoot hunting.
Dude, you can Bigfoot hunt anywhere.
Well,
Okay, Casey, have you ever looked into the disappearances within our national parks every year?
the missing 411?
yeah.
Look into the, and I'm not even saying Bigfoot. Just look into how many people go missing in national parks in the United States every single year, and look at where this shit is going down.
You know what? I'll do you one better. Look into why it is that park rangers and authorities of those parks not only refuse to cooperate with any sort of investigations that go into that, but are clearly covering things up.
Oh yeah,
No
there's a
comment.
reason why you can't do dick all in these protected, national parks. There and look at the locations of these national parks in ties with other certain things. All of this is for
Underground caves, for example.
Well,
Not
one of
only
them's
would
literally
I-
right on top of a fucking volcano.
Not only would I say underground caves, but maybe even interdimensional portals to other realms we don't even know about. Well, let's say we don't know about, but there's something out
This is coming from a guy who thinks politicians are reptilians.
Some of them.
Casey,
Okay.
and you think birds are fucking drones?
there. And look at the video footage, picture evidence of the lizard reptilian stuff. Yes, some of it can be made up, but there is some very convincing evidence out there. And once again, Casey, you don't have the brain cells to perceive this level of
Even when the video shows it. That's the funny thing, is that there's
literally
video.
live video. They show eyes operating as they don't. So many things.
So, Tex, instead of hunting the paranormal, why don't you hunt the reptilians?
Again, that's what I
Would
was
you not
trying
call that paranormal?
Again, reptilians, fucking skinwalkers, Wendigo. We have the same. Basically, what it is that they're interdimensional beings, and
I agree.
they shapeshift. They're chameleons, so they'll take whatever form, whether it be Dogman or fucking Skinwalker or whatever. They'll take that form to interact with us, and they bleed, which means they die. So Tex, you and I, we gotta like, instead of Ghostbusters, we gotta do something like Dread Killers or something, and we gotta like literally set up a fucking mercenary team where we hunt down these fucking paranormal demons and we just lay them waste.
If you are so arrogant to believe that we are the only plane that has something living like us on it, you're a fool and you're a moron. Even statistically alone, that doesn't make sense. Whether it's this planet or another dimension that we don't know about. If we think we're the only living upright being with brain cells, you're stupid. There is so much. Do you realize how much of the ocean we haven't even gone through yet?
If there is another Earth or a parallel universe to Earth, is that one also round, or is Casey going to think that one's also flat?
Well, Casey's a fucking idiot, so who gives a shit?
And again, that's the funny thing, is that so many people don't seem to understand that the whole flat Earth theory is total psyop. And anyone who's been paying attention, doesn't have the attention of a goldfish, would have seen that, because these sort of bullshit stories come in cycles. And again, these things can be easily disproved if you know basic science. So something called the transit of, the planets or the space station, whatever. You can basically see these things if you put a filter onto your, camera or your telescope. You can see the space station pass in front of the sun. Okay, there's no balloons holding it up, nothing like that. So basically, this shit is orbiting around a fucking globe of planet. So you can prove this shit. You can calculate it, and you can calculate, oh shit, there's a fucking satellite flying overhead and stuff. And in fact, a lot of people have done that with secret satellites that are not supposed to exist, but they know the flight path, they know when it launched and stuff, so they can calculate it. You can see it in the sky. I remember, and again, probably because a lot of people don't do this these days, or even in their youth, but like I remember as a kid, just going out, fucking lying on the grass and looking at the sky for hours. And you would see satellites. You would see fucking something that is bright that's just going at a different fucking speed and orbit than everything else. And, when you look into the information, you'd be like, oh, that was the fucking Hubble. That was the fucking space station. That was Mirror. That was whatever. So, again, to push the whole flat Earth theory, you have to be very suspicious of that person because they clearly are either retarded or they're trying to convince people, gaslight like Casey does, that the Earth is flat.
Apparently, AJ Styles is a flat earther too, and I didn't know that until like a year or two ago.
Is he?
Flat Earth is okay. Things like flat Earth, zombie apocalypse are used to make people who believe this stuff make them look crazy. But that's the psyop, is what
isn't it genius though, Tex? Isn't it genius to say, okay, let's purposely make a false narrative about the flat Earth. Meanwhile, they're distracting from what's really in Antarctica.
Well, there's a term for that, Dave. It's called controlled opposition. If they run the board, they can make it whether it's QAnon. Hey, really look into that shit because that was fake from the goddamn beginning.
They'll say that the flat Earth has the ice wall that surrounds
the ice wall and the firmament and the dome and all that shit.
Not only is that false, where you can see videos of all its coasts where there's no ice wall, they're distracting from the fact that they have photographed and they've made it public. You can see pyramids. You can see pyramids in fucking Antarctica. You can see where they've been digging shit. There's like
slaves built those, Dave. Don't you know that was a slave?
You know what the best part is that the whole Fitbit wristwatch thing, they track via Wi-Fi. So several years ago, they actually tracked people in Antarctica that when you look at the overlaid map, they're basically underground. And there was a whole path that they would take and walk and stuff. So they didn't switch that shit off, which is hilarious. And
who was that pilot in the early 1900s that was made fun of? That he talked about the hole in Antarctica. I can't remember his name right now.
Admiral Byrd.
I think so. Was it Byrd? Like he wrote about that gigantic hole in the Antarctic and all that other shit. Like it ruined his career and his life.
I think
who was it?
He went to the North Pole, but afterwards in 1947 there was Operation High Jump in Antarctica.
That's what it was. Yeah,
and Admiral Byrd was involved there, where it was exploratory supposedly. When in fact it was to try to take out a German remnant.
Yeah, they found Nazi shit. Yeah, they took an entire fleet of Americans with them to do it.
They had an aircraft carrier and multiple aircraft. So they got their ass kicked. They went to Argentina. This is well documented, but he did an interview. Admiral Byrd did an interview and said, we need to make Antarctica a test site for nuclear weapons. So he basically wanted to nuke it all. He knew what the threat was, but he wasn't admitting it. And he said that basically now there's going to be a sort of a war. he didn't use those words, but basically sort of a conflict between powers that can travel from pole to pole in hours. So he's thus referring to the UFOs or saucers that the Germans had that travel between North and South Pole, in a very short time. And soon after, he was suicided or, made to die
of course,
at the same time as Forrestal. Forrestal
mysterious.
learned about what was going on with the Nazis, with the UFOs and so forth. And he was pushed out of his hospital. He was in a army hospital, and he was pushed out of one of these top floors and stuff and died that way. But again, both of them were very involved with Operation High Jump, and it proved that the Germans were certainly based in Antarctica.
So, Casey, you really think you're on this level with us here, pal, or you're over there fucking around with your fucking flat Earth bullshit there, motherfucker? Anytime,
Okay.
I think birds are fake.
It's not flat; it's hollow.
Right.
Okay.
Hey.
Maybe I need a little help with my conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
I'm not as well tuned as you two are, okay?
We've spent decades looking into this shit. This ain't this is old hat. All right, this ain't new shit. Just saying. But whatever.
I feel like you have to fake it until you make it, so that's what I tried to do.
Or in Casey's case, you have to fake it till somebody does it better in front of you, then you have to fuck off.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
So
Right.
I mean, all right. I mean, do you feel better? You made me feel like a big.
Casey, don't gaslight me.
Not yet. Not yet. Casey.
Don't you gaslight me, Casey. Don't you gaslight me.
I had to throw that in there. That's my favorite part to do now is start gaslighting everyone.
Okay, Johnny Mayweather in the chat, and I know that both Tex and I could this, but what are chemtrails really used for? So, Tex, you want to take this away? Because I can certainly add after you do.
Well, chemtrails can be used for many things. Cloud seeding, setting. Look at weather patterns and how they've radically changed over the years. Look up to the skies. And this is a simple answer. And I'm on literally, we can build onto this as we go. So we'll start with a level thing. They can put whatever they want into the air. How do you get stuff into the soil? You just put it in the fucking sky and you make it rain. Look at what's in our crops these days. Even the all natural stuff. The processed shit that we eat nowadays, all of these naturally grown, naturally processed, no additives. They don't have to put additives anymore because the shit's in the fucking soil. Just from a farmer's perspective, what's one way to make sure that you grow some processed, factory-ridden nonsense by ruining the land that it comes from? They can control hurricanes.
And they're genetically modified as well.
It's literally genetically modifying our weather. It's modifying our food, the air that we breathe. The metals that they put into the air literally change. Look at asthma rates and how they've gone up over the years. You really don't think that the shit that's in the air that we breathe has anything to do with that? There's so many things that you think. That's a loaded question, right?
And I got to ask all you guys right now, especially about the chemtrailing stuff. I'm 45 years old. Okay. I remember looking up at the sky at 5 years old and earlier, but 5 years old and seeing such a beautiful dark blue sky. And you compare it to today, and it's a light hazy blue, but it doesn't even compare to those days as a child. And did you guys experience that sort of change in the sky?
It's funny how Bill Gates wanted to literally block the sun. Maybe with a man of his power and money, maybe that motherfucker's up there fucking around with shit that we don't want him fucking with. There's a whole lot of shit going on here, but y'all don't even know.
I've
Well,
got the patents for the chemtrail
Yeah.
technology. I've got the government microfiche for
They can cloud seed that shit with anything that they
chemtrails.
fucking want. And not to go, because we don't have time to get into it tonight, maybe next Saturday or something. But there are so many links with 5G and this cloud seeding shit radically changing the air that we breathe and everything else.
Chemtrail-
Literally, it's terraforming our world is what it's doing. It's
one of it-
destructive. It's horrible.
One of its traits. It
Yeah.
certainly is to produce to provide enough metallized material in the atmosphere to assist with over the horizon radar. It's also used to toxify the environment. Obviously, it infests all sorts of food.
Well,
And it's basically
not just that, but the military purposes behind it. I forget the man's name, but Alex Jones did an interview with a Vietnam vet prior to his death where they talked about they used cloud seeding and this chemtrail stuff to literally flood villages that they wanted took out without losing any men. They had this technology back then, folks. This is not new shit. They've had this HARP.
This
Just
technology.
look into HARP.
Well,
HARP is maybe the most destructive thing that we have.
that is where the chemtrail program fits into HARP.
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah.
because you provide so much metal into the atmosphere, the ionospheric heaters, which is what the array at HARP does, can utilize that metal that's floating in the atmosphere to manipulate it. So again, for over the horizon radar, it could be manipulation of the ionosphere to basically cause satellites to crash, or it could be directed energy weapons by utilizing
Maybe cause a hurricane that destroys poor North Carolina. Then or
weapon.
or Hawaii, except for those houses with blue roofs. Those didn't get fucking
Strange.
But it's kind of crazy how that happens. But how poor North Carolina gets destroyed, and these just people. Have FEMA come in. No, you can't rebuild. No, you can't do this. But people come in to buy your land for pennies on the dollar because they want to mine the
Probably because of the materials underneath it.
Yeah. Funny. It's just funny how that happened in Hawaii, North Carolina, all these places of shit that we
and
wanted.
California, and
Of course,
other places where they had those fires.
Yeah, of
I'd
course.
like to thank everyone to coming to the last episode of Saturday.
Yeah. Oh, and just for the record, I'm not suicidal. If something happens, it was not at my hand.
Come on, Casey. If anything, they're going to pay you to continue to do this show just as misinformation, and they'll take me and Tex and fucking black bag us and take us to some area.
I can't wait. I can't wait to just be tortured and as I just that's going to be great. I'm down for it.
Oh, see, a lot of times when you go, like, if you watch YouTube on your phone, if you put it, it would say,
Okay, I don't do that.
well, it would say, hey, it has an option. Is like, what's this video's topic about? And a lot of times I'll look at that and I'll see.
When you title this, just call it The Truth. This is what you need to call it.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
what it is.
there we go. I'm gonna bring up like an old.
But see, this is a school lesson for you, Mr. King of the conspiracy theories over here. We're giving you fucking gold to start off
In
with.
fact, this could be its own show. That's how good it is.
Take this. You want to learn more about this, right? Whether you're being serious or funny, take this and run. You can go a million different ways. Read, learn, study. How do you think we did?
Again, I want to see Casey confront a skinwalker in the forest on a hike. Take your little log too with you.
See, where if you go on the app, it says where you go scroll past the comments, the, the chat replay, and then it'll say summarize this video. And I love to see what YouTube will summarize what I
Oh,
say.
I'm sure we'll get well, actually, then they'll put their bullshit in. That's fine.
Actually,
This is nothing new. That people get silenced all the time for knowing the truth. What's
yep.
really going? And how can you believe? Or how can you not believe after all of the stuff that we've seen in the last 4 years? Just look at the last presidential election alone. The Democrats said, "Oh, we're not going to have nominations. We pick her," and everybody just said, "Okay." And that's just on the
That's
easy level.
why it's just so accepted by everybody in the West.
Just
They're like,
nobody said, "Wait,
let's have non-citizens have the right to vote."
right."
Non-citizens, they don't get the right. No, but we've got to allow them. Why? Like they haven't earned
The government would never. The government would never keep you locked in your home and tell you can't go to work. Oh wait, they did that too. Oh shit.
And if you see those videos in Boston 2021, they had the military and fucking armored trucks going through streets in Boston, pointing at residents to tell them to get inside.
Look at what they were doing in Minnesota. Tim Walz was sending the forces that he had shooting rubber bullets at people that came out of their house because they wanted to go outside. And yet some people still buy this horseshit. Are you people blind?
Well, I'm hoping people sub to my new channel called Casey Raw 2 because I'm pretty sure this one's going down.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
hey, you wanted the truth, Casey. We gave it to you. This is your fault. This ain't on us. You wanted the truth.
I started all this. See,
Yes.
I didn't start any of this.
Don't you guess up. God damn it, don't you guess up, motherfucker. Don't you try that shit.
You know, I needed like a graphic.
No,
where
hey, hang on, Casey. I can fix it. Casey, hang on. I can fix it. We don't actually believe any of this, Google. We love Oprah. We believe in Hillary Clinton. We're with her. Yay, Google. Go China. There you go. You're fine now. So,
You know, I saw something on Twitter. I think last week somebody posted a video of their TV or whatever, some news clip, and on the bottom of on the ticker thing, it says something about an underwater volcano is going to erupt and cause 10,000 fucking earthquakes. I saw that. I'm like, what the fuck? What
I don't
kind
know
of
nothing
fucking
about
headline
that.
is this?
I haven't looked into that. I don't know. But Bam does make a good point. Casey, let's start a Rumble channel. Hey, you say whatever you want on Rumble. Just saying. So.
Yeah, we're gonna have to move Saturday as Raw over there. So,
well, if you want the truth, then go to where you can say it. So that's all I'm saying.
We'll have to start from scratch again. So
it's not like the Canadian government was freezing people's bank accounts because they didn't like what they were doing or anything. That didn't totally happen at all. Nothing like that. But who am I?
Well, I'm getting really tired. I like to get something to eat before I go to bed. So it was a great show, guys.
How do you eat right before bed? Doesn't that hurt your stomach?
Yeah, I don't get that. And what are you going to eat?
I can't do that.
Well, I had some leftover Chinese food.
Ooh.
Are you going to microwave it or keep it cold?
I bet you fart like a pack mule on that after eating that shit too, don't you?
Oh, it's funny you just said that a few seconds before you said that I did fart. So.
Oh.
So,
got more skid marks inside your shorts than a damn road map. Oh Lord.
It's good Chinese food. I think it's from Panda Express.
So it's not really Chinese food. It's just Americanized whatever.
Oh yeah, I mean,
I don't even eat no Chinese food. That's that.
but
Yeah, he
it
goes
was
to Olive Garden for authentic Italian.
well. I mean, they say they're
Hey,
Italian.
he's all about the breadsticks, my God.
Oh, those breadsticks are good though. Come on.
And it's made for the Walmart American that you are, because you fill up on bread sticks, not obviously salad because you don't like the green stuff. And then by the time it's for a main course, you're like, I'll take it to go. I'll
Hold
eat it
on,
cold.
hold on. I do like lettuce.
I'll say
I
this: the
As a
best
garnish.
restaurants, the best restaurants are the non-chain cases. Those are the best ones. Just say.
well,
And
This
I
guy,
mean,
this
even
guy
then,
eats old McDonald's. Are you really thinking that you're going to be able
I
to?
know, I know it's a workless cause, and he ain't gonna do dick about it. But you know, go to a mall, go to a hole in the wall place. Like next time you get Mexican food, go to a place that's maybe in a sketchy neighborhood. Like go to the best Mexican food places. You need to be one of the very few
You
white people
fucking
in there because
race
all the
trainer. Why
Mexicans
don't you
go in
tell him
there.
to go to fucking a hole in the wall burger joint? Right, oh, let's go to
Or a
Mexican.
hole in the wall burger joint. Either way, it works. I'm just giving an
well,
example.
honestly,
How about a chip truck or something? I don't know. Like,
Yeah.
well,
try
hold
new
on.
things, Casey.
Mexican food. The further south you go, the better Mexican food is.
Well, of
So,
course.
Yeah,
Well,
because you're getting
everybody knows
the
there's no good food north of the Red River. Basically, if you get out of Texas, it sucks because all you white people up there screw it up. We know
you
how
know
to
what?
do it good down here.
You know what?
hold
Fuck,
on.
Whatever.
Casey. If you like Mexican food, you hate America. Done.
I'm posting. I'm gonna put in the chat if I could paste it. Here we go. The thing I
Yeah.
had mentioned before about the volcano erupting and the earthquakes and whatnot.
I'm curious. I'm curious now. Who did you hear this?
It's all. It's. I saw it on Twitter on like a video thing, but I just looked it up on Google, and there's a bunch of
Okay.
there's a bunch of news sources like freaking NBC, Los
Is it
Angeles Times.
Yellowstone or I mean, what are we talking about?
It's an underwater volcano off the coast of Oregon. Apparently
Oh,
scientists are believing it's going to erupt
Yeah,
soon and cause massive
this was the
earthquakes.
two stories that they released. They were supposed to be unrelated, but it was sort of corrected and connected. That there's going to be they they published these fucking articles, guys, but they said there's going to be a fucking massive earthquake in Japan and a tsunami that hits America that's going to be very large. They've already released these fucking articles, so it's just like, what are you guys
I'll
trying
look
to
into
tell us? So this does connect.
Yeah, I'll look into that. I'll say about
Yeah,
that.
so I posted a link
I
from
hadn't had time to.
But
I've been so unplugged from between work and kids and everything else. I hadn't had time to look.
but
Like,
again, what people need to understand is that, and even the mainstream science is admitting this, is that the Earth's rotation is slowing. The magnetic poles are starting to go nuts. The sun's output is changing rapidly, and that's affecting obviously the Earth's magnetic field. And it looks like there's going to be a massive pole shift, according to these sources, within the next 10 to 20 years. 10 to
and just
15.
for the novices out there, it's not from fucking human global warming with your hairsprays and fucking cars.
Yeah.
Like we're not affecting that shit.
Exactly.
Just
But
to throw that in there for free.
But again, some people are suspecting that the chemtrailing is, related to that as well, trying to affect the environment prior to the supposed change. So, but again, like if everyone just looks into this, you can see that the magnetic field of Earth is rapidly declining, and if it can't protect against what it's normally done, magnetic and cosmic rays, which give people cancer or kill them instantly. The atmosphere is going to open up, and people are just going to fucking fly. And there's movies that fucking show exactly that. The Core, for example, the movie 2012.
I was about to say 2012 was a pretty good representation of pole shifting.
First of all, such a great movie.
John Cusack was really good at that.
You should tell your kids that that's what happened in 2012, because I believe that they're probably older than that, so they probably would believe you. Great dad stunt, by the way. But that's the thing, though. As we know, the elite do try to tell us the story. It's called the it's the way that they cast spells, is that they show you how they do it.
Well, the Lucifer, there's so many levels to this Luciferian shit. They have to reveal, otherwise it goes on them. There's levels of how it
they call it the revelation of the method.
Yeah.
That is their term for this spell casting, which basically says if we present you with what we're doing and you don't disagree,
why do you think why do you think old man George Bush came out and said New World Order, New World Order, New World Order? They had to tell you
1,000 points of light. 1,000 points of light.
Yeah.
These are, again, these words have meaning.
But yes, R.I.P. to Casey's YouTube channel. You can find him on Rumble tomorrow. Casey is raw on rumble.com.
No, I would expect the same Zionist to fund Casey to do a.
That's right. Hey, Casey, you might be good with your Jew
sort of dispel, any criticism.
With your Jew ties. You might be safe on this. So there you go, man. That's
cool. She said, "I'm definitely going to get visited by the Men in Black tomorrow." Come on, why me?
Hey,
if that happens, Casey, you might get to meet Will Smith.
You got to be careful referring. When it comes to those people, the same rules apply to what goes with Beetlejuice. You don't say that too much until you start seeing shit. Just saying. But
come on. But why are they coming to me? I'm not saying any of this.
Because you had me and Tex on. They're going to teach you a lesson. Rather than going
You're promoting it. This is under your name, pal. We are writing checks that your butt can't cash. So you're welcome. So there you go.
That's not fair to me.
And to build on that, Casey has information that can lead to the arrest of Hillary Clinton.
There you go. Oh, yeah. Well, he'll be in Gitmo by the morning. So.
My apologies to your dog there, Casey, because he won't have anyone feeding him tomorrow morning.
Just go ahead and call Melissa now and tell her to come pick him up, just because it's
yeah. I'll see you guys when they'll let me out of prison, if they let me.
Casey's going to come back wearing a half shirt with his hand in somebody's pocket. He's going to be a bitch.
Thank you, guys. Like you said, you will be.
Hey, we just didn't want to gaslight you, Casey. We just didn't want to.
Hey, Casey, they're secretly just trying to end your show so they don't have to come on it anymore.
That's a good point. That's probably true. Like, they're like, we're done coming over here, so let's just shut it down for him. Like, that's...
Somebody hit the Frank Sinatra my way. Casey did it his way, damn it. He did it his way all the way.
Well, you guys, like I said, you can catch me on my new channel that I'm going to have to spend so much time transferring all my other content over there.
Not to forget the cell phone he's going to have to sneak into Guantanamo Bay to be able to do that deal, bro.
Well, I mean, I could put this up in my prison purse. Like,
God. Oh, thank you.
Well, I mean, obviously, I'm not putting it in a baggie so it won't get shit on
it. I bet you will.
I'm just hoping it won't hurt when I put it.
There ain't no tread left on them tires, I tell you what.
So let's go ahead and kick out. I gotta take some cough medicine, and I gotta
eat.
Yep.
You're gonna take cough medicine and Chinese food and go to bed. My
Casey,
Lord.
you're gonna eat something at almost 2 o'clock in the morning for you and go to bed. What's wrong with you, dude?
All right, maybe I'll have a
See,
snack.
you need to do what a reasonable grown man does at 2 a.m. on a Saturday morning. He drinks too much and talks conspiracies with his friends on YouTube like we are right now. My God, that's what a grown man actually does. Whatever. Shit,
Well, it was nice talking to you all,
I'm half
and like,
half gone to this fucking bottle right now. I can't even stand up hard. I'm doing it right. Shit.
well, it was nice to talk to you all for the last
Remember when
time.
Tex was told he wasn't allowed to drink much because of his condition?
Yeah, we all see how that fucking went. That didn't fucking last. Goddamn. Yeah.
Well, we knew he couldn't stay sober that
I
long.
tried, but you know, it, whatever. As I told the old lady, don't fucking bitch
Well, I mean,
about it. Or
do they have a drinking patch you could have?
I don't know. But
Yeah,
if you do,
it's called non-alcoholic beer.
Texas,
but on
Texas
a
is better at staying at getting drunk than Casey is at winning games. So how about that?
but Casey, on a completely unrelated note, what is your blood type, and is your liver in good condition?
His blood type is butterscotch.
Sure. Yeah, well, I don't want your liver because that would probably kill me from the sugar high I got from once it was in there. So,
Well, I think my liver is pretty good.
and doctor, Herr Doctor, how did you come to such a conclusion?
no.
Well, I mean, I don't drink.
Yeah,
I don't drink, so my liver's in great shape. Meanwhile,
you ever heard of a thing called fatty liver, and it ain't from drinking?
I've been told I've been mainly good. I mean, like,
I've been
Well,
told
hey, if they're good,
liver fairy.
just send me your blood type and a medical workup, just in case old Tex over here needs
body parts.
a tire change. We can swap out.
Well,
We'll be fine.
well, you are predicting me to die next
Yeah,
month.
well, why do you think I'm doing that? So I got spare parts in case I need them back up. So I got to get them from somewhere.
Well, I mean, we're getting closer, so maybe that's why I had this bronchitis won't go away. Maybe I'll die because of
Maybe
that.
maybe I cast some good old hoodoo on you, some voodoo over, and it's slow working.
No,
maybe it's your
maybe if you didn't just
If you got that kind of power,
frozen
Tex,
food.
can you cast good fortune on me?
Well, I do know a good bit about chaos magic. You probably don't know what that is, but everything comes at a cost, and I don't have time to explain that today.
Well, he wants to test his magic on me.
But let's just say I know what I'm talking about, but it's fine.
He wants to test it on me for bad to see if it works, and then he'll use it for other uses probably. So
Like I said,
I'm just hoping to
I've
make it.
studied both. I've studied both the light and the dark side. There's a reason I know what I do know. So just saying.
I'm just saying, if I die in June, I'm blaming you. I swear to
Well, it's
God, I
fine.
don't.
You can put me in your note, and
You better
I'll
have
frame
your
it.
names insured. If that's
Casey, if you
Huh?
die next month, you won't be able to blame anyone because you'll be dead.
There you go.
Oh, well, hold on. My ghost will be on. I could leave a message on my phone. It's like if I
Oh, hey,
die.
wait a minute. Hang on. Dave can have your games. That's fine. We'll use your YouTube channel to sell those games off and make some real money. That's how we'll do it.
and the belts.
Live auctions on YouTube.
Belts.
I don't know. We'll figure something.
You guys, I thought you guys were my friends. Why are you?
Yeah.
Oh, we're your
Because-
friend.
That's what
Why?
friends do: is profit off their dead friends.
Well, see, a enemy would just kill you. We're your friends. We're being nice to you till the end, so it's a gentler way out. You know what I mean?
We're not throwing those belts out. We're actually selling them to people
Right.
that want them. That's a caring thing to
Right.
do.
Of
Who's
course.
gonna want those bootlegs though?
Someone would want
Oh,
them.
I'm sure we can find some Haji and tell him it's real. We'll get a whole bunch of money.
No, just go to Chinatown. Those bugs eat anything, and we'll buy
Right.
it. So
Right. There's
Hold on,
enough illegals here now that I'm sure we can find some stuff.
there's some good belts up there. They're not all
Now,
bad.
can you just tag the video games that have been pissed on so we know to discount those? That's going to be real important to do.
Well, that's your problem. Figured which
Oh,
one. So I'm not.
yeah, I don't want to guess which cartridges Casey had his penis on.
no, it wasn't him. It was the dog that pissed on him. I don't know if you heard about that.
Oh yeah, wasn't that the day the gamer shelf fell down?
No, that the gamer shelf fell down at my mom's
Tiff
house.
says I'd melt those belts into an urn. Okay. Well,
and
it's
then
going to have to be the size of.
into a fucking necklace.
Well, that's kind of funny she says that because again, there's a lot of belts there, and Casey is a portly fellow, so it makes sense that it would make an urn size that would take his ashes. So.
It's going to be an urn the size of a deep freeze.
Just about.
and then you bring it to a wrestling show because Casey was just maybe Casey Spear could enjoy it, but what he won't know is it won't be WWE.
See, I always wonder, how do you know you're actually getting those person's ashes, anyways? Because well, these are leftovers from the previous person. How do we know I'm not getting mixed with someone else's ashes?
Because they take steps for that. I mean, have you ever looked at cremation?
Yeah.
No, but
no. Okay.
Well, whenever my stepfather passed away, we had him cremated. Unfortunately, it was early in the lockdown time, so it took a bit of time, almost a month to get him. But it's clearly defined that this is your person. I mean, now that not saying there might be a little bit of dust from somebody else left in the machine, but that's your loved one, whoever it may be.
all right.
And when we get bored of having your ashes, Casey, we'll give it to Tex. We'll give him the Tex, and he can smoke them.
Oh,
Well, see,
Well,
we
why?
can-
For
see-
zero THC? Nah.
See, no, I think we can build a hell of a smoker pit and use that mixed in with the concrete. Would that'd be a good use for that? You know what I'm saying? Like we can do something with it. I don't know. Think,
you guys are so mean to me. Why?
No, you know what? You'd take those ashes, you'd mix them with the concrete, you'd make it into sort of a gremlin or a gargoyle, small statue.
ooh,
There you go.
Outside your house. So basically, it would serve as a shoe cleaning apparatus. So
we can call it a scare Jew to keep the Jews away from your house.
Yeah.
Oh, I like it.
Oh,
That's not bad.
you know what?
We each get a little Casey scared you out on our front porches of our house.
Well,
I like
they're
that.
easily startled, aren't they?
Oh, that's what I'm saying. You know, give them the horns and the nose. Like, go full out with it. You know, the teeth.
Oh,
you
hold
know?
on.
Yeah.
Maybe I want how I want to go is as my funeral. There was this one dude that was his funeral. He was actually sitting up in a chair, looking like he was alive.
I've seen them where they put them in like their recliner, watching football. I've seen that.
I want something like that for me. So I want
Well, that's
you guys.
fine. You can have your service, and then we'll build a gigantic ass fucking bonfire. And
First of
cook
all-
you till you're good. You know what?
How's he going to pay for this? Second of all, what are you going to be like? What are you going to be like in a Super Famicom style fucking coffin? You know, in the
Casey,
cartridge.
can't we just make
like-
it easy and just feed your ashes to your dog?
Well,
Oh,
something cool that you can do that we end up doing with my stepfather's actually. they can actually put you into shotgun shells, like legitimate shells that you can shoot. I've got a few of them. They're actually pretty cool. There's things to do with it.
Yeah, but Casey doesn't like guns, you know.
Casey's not cool enough to like guns, all the cool stuff.
I don't know. He's been influenced by liberalism, so bad.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you sprinkle my ashes at Disneyland.
Casey's idea of shooting guns is a good game of duck hunt.
Why would we waste your ashes? Because all they'll do is sweep them up and throw them away.
Well,
no, we're gonna pour you into concrete and make scare Jews at it. It'll be fun.
I hate you all.
Without us, your show would be nothing, Casey. Please.
Butterfly, what's the topics? They're talking about me being dead. What about that?
Let's see. We've covered.
No, he's gaslighting us again.
You'd be more useless.
You know what? Butterfly. This is the topic. Casey has been trying to fucking gaslight us for the last 5 hours.
He is. Casey is just. He's no longer Casey Israel. He's Mr. Gaslighter, what he's been all night. He's a horrible person. He has tortured us on this call tonight for hours. It's been terrible. I mean, it's awful.
Terrible.
Yeah. Casey with friends like you, who needs, boy, I tell you, it's something else.
Oh yeah, if you have
friends in low places.
This is true. This is true. That's, you ain't lying.
I'm still thinking. I still think we should do make a merchandise, like a T-shirt, like the Ghostbusters shirt.
If your first shirt doesn't say technically on it, you're missing out, because that's the golden opportunity.
Oh, it's got to be a shirt that says technically, and it's a tank with Casey's head on it.
Right.
If we're gonna be funding the Skinwalker hunt, I think Casey might have a point. Is that maybe we want to merchandise you and me, Tex?
Casey, I got it. Take the Ghostbusters logo, put Casey's face on the front, but technically, like in Ghostbusters font, and then on the back of the shirt say misspelling words since 1982. That can be the big graphic on the back.
Yeah.
It's sell $1 million. There you go. So.
Well, I still think I do the Ghostbuster pose, and then you have the slash. So it looks like this, but it's me instead. So
then just make sure it's different enough where you can't get sued. But it's just saying.
I still have a headshot we could use for the shirt too.
Oh, those infamous headshots you sent Drew years ago that look like you shit yourself. My Lord, those are something else.
Yeah, I wish I didn't send that one to.
Yeah, that was you could have put that on the. You could scare children with that image. Just show it to them, they'd go running to the hill.
Well, I kind of want that because I don't like dealing with children anyways. So, I mean,
you're a terrible person. You don't like kids? You don't like dealing with kids? What kids ever do to you?
I can't say this without it sounding
bad. Of course not, because
I was purposely being quiet, waiting for that response to see how bad it was going to be.
Okay, so explain why you hate natalists and children.
Well, I mean, I don't hate all kids. I like my
just the ones that are breathing.
I like my niece.
Casey doesn't like any kid that he didn't have locked up in his torture chamber. That's how he looks at it.
I just, if I'm just not a big fan of like if you go to like Walmart and there's a screaming child. It's like that. It's like that's probably why I don't want children.
But hold on. Do you ever look from the child to the parent and see maybe that's why the kid's acting out?
They say that kid would be a little asshole if parents weren't worth the shit.
Yeah, because quite often it's the parents that are pieces of shit.
Just like Ted Nugent said years ago, anytime he sees a screaming child in Walmart, he wants to go smack the grandma for not raising the mom right. But,
There you go.
I
See, that's
still,
a good point.
honestly, I'm one of those people where I think kids should be leashed. Like,
That
I'm
is
fine with that.
going to beat
I'm
you.
fine with that.
No, I'll beat you, both of you. Kids are not fucking animals to be wrangled. A parent can fucking discipline their kids so they realize I'm not going to run into fucking traffic. I'm not going to run away like a dog. Okay, at that age, you can keep it. They want to, you teach them right, they stay right next to you. Okay, that's the parents' failure for not being able to accomplish that. And Casey, you should feel bad for thinking that little children, you just need to be taught proper, need a leash.
well, I figure like, when I walk out Duke, I can walk out my kid outside to go potty as well.
All right, Duke, go potty.
A
Charlie,
dog,
go
not a
potty.
kid.
No, not on the carpet, Charlie. Not on the carpet.
So I
I'm
figured
gonna,
like,
rub your nose in it, Charlie. Bad boy.
I can take my I'll just leash my child when I go like to
Are you
Walmart.
gonna keep a rolled up newspaper in your pocket
Yeah,
when your little boy or girl is bad? You just whack them on the nose.
Yeah,
Is that what you're gonna do, Casey?
that works. That
It's like,
works.
it's like I told you not to talk to other people. I told you.
But they learn quick.
Oh
And
God!
again, okay, let's imagine. Okay, so humans have been here for a while, right? So even 1,000 years ago, which isn't even that long, yeah, you your ass fucking beat for disobeying your parents and
Spare the
doing.
rod, spoil the child. We learned
And
this
yet,
a long time ago.
while we are here, we have developed the atomic bomb. We've gone into space. We've
Allegedly.
crossed the seas. Yeah, a little bit of discipline didn't extinguish the human race.
Well, I'm just saying, when my parents used to leash me going out to,
You were leashed?
yeah, that wasn't.
Oh my God!
Hold on.
This is quite the
Hang on,
revolution.
Casey.
Hey, so you were so badly behaved, you were actually leashed, huh?
Did you ever get whoopings when you was growing up, Casey? Like with a belt or a spoon or whatever your parents chose to whoop your ass with?
I had a paddle.
Paddle.
Now,
Yeah.
you say that like by choice? Like,
Well, I didn't buy toys. It was just
now,
what they.
how often was it used? Like, did your old man ever take you to the woodshed and, handle business?
No, it was just used for the family canoe.
Casey,
They use a
no.
paddle.
Casey would stink. for you.
Casey's family use a paddle for a charcuterie board for their cheese and meat.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Hold on.
No, Casey, your punishment is you don't get the cheddar cheese. Everything else you can.
I'm just saying, what's wrong?
It didn't have holes drilled in it for whooping it. It had in it for ranch cups and another dipping sauce. So,
I'm just saying, what's wrong being
Lord.
leashed? I was, and
What's
I turned
wrong
out.
being leashed? Okay, so
I turned out to be all right. So
Well, Casey,
No,
I'll say
that's
this.
more
no, you
gaslighting.
certainly did not.
Casey, I'll say this. I'm the only one on this call that, as far as I know, actually raised children of their own. Correct me if I'm wrong, please, but I can tell you, I never leashed my children as I was raising them. They got whoopings when they needed it. They knew Dad had no problem snatching them up, doing what was needed to be done. Dad loved them when they needed to, but they had that fear of God that if I fuck up, I'm gonna pay for it by God.
I don't think
And
it
guess
was
what?
bad.
I raised two great girls. Love my girls. And
But you need leashes on them. Meanwhile, Casey,
No.
at what age were you leashed, and when was it finally stopped?
I mean, obviously, when I start crawling, they started leashing me.
Crawling. So what? At a year and a half?
Yeah.
Like a year?
that's late.
year and a half.
If your kids are crawling at a year and a half, they're way behind.
No, well, come on. We're talking about
Okay.
kids. So,
Okay, but like I said, like when I go to the grocery store with them, and if I
so
start,
that would have to be a 2-year-old. That's only in my opinion.
okay, well, you said
Facts, correct me, but
when
like
we
a
started
2-year-old can walk around. Yeah,
Hell,
you can imagine Casey with the
both of mine were walking by 10 months. I mean, not like doing races or something, but they were up, bipedal at that point. So.
but
yeah, but mostly they're going to be in the carriage of the shopping cart when you go shopping.
Oh, of course, yeah. If you're going somewhere, they're going to be secured.
At 2 and older, they're like, no, I don't want to sit there. I just want to walk around. So, like, you're keeping an eye on them, and they're around, but they just want to sit and settle.
Well, apparently, my parents were more responsible to have me leashed because they felt
that's bad.
The more you talk about this, Casey, it's probably best that you didn't procreate. Congrats.
Let's dig deep.
He made the right choice.
No, but did you not? Again, until what age were you leashed?
Until I was unleashed or
unleashed. Yes. When did they stop?
He was leashed until he chewed through it, and they knew it wasn't the point.
No, after he chewed through it, they put him on a chain instead.
I think I was 10 when they stopped doing that.
What?
Holy.
Yeah. I like going down the try to go to
there's a
hold on. No.
I kept on trying to go to the door.
I refuse to believe that. Again, you're not even that much younger than me, but I refuse to believe wherever you were at your age that at 10 years old you were then allowed to be off leash. When for me 6, 7, I was like savvy. It's like, yeah, okay, I'm not going to go to that area of the fucking town. I'm not going to fucking just walk across the street without fucking looking. There's a hot broad there. I'm going to try to look down her shirt, sort of thing. Like, you get to a certain maturity level and you realize how things operate, but and you don't need a leash. I was going to the fucking store and shit to go buy stuff, even smokes. And
my old man sent me to buy his Copenhagen for him on a regular basis.
Butterfly asked what age were you able to walk to the store alone? Oh, until when I was an adult, obviously. I mean, I wasn't allowed.
I think you're playing right now. I don't believe that you were leashed up till 10.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it one bit at all.
Well, hold on. Are you saying that's?
Can you imagine? Just imagine this for real for a minute. You're going to your local grocery store, and you see this big water-headed kid, young version of Kate. Imagine how scary it's like a live-action Chucky doll. Like, my Lord, it'd be terrifying.
No. Sorry, you. I'm sure you meant live chunky doll.
Or Chucky, yeah, not Chucky. I don't want to besmirch the good name of Charles Lee Ray here. With
In fact, Casey, you should make a horror movie called Chunky, and it's
there you go.
A life-size doll, and
instead of a serial killer in the body of a doll, it's a fat video game there.
Oh, it's pretty fucked up though. If you really think about it, is that my other siblings, they didn't leash them, but they decided to leash me. What's with that?
Yeah, exactly. What was with that then? Were you retarded?
There's always the retard cousin that you keep locked in the basement. Maybe that was you.
Well,
but he knows the answer to this question. I don't think he's answering it.
Well,
Out of control?
did,
Because I did some crazy shit back in my day, but I was never leashed. I was beat, but I wasn't leashed.
I said I got my ass whooped a good number of times, but I deserved it.
well, I did get lost at.
We're talking like
Disneyland.
about it like it's a big deal. Like, yeah, that's just how it went back in the day. You got beat. You did stupid shit. You got beat. It's just is this
Yeah.
not the logic of the world?
Casey, were you born into a family of dominatrix?
Oh, this had nothing to do with that. They just want to keep an eye on where I'm gonna go because.
But the other kids know. Your other siblings know. So why you? You're like, why me? Yeah, why you?
Well,
What was it about
apparently,
you?
I mean, I did wander off at Disneyland before. I did get lost at Disneyland, and that's no bullshit. I
Okay,
did.
how old?
I was young.
How old?
I don't remember. I was.
Okay, well then you can't use that example.
Hang on, wait a minute. This is starting to make sense.
Context
We
here.
know.
I assume I was 5, maybe younger.
So you're at 5 years old. You didn't want to
younger.
listen to your parents about staying close to them. You just thought, hey, I'm going to just walk around and, my parents will be responsible. And, oh, I got lost. It must be their fault as opposed to you as a kid. Because, again, kids do recognize, holy shit, I fucked up. I remember at 5 years old, I was like, this is not a good thing. I kind of fucked up. My parents are not going to like this.
That was one time they unleashed me, and that's what happened.
You were already leashed, and you still walked away. So you knew you were connected to your parents. You weren't allowed away, but somehow you got unleashed, and yet realizing that they wanted to keep you close, you still walked.
He didn't need a leash. He needed a shot collar, is what it sounds like.
Yeah, straight up press a button and fucking the taser activates and falls down to the ground.
Oh, they didn't have that technology just yet.
They did. It just cost a lot of money. But the bottom line is, why did your parents even need to pay for that? Because really, instead of a leash, maybe a whip against your back would have kept you in line. Because, like, why are you walking away? You already know you're a problem child with the leash on you, and you still walk away.
Well, I mean, I have a tendency to say, "Ooh, what's that?" and I'll go that way. I mean,
That
you
doesn't
guys.
sound like taking accountability to me.
No, I'm just saying that's how. I mean, I'm blaming my attention span. Like,
Now, okay, Casey, let me ask you this question. Who was the disciplinarian in your house, your mama or your dad?
Yeah, good question, actually.
It would be either or, mainly my dad.
No, there's always a dominant. It's either or.
Oh, it's mainly my dad, but I've been paddled by both.
Well, now I'm no child psychologist, but the way it sounds, your mother was more of a disciplinary. A dad's not going to leash. A dad's going to beat your ass when you get out of fucking line. The mom's not going to want to deal with that shit and just tie you to a rope and put it around your waist. You know what I'm saying?
But, Butterfly says, I want those. Casey wants those screaming kids leashed. I feel like they would be better if they was leashed. Yes.
Why? Because you weren't able to control your emotions as a kid?
Yes.
But how does that apply to them?
Look at them like
one of the best punishments that ever straightened me out. I was a little hellion growing up. There was like one. It was my 7th grade year. I was just raising hell everywhere. My dad had beaten me senseless. I mean, just short of child abuse. I mean, just short of. Did nothing. I was hard headed. Go figure. I come home and he hands me a shovel and says, "Go back there." What do you want me to do? He says, "Just dig." Okay, well, this is Texas in the summertime and red clay dirt. Damn. When it hasn't rained for like 30 days. If you ever tried to dig in that, you'll know what I'm talking about. He didn't tell me how long to dig, how deep, how far, how wide. He just said dig. And I did. And I passed out. He'd exhausted. He dragged my butt in the house, and guess what? I straightened up. I didn't do it no more. So, you know what? It worked, man.
Well, at least I wished I wore. I wish they had some of those. You know how they have those back leashes for dogs because they don't like having one around the neck. I wish they had those for
You want-
children
you
That's
for-
called a harness.
growing up.
They do have those for children.
They make harnesses now because people like you want harnesses.
Okay, the harness. But I mean, they didn't have
Oh,
those when I was growing up. I had
Okay, there, Chubbs. They didn't have one that was as large for you, but they had them. Okay.
Casey, you know what I think? I think the last half an hour of anything you said is nothing but a fucking crock of horse shit.
Yeah, you know what?
Rose-
This guy is you know what? You are so fake, Casey. I think the
Rose, you're wise beyond your years, there, sir. I will commit you.
and in fact, it's cheap, Casey. It's just so cheap to get the cheap heat. So cheap when you've got three fucking all stars here that can give
This
you
is true.
topics and information that few people talk about, and they do want to hear us talk about it. And you're wasting our time on this stuff, Rose. Thank you.
hold on. Are you saying I couldn't be leashed?
I'm saying you're again driving the topic.
I say you need to be whipped with a cat of nine tails just for our trouble, but whatever.
Casey didn't learn. He's been on that fucking gaslighting shit all night.
That's right.
Hey, that's it. Casey found a new word, so for the next month or so, that's all y'all gonna hear. So get ready to deal with it.
Gaslight is wrong. Casey is gaslight.
Oh, Lord.
That's okay, Butterfly. I was wearing something like a dog collar. I mean, they didn't have the harness like they
Casey, I'm
have.
starting to wonder if you weren't hatched out of a goddamn lab. I'm just curious. I'm not even sure you was born.
I've never seen
Maybe
it.
one day we're gonna find out he's one of these reptilians.
I'm the oldest
Oh
one.
my!
And I've never seen anybody with a leash around their neck, like a kid with a leash. That
No.
started in the late 80s from what I saw, late 80s. And there was never no leash around their fucking neck. It was a fucking harness around their body. So I don't know what kind of fucking S&M
I've seen
harness.
I've seen the harness on the body, or I've seen where it's not even like a harness. It's like a carabiner clip. Where they just put it on the belt or something. If they're little and they want to let them roam while they're at home or something. I have seen those, but I never bought.
I would show a picture of it, but my parents never took a picture of me being leashed.
Well, they probably didn't take a picture of you at all. It's being so embarrassed of you, but
They burned all of it. They didn't want to embarrass.
Casey, don't you ever get bored of the same old act for hours on end?
We talk
No,
about
Casey always loves the attention, no matter how he can get it.
Well, then again, he's getting a lot of attention, so I guess he's just.
You can shit talk Casey
doesn't
all
get-
you
he
want
doesn't
as long
get
as
any
you're
attention
talking about him.
otherwise.
That's all he cares about. He just wants to be talked about. I mean, technically, okay,
all he does in my
Casey, I know,
is drop links and never.
Casey, I know exactly what you are. And Rose or Dave Rose will know this term that I'm talking about. Casey is a tulpa. A tulpa is something that is false, kind of like a Freddy Krueger, where he does not exist in our real world, but our fear makes him real by talking about it and bringing him into our world. I have a theory that if we just stop talking about Casey, he just vanished. He just poof, disappeared.
Sort of a boogeyman. So yeah, you're right on the.
That's what I'm saying. Casey is a tulpa in real life right here. Once again, paranormal for the win. This is what this is.
Speaking of paranormal, his glasses look very much like Janine's from Ghostbusters.
There we go. Okay,
Casey's got girl glasses.
guys, I think we're going to have to cross the streams on this and get rid of this motherfucker. It's going to get serious.
Yeah.
That's what Casey calls a good Saturday night.
Well, I don't think these are girl glasses. I think they're.
Casey heads down to the YMCA whistling "Stranger in Paradise" in the locker room.
Well, I got to cry myself to sleep tonight because all the guys.
Whatever, Dream Demon. I know we've fed your Tulpa powers for another week, and I'm sure you'll be back next Saturday.
Is he a fatillion?
If I
I'm not sure an exorcism is going to fix this one, but we'll figure it out.
like I said, because Texan and Devious Dave Rose, all the shit they were talking about earlier, you'll be seeing us on.
Don't listen to this gaslight. This is Casey's fault. This is gaslight. Don't listen to this shit.
Casey, you are so full of shit tonight. I can't believe you.
What are you talking
Unbelievable.
about?
Unbelievable, Casey.
Okay, maybe I wasn't leashed. I just made all that shit up.
No,
Okay.
Casey lied. No, what? Say it ain't so.
Fuck a drama diner. It's a pure tribunal now. Okay, Casey.
Dave, I don't think there's any way you can fix Casey.
No, but public shaming is definitely worthwhile and needed. So
I might need to call President Trump for this level to just get you the hell out of it. Like, this might be necessary.
send this guy to Guantanamo or Sudan or something. You know?
Right.
There's some sort of rendition terror.
Like, this is
Jordan.
this,
Got to be
this might
waterboarded.
be on the national level, considering he's broadcasting to the World Wide Web. So, you know.
All right, I guess I was been spewing a lot of bullshit today. So
Terrible.
No, you
I'm
think?
so disappointed in you, Casey. You could have been honest with us. You're friends, and yet you treat us like this. Ladies and
We
gentlemen,
give you high class, high
This is
quality entertainment, and you gaslight us to just no empathy.
death.
first, over 7 hours almost. So
Yeah.
I think
7
that's-
hours of gaslighting.
I think
Ladies and
that's a good,
gentlemen, Casey's raw.
I think that's
5
a good
hours
rec-
of gaslighting and 2
Casey's
hours of
gaslit
watching
me so
bullshit
much
on
tonight.
TV.
I'm not gonna.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna have to buy fuel for my truck. I'm just gonna fart in the gas tank and it's gonna go on. Goddamn.
So much
Yeah.
gaslighting could power London in 1890.
Right. They find Jack the Ripper in a heartbeat. Forget,
He was Jack the
Forget
Ripper.
about the gas. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, I'm just saying, if I do die in June, I'm still blaming you. So I will be recording
Okay.
my.
Well, hey, you're just adding to my superpowers. You go right
Dibs
ahead.
on your dog. Dibs on your dog.
All right, end your show. I'm going to bed because I'm about to pass out. I don't want to do it live on there. That'd be embarrassing.
All right,
All
guys.
right,
Hey, why not? We've all taken turns falling asleep on there before.
Well, if I do fall asleep, the first one of you that puts dicks on my fucking picture, I'm coming for you and your family. Know that ahead
1, 2, Texas coming for you.
of time. There will be no witnesses left. By the way, we'll see y'all later.
Yeah, I appreciate everyone
See you
coming
later.
by.
Oh,
Good night.
You guys
Adios.
have a good night. We're getting out of here. I like to thank the Rose for showing up. MK3 Kratos as well. Obviously Devious Day Rose and
Kratos is a sumbitch. He just comes and goes and doesn't even say bye or nothing sometimes.
he did not. I did see him put in the chat say he had to take off. So
I
did
mean,
say
he's got a voice, though. He could have used it.
sometimes when people are talking, it's kind of hard to cut in there. So
I'm not throwing shade at you, Kratos. I'm just fucking around.
but it was a good show. It was an awesome show. I
Yeah,
didn't think.
the show was worth the fuck once people actually started coming on.
Well, I still had a good time with you doing the reaction. I thought we had a good show with me and you just through reaction, but it was fun afterwards too. So I give tonight 2 thumbs up. It was a good show. So
2 thumbs up your ass, maybe.
and actually the views are actually doing very good tonight. I think about to break over 500 views. So, I mean, honestly, a lot of that's probably because of the reaction stream, and we were talking about wrestling earlier. But after the show, we resumed our normal Saturday is Raw show. So if we have new people, this is what we do on Saturday is Raw. We might have some topics, or sometimes we bullshit. And after the show, we were bullshitting around. So it was fun. So you guys have a good night, and we're gonna get out of here.
Yeah, this Trump's monetized this for sure.
Yeah, no, well, no comment on that. I'm
Pussy.